Dire team ban. Liquids turn to ban. Dire team ban. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Mirana.
Liquids turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
Quick Shadow Fiend.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquids turn to ban. Seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Liquids turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Reserve time. Liquids turn to pick. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick.
Abyssal Underlord!
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining.
Queen of Pain.
Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team back. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 5 seconds.
Weaver!
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds. Naga Siren. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
Like have open mic off because you're pubs and then.
30 seconds.
Yeah, there you go. Hello everybody at Dota TV.
Yeah. Hello, Dota TV. They missed the
Hopefully-
draft. That's nothing too important.
Yeah, honestly, we have nothing good to say about the drafting. You know, the insight's not there. Didn't miss any. Liquid. That's the story of a little bit of Miracle, right? On this Liquid squad, is that OG was based very much around Miracle, and what he wanted to do, and what he felt like needed to be done in mid game and late game scenarios. He was just one of those players that you give up control of the game because he feels it a certain way, and you know whatever he feels, he'll make work out sort of way. But Liquid, I think, have not done the same thing with Miracle. They haven't built the team so much around him, and I think that to be one of those examples. Mind Control, are you actually dead? Are you going to be body blocked up so much by Era? Maybe. The Ignite, a couple more hits. Mind Control trying to get back to the tower. Eats a Tango. Fairy Fire, another right click. Oh, it's not enough.
Hani.
He gets a healing salve, and now Hani is going to be the one dropping quite low. Dead.
Dang. Era didn't want to commit a little bit of extra damage with that Fairy Fire, but even so, it does actually get their lane equilibrium really close to the Underlord, so he's actually going to have a pretty decent time in that top lane, I imagine.
Yeah, just going to be a sweet start for him, though Pitamalis a little bit sad. He'll probably be able to pick up Firestorm. Range creep doesn't get an end here. Meanwhile, Cinderen's already making that rotation over to mid, trying to pressure the SF. Of course, we've seen time and time again, when you have an SF like this, you'll usually have a support to back him up in the laning phase, make sure he gets that CS. And you can see GH God is already here, spots out Cinderen, takes an Ignite, but gains information.
Very interesting. Neither of the supports going for any kind of pulls here with the Pudge or the Rubik. Liquid prioritizing more, helping out the lanes. Kind of like you mentioned, if you go for all those pulls, Queen of Pain against the SF is Quickfoot's going to have an amazing time. We're seeing already Quickfoot getting some pressure put on him by the Pudge. The Rot just there to try and secure SF those early last hits. He has gone for that bottle rush and needs to make sure that Curry doesn't get sniped, but Ogre, not one of the heroes really capable of doing that.
It's kind of interesting, right? The Mirana off lane, it's actually keeping pulls and not really possible. Koifa is going to turn around on GH God. This is going to be a close one. First Blood actually already goes down at top, and so falls the Pudge. As kind of expected, but it looks like Nip struck first in the safe lane, managing to take out Mind Control's Underlord to gain the First Blood, before Koifa could have.
Yeah, like he got a bit too aggressive going to the shop to pick up his poor man's shield and got punished for it. Cinderen swooping on in to now find him in the jungle here, so doing whatever they can to keep this Underlord as low a level as possible.
I think every team that actually has to face Underlord in a ranked match, I've seen them put a huge premium on trying to shut this hero down early because it just seems if you give it that first couple of levels, first of all, the laning phase gets more and more insane for the Underlord, and then on top of that, even if he is so pressured that he can't lane at level 3, then he just turns that into really efficient jungling.
Yeah, it's a hero that isn't very useful without farm. Like part of the his benefit is being super tanky in the front lines, and well, we'll see how tanky he is now. And he's looking to land that stun. He's holding onto it for a long time to guarantee that he can land. And the result is he's just going to die to right clicks.
Yeah, mind control, and he has to run straight back, knowing that he's too low. But Ani's on point so far in his laning phase support, and Nip are off to a great start. 0-3 to their favor. They've got 750 experience, about a little bit over 500 gold lead right now, and this is the kind of start they need to have, right? Because they need to hit even harder when it comes to their mid game.
Yeah, they don't want to be giving Liquid room to get Shadow Fiend Naga farmed. I mean, the Naga is getting a lot of farm down bottom, speaking of which, Mirana trying to get up in Kuro's face, but that's something that they're kind of trading off for hopefully winning some of these other lanes. But right now, both Shadow Fiend and Naga are still the top 2 CSs, so and EP are getting kills, but they have to be getting these kills, otherwise this early game is looking really shaky for them.
Synderen going to try and lend a helping hand, deal with mind control once level 3.5. GH Gun still kind of sitting around mid. Koifa is currently a little bit behind in CS. Mind control.
Sin doesn't have a TP here, so he knows the Pudge is coming, and he's like, I'm just gonna have to walk through the tower. But good call from Synderen to react to Pudge's movement.
I think that's Ogre's specialty, right? Not giving a damn about towers.
Yeah, I mean, he is a walking tower. He walks around. You don't want anything to do with him. He throws stuff at you.
Miracle. Nice hook coming out from GH God, but it's not going to be enough. That haste rune and the extra nuking power, level 3 Starstorm now from Trixie after that kill. He's just got a huge experience buff off of being able to pick up that kill, lending Koifa a helping hand. They managed to eliminate both members of the mid lane.
Mirana suddenly has 1,400 gold here. Queen of Pain getting those kills is suddenly off to a great start as well. They don't have any shrines for the Queen of Pain, so Koifa will have to go back to base. Probably see him pop a shrine in the base itself, but even so, this is a great start for NIP. Early aggression, they're getting kills across both top and middle lanes, so as long as you're winning 2 of the 3 lanes against the Naga, you're okay with her free farming for now, and then you just look to address that problem a bit later on by taking over some more of the map, slowing down Naga's jungle farm if you can push some early towers. That's one thing NIP don't do all too well, though, is going to be able to take towers early. Era, the one hero that can hit buildings decently well, especially if he goes for an early Desolator, but without that, they're not going to be able to push all too fast.
Do you think, by the way, he's got a Ring of Health already, is that going to be the quick Linken's pickup to really make that mobility well worth it and the lockdowns even fewer for Liquid?
I think he definitely wants a Linken's. It's more whether or not he gets the Deso before it. The Linken's very good this game against the Rubik and the Pudge. But if you're kind of snowballing and doing really well, there's also like, okay, we want to push towers, get the Deso faster.
Uh-oh, Miracle. Ani and Synderen, they spotted you out. They're going to be able to get their combination here of stuns, and this should be enough magic damage with them running him down with this slow of Ignite. A little bit more.
Dragon
the tower. A nuke. No, the last Dragon Slave doesn't actually hit him. And now Synderen's going to be in serious trouble. The Moonlight Shadow can only save him so much as the counter ward's laid down from Liquid. They managed to pick up that 1 kill. Meanwhile, top lane, Era, thinking about it, not actually going to go for the dive. The Shikuchi was up. Koifa is going to try and collect the kill. Maybe he blinks over the Ancients, starts working his way behind that offlane tower. Now, Koifa knows mind control is somewhere in the jungle. It's just a question of where. Doesn't actually find him as mind control managed to run his way all the way down south and takes a Quelling Blade to create an escape route. Liquid finally get a little bit something going their way in this laning phase.
Yeah, the Ogre Lina rotation, it looks good like when it's these 2 supports you find in their set, but then you see the Ogre's level 2 and Lina was level 4. Only now does Lina hit level 5, Ogre hits level 3. If they had those levels when they go for the gank, they get the kill, but that was like very low level nukes coming out from those 2 supports, and SF, just with a magic wand, able to tank through it all. He didn't even have the raindrops until now, so it wasn't quite enough to kill off Miracle. Perhaps hoping they'd find him on lower HP from all the jungling he was doing, but not the case. And they don't get down any wards, so a bit of a failed smoke mission.
Pixie turns around, throws out the arrow. Kuro drops low. They are going to be able to get the last couple of hits in to finish him off. Matu is going to be forced away. A little bit surprised that Matu still going for the typical Naga Siren build, 402, 404. But I thought maybe against the Marana and an attempt to zone him out better, they would get an early level of ensnare. Not the case.
Yeah, with a rotation, I could see it working. I guess just with just a Rubik there, it's like you ensnare and there's not a whole lot of damage output, but I guess that threat of a Pudge is always kind of worth maybe having a good setup for it. But it's going to be another kill going MP's way. Already you can kind of see like they're getting farm on supports. Even Lina's getting to like 1900 net worth, has the Arcane Boots level 6 now, so they recognize after that failed smoke on the SF, they need to get a few more levels and farm on Honey's Lina at least, and then look to make their next couple of moves. Quickford level 8 has Sonic Wave and wants to once again take over this Radiant jungle a bit, but good Radiant Vision is scouting this out once again, so unlikely to succeed here.
Dire's middle tower.
GH was in a good position to make sure Hani doesn't catch mind control, but now it looks like he may be caught. Era's going to come forward with the Shukuchi and attempted Dark Rift here. Mind Control tries to run away from Hani, and he just might make it too. Era tries to get the last couple of hits off, but doesn't make it. Nice play from Mind Control. Good awareness and good reactions.
Yeah, getting away from that Laguna Blade and see if NIP can at least get the top tier 1 tower off of this. They should have the damage to do so. Between these 3 heroes up here, they can just keep clearing these waves, but if GH can hit a good hook, they could put them in a bad spot. Oh, Hani. Didn't even know that hook was coming. Well,
bit too quick, it seems, for DH Gunt. Movement speed-wise, doesn't quite judge the correctly. Misses out on a kill there. Throws out another hook, just grabs a range creep. That is fine. That'll pull the creep wave off the tower and lessen some of the impact of that push. Ani wrapping around here, may run into Miracle, will hit the LSA, combination into the Laguna Blade with the help of Koifa, they'll easily claim that kill. Killing spree now for Koifa. We said he needed to be able to have a good matchup in his lane, and with the help of the supports, he's actually turned this into quite a decent net worth lead for most of the heroes, though SF still keeping hand control, chased back to his tier 2 tower, helping Moonlight Shadow, Nip are going to try and keep up the pressure in this offlane.
yeah, they can just try to get behind the tower and do as much as they can. They've got great vision around this top lane. The ward helped kill the SF, and now it's going to help them ideally take this top tier 1 tower. So they're in a pretty good position, has all the HP regen, and will be able to get this tier 1 tower unless there's some kind of big rotation from like a Naga with a sleep. But I think at this point, if you're Liquid, you're just saying, look, our game plan is built around the Naga Radiance at this point. Let's not defend any towers that we don't have to.
Yeah, so delay if you can, but defend a little bit more questionable.
Yeah.
This Liquid team. They wait out that Radiance. Currently sitting Matu, 1500. 404 build is complete, so he'll be very speedily clearing through neutrals as well as laning. Interested to see how Nip are going to respond to this. Are they actually going to make some sort of aggressive smoke rotations and try and push down this safe lane tower, or are they just going to keep the pressure on the SF? Now, Era TPing bottom, it seems like they're at least going to have one core in lane against Matu from out.
Yeah.
But,
I feel like this Radiant jungle is like a very important area of the map for NIP to control against the Naga, because she probably gets like a good 50-60% of her farm from the jungle at this point. With the Iron Talon, Arcane Boots, you can constantly jungle, and there's much more jungle camps on this bottom side of the map that she can use than towards the top, where there's just the 2 camps around the secret shop and the Ancients, which are a bit harder to farm. So taking this bottom tier 1 tower and getting some wards up in this Radiant jungle, I think, is probably the next big goal for NIP.
And I would not want to be Nip in this game, just because, you know, look at, they're pressuring bottom now, but look at the other 2 cores. These 2 cores farm so quickly that you got to be thinking like every minute to yourself, like, oh god, now Underlord's getting farmed, now SF is getting farmed. It just feels like this constant pressure game that even if they are winning, it just seems like a stressful situation.
And it's like, how do you end the game? How do you push high ground against Pudge plus Underlord?
Nice
You're gonna get
hook into a
hooked.
Dismember, Koifa, Moonlight Shadow though, and they didn't have Kuro close enough. You know.
Dire's top tower is under
Setting up to go back in now, but We'll need an arrow to lead this one on.
If you can get the angle on something here.
Even if they don't get this mid-tier 1 tower, they've positioned such that they've controlled this bottom side, so Air is solo pushing a tier 2. He may not get it, but he's getting some good damage off, and they've got another ward deep on the map. Well, quite the solo kill.
Yeah. Bro tries to push out the lane a little bit too much. Matu is being bought space in the top half of the map. He just kind of abandoned the bottom lane and is now trying to farm off the dire jungle, but as you said, not going to be nearly as efficient, right? You can't play as deep in the dire jungle as you could in your own radiant jungle and play off of that. So, at least for now, Nip are going to be making some pretty efficient trades. The Bloodlust, they'll start quickly taking down this tier 2. What do you think about Era's build, by the way? 3, 4, and 1, choosing to max out on the Swarm rather than Geminate attack.
I like the maximal. It gives you much better Roche taking potential. I think they're going to hit this timing around like 15-16 minutes where you want to get the earliest possible Roche. Not necessarily to take high ground, but it gets that cooldown rolling where you can take every outer tower plus shrines, but the first Roche and then around that second Roche, second Aegis, that's when you've got the items to push high ground with. So I think this build works really well because level 4 Beetles is just amazing. Like you can kill Roche with any lineup with level 4 Swarm on Weaver. So... And Hani's going to find GH here.
He's just farming some neutrals, and all of a sudden Hani pops out. They is going to land the LSA, so GH God won't manage to make a TP out here. Now he's going to have to go for some
neutral.
sort of deny. He's going to try...
neutral at least.
You going to hook the Centaur? I think he's going to try. Leading Hani on a merry chase here. Turns around, gets a little bit of rot damage on him, threatening his life, running north now. Just trying to buy as much time as his life could possibly be worth. Goes up a little further, hits that hook, gets a dismember, but this time around, Cinderin's here. They'll combo their stuns, and Hani survive just HP.
Space created, quote unquote, but NIP didn't even rotate cores. They were just like, the support's got this, they'll deal with it. And the whole time you've had Era at bottom lane, you've had Queen of Pain in mid lane. Quake's still continuing to farm well, has picked up a Orchid very early. Orchid, not a build you see too much anymore, but like it quite a lot this game. Really good as far as if you actually want to gank the Naga, not worry about the sleep escape, and just getting it this early on is a very potent item.
Yeah, I agree. I think you put yourself in a position via the draft that you needed to pressure Liquid really hard. And Orchid is exactly that kind of snowballing item that you're looking for. Counter ward and Sentry is going to be laid down. They're going to be able to get the telekinesis, or Yules rather, to an attempted arrow combination from Nip. Does quickly eliminate the SF. They're going to turn that into Roshan as well with the level 3 Swarm, as well as... Who's got that... Oh, it's Cinderin. Cinderin's got the Medallion of Courage, so they've got plenty of minus armor to rip Roshan asunder and claim that Aegis.
They kill it before the Swarm Beetle even dies. No damage taken whatsoever. They're already gunning towards top to defend this lane, as well as probably push the tier 2 tower. And yeah, Mind Control Courage is going to abandon ship.
Dark
just out away. Just in time, but like it really feels like Liquid are getting, like they're just getting little scraps on the map while Nip just get further and further ahead. They're taking all the outer towers, and they're also setting up to defend this bottom lane. I think luckily has a Shikuchi.
One of the real big upgrades Nip is going to have soon is this Aghanims on Trixie, which means they're going to have even more wave clear, and that'll help collide the map a little bit more. You know, start pushing in all these side lanes, start taking away those tier 2 towers as well, and leave Matu less and less to be able to farm with that radiance, which he will have it at this rate. They haven't managed to gank Matu yet. They haven't put enough pressure on him to delay that radiance one bit, so he is going to have it, and he is going to have that big farming capability. But if they can close off the map, they can still shut Naga Siren, or at least delay her inevitable build.
Yeah, she'll have to try get behind them, which is like get into that dire jungle so that you can creep skip waves and send your illusions like right by the enemy base where the creeps spawn. And if you can find yourself in a really deep spot on the map past NIP and you're not getting caught out, that's where you can at least farm with the radiance. But it's kind of a very good time for Matu. It's really is a classic Naga game. Like, you get your radiance, you're down almost 10k gold, and now the big question is, can the Naga turn the game around, I guess? And Liquid gonna continue to just have to buy time. The radiance itself is not the solution to this game. It's going to be a couple more items along the way.
Yeah, Manta is going to be incredibly important, right? Because we have this early Orchid of Koifa. That ability is very much based off of Snowball and can get shut down pretty quickly by those mid-tier items like the Manta that is in Naga Siren. So keeping that timing at bay increases this window of strength for Koifa's build. If they're able to do something like that, though, they're trying to pressure mid and keep bottom lane pushed right now. Hani's going to be taking some experience at top lane. This is pretty funny because this is Hani in a nutshell as a support, right? He always played a little bit greedier, kind of like Solo. Looks like Era may be caught here in this combination. They're going to be let loose with the sleep. They get the telekinesis, and Era is down. Now Koifa comes in for the side, trying to blow up Kuro, but they do get a little bit of heal. The Dark Rift away is going to happen soon. They manage to take away the Aegis and get everybody out. The Dark Rift is back at the fountain, so Rubik will get healed up. So not only did they kill Era, they took away the Aegis. They didn't lose a single hero for it.
That's the kind of plays you need to make. It looks like, okay, you just committed 5 ultimates to get like a kill in Aegis, but when you're behind with the Naga Siren, that's how you want to use like your sleep. Pick off a core hero with sleep and then go back to farming. And it just delays Nip from taking those objectives. Like, they're not getting the tier 2 towers right now. They've had this Aegis, and you're kind of looking at this first Aegis like, okay, it's got to be like, you get your outer towers, you get the shrines, you take over the map, but all it takes is one kill like that, and suddenly Nip gets slowed down. They haven't taken those tier 2s yet. They have no longer got the Aegis. Radiant Vision is looking very good right now as well. I think Nip need to prioritize like getting a gem and just taking down a lot of these wards because...
Oh, Trixie, you making plays here? He got behind Miracle, but GH is there to respond. Nice hook. But yes, I completely agree with you. I thought that Aegis was going to be the leverage, allowing them to take tier 2s. They are going to use the smoke, find Kuro. Not really the kill they were hoping for with a smoke like that. They would have much preferred to run into this Naga Siren and get the Yule's combination on him, especially with the sleep down. But still, a support will have to do. See if they can, well, this time, keep mid and top pushed in. But Liquid always on the opposite side of the map. They're pressuring bottom.
Yeah, they're, I mean, trying to get their first out of the game still, but realistically, that's not a concern for them. They know, like, enough farm on Naga, or you win one fight, and suddenly you get a couple of towers, and this 10k gold lead turns into almost no lead, because those are just money bags waiting to be claimed for Liquid, should this game ever swing their way. So they're just kind of biding their time, playing the patience game, and you know, they've got this strong late game. You've got Shadow Fiend and Naga kind of looked at these two cores as being a very greedy draft, and definitely is, and they've suffered for it here in the early game, but if they can hold on for a bit longer, they've got the good high ground defense, this game will start looking more and more favorable for them the longer it goes.
Honey, gonna be caught here, ensnared up straight into the hook of GH. No TPs from Nip to respond to that bit of aggression from Liquid. They've been pressuring bottom this whole entire time. Honey, I think he was hoping to just set up a kill for his team with the Yule stun combo, but instead, he is the one who gets comboed up instead. Koifa has the double damage. Bloodlust still. He's going to try and go for Miracle here, but actually gets telekinesis, a lot of burst damage, and Koifa is forced to blink away.
Well, close. Killing Koifa there would have been a disaster, really, for Nip, considering what just happened at bottom lane as well. Yeah, Lina's a support, but that was a 500 gold streak being ended. That was a tower, and it's now going to be a tower up top. The way they've split the map with the Naga illusions and leaving some of their heroes bottom, some top, kind of splitting off into these smaller groups to fight has really played out well for Team Liquid.
Endrin, he's going to run into GH and mind control. He's now stuck in the trees, being duoed again. Sierra's going to try and help him out, but the burst damage just isn't there. GH is going to get a free ride out of here with the Dark Rift. Can't do anything to stop that one. It looks like Nip, I think they're falling back on like plan B. You know, plan A is shutting down the Naga Siren and winning the game so heftily in the first 20 minutes that you can close it out by 30. But it looks like with the way their item builds are shifting and the way they seem to be building farm on everybody, is that they are now focused a little bit more on late game, because they have wave clear on every single one of their cores. They're not going the Desolator. It's on the Weaver. He's going Maelstrom as second item. You've got an Ags on Koifa, and then obviously you have that Aghanims on Trixie as well, another form of wave.
Yep. Gonna ideally look to scale as late as possible here. Koifa getting hunted. Oh,
Goes to sleep, though. Now telekinesis onto Koifa. They let loose, but again, it's still not enough. He's got the stats necessary. Synderen, he unfortunately does not have that escape mechanism. Meanwhile, GH, not going to be able to TP away back over the jungle. Liquid, hunt Koifa down, not going to be able to find him. Kuro tried to trade Blink for Blink to see if he can catch that mid carry of Nip, but was unable to do so. Miracle's going to continue to hunt, though, with his Silver Edge. He's going to wander around behind the Tier 1 tower and see if he stumbles upon a quick kill, and he just might with the help of... I don't think they're going to be killing Aaron anytime soon. I thought maybe he'd run into Hani, but Hani's sticking close to Trixie.
Yeah, they don't have the Requiem for this either, so don't think that's really a viable kill for them. But yeah, we're going for the anti-Naga build. It does feel like he would have gotten a lot of value out of the Deathly. There's been no pressure onto him. The Lincolns is nice for like the sustain, so you can keep pushing out lanes and you're getting spammed a lot. But I think he could have gone like Perseverance into the Deathstone and back for the Lincolns later on. But now, as a result, like you say, like they've really just changed their game plan up here. They're going to be looking for some of those late game quap builds and really just trying to drag this game out and just be able to clear out these lanes as best as possible.
Kuro here with the Orchid. They just need vision. He's hiding behind the trees. Synderen, don't go that way. He needs your help, homie. He needs your stun. Oh, no. Well, either way, it just would have been a hard fight position. Nothing too important. Those kind of words are kind of necessary. Never know where Miracle is lurking about.
Yeah, he's back for the Dragon Lance. He's looking very tanky now with this Silver Edge Dragon Lance up to 2k HP. Gonna have some extra mobility once he completes the Hurricane Pike, so finding him not gonna be anywhere near as easy. And Move is just not looking like all that big of a threat. Has farmed well, but Era like doesn't have like we saw bottom lane. Pitlord and Pudge just go in, 2-man kill the Ogre, and then get out because Weaver doesn't have enough damage up to punish it. You find Kura in the mid lane, but it's still just like you kind of mentioned, like would have just been a support kill up top. The big kills on heroes like Matu on the Naga Siren or Shadow Fiend are just not happening.
Looks like they picked up a gem, try and limit some of the vision of Liquid. A lot of that aggressive vision is what allows them to play with Naga Siren deep on the other side of the river. Mid lane, Trixie going to be caught by an ensnare here. That's going to last a while. Looks like long enough for them to be able to get the kill. Ensnare into Pit of Malice. That's kind of a gross combination. It works out well to bring down a core of Nips.
Nice little kill, and they're just back to farming. They've got a lot of the top side of the map controlled. That one deep observer just allows them to farm up below this jungle fairly safely, although have some vision of their own in that area. But even so, like the Naga Illusions have just been able to keep everything pushed out. They've finally taken a couple of towers. They're chipping away at mid with the Naga Illusions. Matu close to hitting that Octarine core. It's going to be very tough to deal with once you get that low cooldown, the sleep down to 45 seconds. Suddenly ganking him doesn't become all too feasible. I mean, it does with the Orchid, but you know the next time it's going to be the Manta style after that Orchid.
We are now in a point of a game where the stakes amp up a little bit. You have a gem on both sides of the table. And one team could very clearly take control if we manage to get that next fight that turns into a drop gem on one side or the other. Then one team is going to be able to have that clear map control, start suffocating the opposing team, and that's going to be really rough. If Nip's the one who loses the gem, I think your chances of winning this game drop by maybe as much as 10%, right? You just can't afford to lose that kind of map control and feel that suffocation against a Naga Siren. But this also could be a key to victory here for Nip. They are so close to these two heroes. Miracle and GH tried for a hook. Going back to creep way. GH, what you doing there? He's going to get caught by the Yule Scepter. And I think he was just hoping to pull Nip back a little bit or something there. But
I don't know if he realized quite how many heroes were in the neighborhood. I think he thought it was like, oh, there's one or two there. I'll hook him in. We get a kill and then we TP out. That's what they were doing at bottom lane with like the Pudge and Underlord earlier. Kill Synderen, TP out in front of the Weaver. Nothing Nip can do about it, but will be a Nip Roche. And I think even without that pick, this was going to be a Nip Roche regardless and not something that Liquid are overly worried about. Miracle finds a Courier. Can he get out now? It should be fine with Synderen not having that gem and the rest of the team still finishing Roche, but being able to take objectives also this Aegis is like the big ask, and that's something which I feel Nip is still going to struggle to do with the current state of the map and just the lane equilibrium being constantly on their side, so they're going to still have their work cut out for them.
Well, if you're losing objectives, better to lose it by your hand. Anybody else's. Koifa will take the deny on the tier 2 at bottom, which is what they traded just for. Mantis Town's coming up for Miracle, and it is also going to be coming up for Matsu as well. He chose to go for the Octarine. Travel. Trixie, turn in, managed to kill one illusion. Miracle's here. We'll get that Silver Edge proc. They tried to go for the sleep catch as well, but unable to do so. Can't execute that quick heal combination of sleep into Requiem.
Yeah, no longer a big deal with the Octarine up. It's back up in 30 seconds time, but would have been a nice little kill for them with Trixie having a decent chunk of farm. He's not really that traditional offlaner. In some ways, he is transitioning well and truly into a late game core hero as well. So to do what they can as far as NIP are concerned to keep everyone up in terms of overall farm. The Lina Hani, level 15 with 8k net worth almost, so they realize that if they want to take this late, they need to have more than just 2 cores. They need to have 3-4 heroes with good farm who are going to be able to deal with Naga illusions.
No, I didn't realize this until now, but Koifa's always been a very greedy mid. Likes to play more carry style with his mids. If you can give him a good matchup, he can snowball off of that, but for the most part, he, especially going into mid game, is going to be a lot greedier than most others. And then combine that with players like Hani, who's also a greedy from a support position. You actually have this new version of Nip may be a lot more late game focused than others. And Koifa is keeping up his farm to a very relevant status. He's second in net worth, not too far behind the Naga Siren, and actually has completed side fights.
Yeah, he really does play that like old school RTZ style mid where you're really the most farmed hero on the map often. Like you're the one position as far as farm priority, even though you're playing out of the mid lane. So, I mean, anytime you talk to Era, he kind of just jokingly complains like, yeah, Koifa just wants to farm, so I have to like run around creating space. And that's why he goes for this Linken's build, because he's like, well, I got to be the one kind of fighting a bit more, and this Linken's is going to allow me to like give space to Koifa to farm. If you go for a Desolate, you're just too squishy, and he feels like he needs to be able to fight more. So it kind of is like the way the overall role distribution works on the ninja side.
Tier 1 tower quickly taken out by Miracle as it had been chipped away earlier, but now all of Liquid are in one space, and Nip are kind of looking for a fight, but being scouted out by these Naga Siren illusions, and it may be Liquid who take the first step here. With Silver Edge, Sleep, they have to be aware of this Requiem combination. Era's already been fearing it. You could see he's thinking about going for a BKB next. Oh, Koifa! He just blinked straight into them, just immediately gets taken out. Now they have the chance still for this combination. The arrow actually hit Kuro in the background. Trixie comes in, pops the shrine, is going to be dismembered by GH God. It looks like they're going to be able to finish him off. A stun onto Matsu. They get a little bit more, but now he's managed to pop out his illusions, throws out the ultimate, but it's not good enough. They're going to get a Dark Rift out. No, mind control! They got the proc, they finish him up, but there goes the sleep, and Era is low. They don't have one of their cores. Wait, no! Matu, help out Miracle! Wait, no! Oh god! He gets off the ultimate! Koifa, he blinks forward, he goes for Matu, but Matu still goes down to Hani. Nip, what a massacre that was! GH is still up versus Hani. The two supports can match up against each other if they want, but in the end...
the Curry even gets a gem.
Alright, so they both claim a gem apiece. What? I mean, that should have been a clean escape for Liquid, right? Throw down the sleep, Miracle runs away with the help of the sleep.
The Underlord dying just before the Dark Rift went off, and I guess Matu repositioned his hero because it looked like SF was moving forward as if to line up a Requiem on the Queen of Pain, and then suddenly Queen of Pain wasn't sleeping and was killing Miracle, and it was this big panic moment where Miracle's like, wait a second, aren't you meant to be like not attacking me? You're meant to be sleeping right now. But I think Matu just slightly repositioned his hero, not realizing, like, I mean, you can't see the whole fight when you're positioned like closer down to the river. You can't see exactly what's going on to the north and know the exact range of that spell, and it kind of put Miracle in this really awkward position where he thought he was going to hit a Requiem on a Queen of Pain and clean up. He would have survived, killed Quap as well as the Weaver if he hit that Requiem, but it was just slightly miscoordinated.
The Dark Rift going down would have been a big win for Liquid. If they had actually done the sleep combination, they would have won the fight. And in one way or another, they had two different opportunities to get wins, but whether through RNG or bad communication, I mean, that Maelstrom proc to finish off mind control at that last second was pretty crucial. But then maybe it's miscommunication between the two cores. Maybe they had two different ideas of what they wanted to do in that team fight with that sleep, and ends up costing Liquid quite a lot. Nip are able to go basically even in that team fight.
But do you think that help? How much do you think that helps Nip though? Like as far as getting, I mean, I want to say getting back in this game because it does feel like this game has slipped away from them some.
I think status kind of remains the same, where it could have been a huge upset. It could have been Liquid taking control of the game if it hadn't been.
Yeah.
Ultimate coming down. Trixie starts backing away at the right time. Miracle's just hoping for Trixie to stay in one place for a time, but Trixie now goes for the leap over to the side, closer to Miracle. Miracle can still hunt him down. They do have the damage over time as well, but Trixie does manage to get away with the Moonlight Shadow. It looks like he'll be good. Synderen throws out an Ignite. TP's out as well.
Nice little escape from Trixie. Gone back? This is a post-Aghanim's Midas, right? He didn't get this till after the Ags.
On who now?
On Trixie.
On Trixie. Oh, yeah. You're right. Yeah, he picked up that farming item.
Later Midas. Yeah, normally like you think, okay, Ags, there's your farming item. If you want to go Midas like as a support Mirana into the Ags, like it's one thing, but going back for it is... Once they get that level 25, I guess, as fast as possible.
Yeah, maybe he's a big fan of the split shot arrows.
I mean, I was a bit of a doubter of that. Like, I remember when I first read, I was like, "Oh, did he get the attack speed? That sounds super gimmicky." And then, I talked to Weehai. I was at the ESL or whatever, because he got it at level 25 on his core Mirana. He was like, his team didn't believe in him. His team's like, "No, that's stupid, man. Don't get that. Get the attack speed." But you hit a couple like multiple hero arrows, and suddenly you're in business.
Era. Fresh BKB is up. He knew this was going to be a problem. Sleep in a Requiem. He is going to be caught by the ensnare still, but does manage to time-lapse that one away. Starts walking out with the Shikuchi, but GH is there. He managed to snag him, gets the Dismember, and all those defensive items for Era still do not save his life.
Yikes. That is worrying when your Lincoln's BKB Weaver is going down. And overall, this game does not feel like it's going a good place for NIP. If anything, this push down mid could be a threat towards the racks here. Like, the NIP do not have the best lineup for defending against the physical damage coming out from the SF. Like, the Naga illusions can be cleared okay by all the AoE damage, and he'll just keep on making more.
Ani has completed Octarine. I was a little bit surprised when he started going for that soul booster. I thought Ags was a very natural second pickup here, but he opts to go for the lower cooldown on all his spells rather than pure damage of his Ags upgrade.
It's definitely like a nice Lina item. I mean, for any 6-slotted Lina, like I think there's an Octarine core somewhere in the mix, but it's like as a support, you don't expect to see that item picked up this early on as your second item pickup. But already level 20, so.
It's on Matu. Matu gets off the sleep, hoping his team will be here in time, but it looks like they're just a bit too far away, taking away that bottom shrine. Nip very clearly wanted to keep this remaining structure alive. Why Koifa made his way over there. Nice and early.
Doesn't really feel like Koifa's gotten too much like value out of this Orchid Hex build of his. I feel like the idea with the Orchid definitely makes sense, but as far as like the way the game's panned out, like it does feel like other item builds would have been more effective this game.
Yeah, the Orchid pretty much could have been an Axe first, with the unfortunate way that Nip were unable to find the pickoffs that they desired. This is looks like another BKB gonna be picked up. Trixie. He will be the next one up. In that regard, last shrine still up. Bottom lane, they do manage to catch him. GH and Matu. A quick kill on Trixie, but they are going to smoke out on Nip. Koifa's going to reveal himself, but the other two are going to sit behind, see if Liquid take this bait at all. But it's not much of a bait if everyone else runs away. Koifa actually going to turn and fight Kuro a little bit. Still has that blink up. We'll get away. Miracle, though. He's the one has actually been spotted out right now. Did have that counter ward on the cliff, so they saw him for a moment. Again, Gem just not at the right place, the right time.
And with his butterflies, Mante's pretty damn speedy and also just hard to kill in general. Another hook in mid lane, GH. Finds
Just doesn't
Cinder.
stop.
He's come online. He missed a few early on, but one of those things with Pudge is like, you don't have a rough early game, as long as you can make it for later, the pick still pays for itself, and that's what we're seeing here.
13 to 18, 37 minutes in, and it's Liquid who are now threatening the base on two fronts. They're pushing in the tier 3 at mid as well as bottom, and Nip are attempting to push this back while still waiting for their core Trixie to come alive, and maybe even waiting for Cinderin as well. That Ogre and the Bloodlust is needed. Oh no, the Pit of Malice pushed in, and a BKB. Era does manage to get away from that one, but it doesn't really stop Miracle's push, or Matu's for that point. They've got the tier 3 town already down in bottom lane, and Mailerback's going to get dropped as well. Nip are finally coming up with their full 5-man, but they've lost so much in this small window of time. A full lane of Rax and a tier 3 at mid.
Even top lane has Naga Illusions chipping away at that. They've got to go on something. They're trying to take the Naga down at mid. I don't think they've got the damage.
He's orchid it up, but that'll fade away. Now he does have the sleep. Koifa, right in the middle of things. GH is unable to get the Dismember off before that blink. It looks like Liquid are just going to keep pushing forward mid. They know some big abilities have been used. Now Trixie's been caught by another hook. GH immediately into the Dismember. They lock Trixie down long enough to be able to kill that core again. 70 seconds on the clock. Into a sleep. Into a Requiem of Souls. They're going to go straight for Era first, it looks like. With the arrow, it makes it easy. Ninjas in pajamas have just been wiped like that. They're going to try and go for some buybacks here. Koifa coming back at the table, but none of Liquid are going to be anywhere near low enough for them to find a kill, and it looks like Liquid are just going to quickly execute a finish to this game. 18 to 18 is the end score, but the result is anything but one-sided. Liquid take game 1.
Yeah, that was a 8k gold lead with something like a 10 kill advantage for NIP, and they just couldn't press their advantage enough.
Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Shadow Demon.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Warlock. Shadow Fiend.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Rubik.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Invoker.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sand King.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Ember Spirit.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Drow Ranger. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Spirit, or if they're going to try and match an aggro tri-lane against a Ranger lineup, Rubik and Warlock as supports, that feels a bit dangerous. Era's already heading out to the top lane, and Syndren's going to be escorting Trixie, so maybe we could be seeing some sort of dual lane.
Yeah, Syndren on the clockwork, interestingly, but see what he manages to get done. It kind of a change of tune from Nip putting Hani on that more 5 position role and Syndren onto the 4, but perhaps just a player preference thing with Syndren being more attuned to playing the clockwork. Probably, I mean, the more niche pick of the two as far as supports go.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're gonna have early setups here, so yeah, looks like dual lanes. With the Shadow Demon Ember Spirit against SK, that doesn't feel too bad. You need the Shadow Demon in lane to make sure that control doesn't walk over that lane with KingCharlie. Wonder how Clockwork's going to be able to perform as a support helping out Trixie in the bottom lane, though. against this aggro tri-lane. It feels like a lane that he's not going to be able to find those kind of separations. So unless he's purely here just to cog block, and that's his only real objective, I'm not sure what he's going to be able to accomplish.
Yeah, this tri-lane seems like the response to a potential Clockwork presence down here, and this is a lane which should be pretty decently Liquid favored. You're looking at 3 ranged heroes against a Clockwork and a Weaver who doesn't have max range himself. And I like this from Liquid because Sand King doesn't need much help against the dual lane. If it's just the Shadow Demon Ember Spirit, he does very well in a 1v2 scenario. He should be able to get some decent farm up here. Shadow Demon doesn't really pressure him all that much. Now the Shadow Poison, that it isn't a build, it's been nerfed so much. Sand King does even better in this 1v2 matchup, so it does feel like all these lanes are pretty good. And yeah, Synderen, he does the cogs, he TP's top. I think he realizes like he needs to be up here to help his own mind control.
He just tries to give a bit of boost to Trixie's lane, and they can now go for an attempted kill onto Mind Control, who is yet to level anything up, so he should still be okay. Cogs push back here into the chains. Maybe he's not okay, goes for the early Sandstorm, and they don't actually have any counter vision. Mind Control spotted that one out real quickly and sees his opportunity to win the lane just like that.
It looked like Synderen, I mean, he did make a great play. Got the boots, cut him off with the Cogs pushback, so he couldn't even burrow strike out at that point, but Mind Control with the presence of mind to save that skill point. Needs to be careful now because it is on cooldown, and they've actually got him.
Yep, they've got another Cogs pushback. Mind Control, actually, no, he just runs straight up and is going to look for the TP out, but with the Flame Guard there, it looks like the damage may still be there, unless he can actually juke this one out. Sandstorm. Then is he going to run north or south? Because he's got to run one way or the other. He can't just stick around. He's going to run north, try and go deeper into this jungle area. Has the TP skull ready to go, but now Synderen's locked onto him. Has the cogs ready to go with the push if necessary. Mind Control goes even farther north behind the tower now. Looks to make his way all the way around the tower, and it might just be good unless... Okay, now he's going to put himself... Yeah, okay, he thought there was some way to make that one through, but... not able to do so, and he will get corralled into a corner, and First Blood goes the way of Hani.
Okay. Now, supports get what they were hoping for, at least in the end there, but very, very odd start to this offlane. You can TP right back in and get a decent amount of XP. There's the double range creep on the enemy side, so ideally for Mind Control, he gets this wave towards his tower. As long as he can stop Hani from getting the side pull off, and it's like he should be able to at least, keep most of it near himself.
Synderen still going for another wraparound. I'm also trying to keep my eye on mid, where currently Koifa is suffering in CS and actually was brought pretty low earlier from Miracle. This one seems to be going a lot better for Miracle than it did last time again. But to be expected.
Yeah. No, it feels like the laning stage is going really good for Liquid. I mean, the offlane Sand King dying is not really the end of the world. He's now got a full level 3 worth of experience at his tower. The mid lane's being handily won with the help of the Drow Aura. And bottom lane Weaver getting some CS here and there. Not really an easy kill for the Liquid tri-lane, but they've still got the Drow free farming. So as far as timings go, Liquid are going to kind of hit theirs pretty nicely, assuming Nip don't make any big aggressive plays.
Well, Mind Control, this time around, Flame Guard's going to be a lot harder to deal with. Does have to burrow strike over the trees. Last time he had Sandstorm, and that killed the Flame Guard relatively quickly, but level 2 is now up and a big increase HP for that one. Waiting on Synderen to have his go here on Miracle. See if he can actually get the successful gank leading into a Cogs and a Sunstrike combo, but it doesn't look like he feels comfortable. Miracle holding the right-hand side of the lane is going to start pushing forward, as he did have vision of Synderen and his earlier. As Synderen tries to get back to top lane, but is a bit too late. Mind Control. That's what's coming. Trixie is actually going to be playing up against GH here. Followed that Rubik all the way into the mid lane, but a really good telekinesis throws him over to the other side of the river, which GH probably would have died otherwise.
Oh, Miracle gets the invis room before Trixie can deny it, so he's in a good position. He may even turn and kill Trixie. Okay, Trixie, one last Shikuchi, just enough mana. Miracle will be more than okay here. With the Invis rune, he can easily escape any kind of a gank coming in. He's actually keeping quite low. I don't think Synderen can really do all too much here.
Again, every single time this rotation spotted out.
He may double raise him. Koikva.
One and another one coming in. Invis, but oh no, the raise misses. He doesn't have enough mana for the mid-range raise, so he actually completely misses out on that kill. Now got to be locked inside the cogs, but Miracle will gladly fight that one out. Telekinesis over the side, and a long-range raise comes in time. This time, Miracle finds the kill. Mind control, he's done so. Every single time Cinderen's been spotted out by this ward, which has been so valued for them, a lot more aggressively into that duo lane, but looks like his aggression bites back at him, trying to haunt.
Yeah, perhaps didn't see the sentry wards brought out by Hani or something, but even so, it still feels like he's getting a decent amount of farm and XP out of this lane, already close to level 5, and well, it's not really the end of his game that he's died a couple of times, although has set Era up to be in a very good position as far as his farm goes on Ember. Drill's come in and found Hani once again, gonna put some pressure onto him.
They've got GH here with the Caustic Finale pop going down. They are going to be able to pick up this kill, and without a support, Era can't really fight Mind Control either. So nice rotation from GH, well set up by Mind Control.
Yeah, the handy kill to get, and it's top lane getting some assistance now. I mean, Sand King will have an even better time.
Ooh,
needs
that's
to be careful,
smoke.
though.
That's a smoke that's immediately spotted by GH's ward behind the tower. May still just have his smoke pop purely by running into GH, it looks like. So, Miracle knows that his life is in danger. Might be a little bit more new for the next 30 seconds.
And there we go. GH will pop it as Hani tries to swoop in towards the mid lane. Miracle wasn't anywhere to be seen anyway, so...
Cinderin, you sneaky bugger, look at you. Gets around Matu, manages to catch him with the Cogs, is going to be pushed out of said Cogs. Cogs do get a little bit more damage onto Matu, and it looks like they've got him dead. Managed to pick up with the battery assault where he left off. So, nice rotation from Cinderin. Despite all those mid-rotations going awry, thanks to the ward, he finally does find a 6 in bottom.
Yeah, that's a nice kill to get. Drow was just kind of free farming away, hadn't really seen any pressure head her way, and one of the hero's big weaknesses is her real lack of sustain and inability to get away from ganks like that. So finally find a way to kill at least one of the two liquid carries and see if they can follow it up with some additional aggression. At some point they do need to prioritize getting Cinder in his level 6. He's still just level 3.5. Bounty runes will help out a little bit, but he may even need like a lane to himself just to get that level 6 at some point soon.
Yeah, maybe we'll see Trixie take up the call and be the aggressor in one of these side lanes, because the early Weaver can be quite formidable. Shukuchi is not bad damage. The Swarm, as we talked about earlier, is rather devastating. You can't address that bug issue. Dindrin, they know about this one thanks to the Dire Scan. He's going to try and wrap into the Shrine area to catch Miracle here. Now, it is going to be a little bit tough, and that's why he needs another TP in. They're going to have the Sunstrike on top of the Battery Assault, and Miracle is down. I'm not sure about that big play of aggression from him.
That was insane. I mean, it's space for bottom lane. I guess his team's telling him, like, all right, we're putting pressure bottom. They may respond to this, but... without the Shadow Demon, I'm pretty sure he dies to that. Top lane Era.
Oh, Era! He's got the wand. He's got the Burrow Strike. He's got him.
Yeah.
That is
now the escape isn't really there. Cinderin would love this kill to get him towards that level 6. Mind Control can tuck himself in with the Quelling Blade. Cinderin ready for it, though.
Oh, no, he doesn't have any mana for Battery Assault, so Mind Control's still going to be able to get away.
All right. He's home free. I mean, there's some very weird plays and ganks coming out, especially that Miracle play mid lane is... He's not a player you normally think of as like being divey and going like super aggressive for a kill and trading his life for it. Like that's not a very Miracle-esque play.
3 points of contact. He was dead center, right in the middle of that one. But I think you're absolutely right. I think you said the push down at bottom. They probably made the call. Hey, they're probably going to rotate to this. And at the same time, Mind Control was getting very aggressive at top lane. They figured there's going to be rotations to one of these side lanes.
Yeah. Well, the net result is a small win for Liquid. Like they get a tower, they get a kill at top, and they lose SF mid. Like that's still 2 out of those 3 things are good for Liquid. And like Miracle gets some money from the tower. They're pressuring the enemy carry. So like the Ember for the SF trade in itself is like a decent trade-off, and then you get a tower. So I mean, it's not like the end result is terrible for Liquid. It just felt like he could have just farmed that wave without diving the tower while those 2 things happened at top and bottom.
Stacking against the Sand King is always a bit of a scary endeavor. Nip are committing their resources to try and clear through this one right now. Mind Control is going to interrupt, and he does have some backup. He's already told the Drow Ranger and Warlock to TP their way on in. There's great opportunities to be had here. The Sunstrike is going to land on Mind Control, bringing him lower, but he is going to receive a heal now. Trixie, low on mana, is going to bring Mind Control a little bit lower, but not low enough to go for the kill. Instead, they're going to pick up GH. Era's managed to lock him down, and they will throw out the Remnant. GH definitely dodges it, but there's only so much you can do on that slow support. Kuro banging the drums in the side, itching for a fight still around this hard camp, but it's already been cleared away by Nip, so lost opportunity there for Liquid.
Yeah, Kuro wants to use that chaotic offering. He's trying to find an opening for it. Again, I think it's a similar call where it's like Miracle, just play aggro at mid, really span this wave out, start right-clicking that tower so that we can either get a tower top or even a fight up top while you potentially get a T1 mid tower. Like, one of these two lanes should end well for Liquid, whether it's a tower or a kill, and right now Mind Control's in a pretty good position to Quelling Blade his way through, potentially even find Hani here.
They turn into an awkward accidental bump. Oh, the Hani actually stops the disruption there. But the silence was forced on Hani. Instead, they are going to be able to hit the hook shot. Cinderin separates Matu from the rest of his team. They're going to be able to lock him down. Again, with the Sunstrike, they make quick work of whatever heroes inside those cogs. Mind Control's going to be next up. Burrows his way deep into the trees and will manage to get that TP. Nicely played. Kuro was the other casualty. Very easily cleaned up by Hani and Trixie.
Great disruption from Hani. Using it on the Warlock, not as a setup, not as a save, but just to stop that chaotic offering being dropped down to help the Drow Ranger. Without that chaotic offering, the Drow was dead by the time the disruption ended, and at that point, Kuro's like, well, there's no point using it, I'm going to save it for a later fight. And couldn't tee out in time as well. So, really nicely played by Nip. It is still Miracle farming away. He's going to go for that Shadow Blade build again, but that's the kind of trade that they need to be looking for on the Nip side. If they can get a couple of kills like that while Liquid's trying to make plays around the rock, that's going to come a long way as far as keeping them close, as far as the cause and the overall farm goes.
Oh, it's funny. I was watching a couple of Liquid games a couple days ago, prep for the Steam qualifiers, and it's funny. The one thing I felt Liquid did very well is that they had usually had two heroes, two players, and it was different. I think most of the time it was not the same, like off lane and support or something like that. It was two different players, two different heroes that needed to be very aggressive to buy space for somebody else, and we're seeing that kind of idea behind Liquid here. With Liquid's aggressive play at mid, with the way Mind Control plays very much up in the face of Ninja's Pajamas, it does seem to be one of the strategies and just general maybe principles of Liquid, how to be able to buy space for each other. Nip are going to be able to set up a Sunstrike here on a GH, quickly right-click him down. Liquid thought they were going to have an opportunity for aggression with that invis, but it went against them rather starkly.
Yeah, that's good preparation from Nip to have that sentry there, and well, they find that kill here. Miracle's Shadow Blade itself is going to be scattered out as Trixie swoops into the jungle. Not a whole lot he can really do to Miracle, but bottom lane is what Nip may have their eyes set on, with a couple of heroes rotating down here, but feels like if they really feels like Nip, if they group up to like push any lane, like let's say bottom lane, they're going to lose like mid tower, potentially top tower as well. Just feels like the damage output between the Shadow Fiend, the Drow, and Sand King's ability to clear waves is going to punish Nip anytime they make any kind of group up kind of play to push a lane.
GH left alone in this bottom lane. A little bit of presence, just keeping this push back, and if Nip commits serious resources to killing him, GH I'm sure won't be too sad. Actually doesn't manage to get the Shikuchi. I think Trixie planning around that one, throws out the swarm, is one of the plays that Weaver's going to have to do quite a bit here against this Rubik, prevent the steal of Shikuchi.
Yeah. Insta swarm out of the Shikuchi, and Cinderin even having the hook shot to stun him, so Nip finding kind of a series of good pickoffs. First at top lane, then they get the Rubik at mid, now they find him at bottom lane as well. They're finding the kills, and Clockwork having this level 6, and Arcane Boots has this constant sustain and ability to keep going for these kills, and don't look like they're done, but unfortunately without that hook shot, they don't really have the best way to initiate onto Miracle up top.
Certainly don't. He takes power. Or Liquid 3-9 right now, 14 minutes in. Nip are well ahead in kills, but it's actually Liquid that are slightly up, about 2,000 net worth right now, and 100 experience. First, they do have the very clear tower lead. Liquid have managed to keep all of their towers intact.
Yeah, most of that, I guess, yeah, coming purely from the Shadow Fiend and his net worth as far as farming through the jungle and multiple lanes, getting some towers for his team. But Quake's doing his best to kind of keep up. Is going to be going into that straight Aghanims build, but needs to be careful not to get caught out here. Miracle is hunting.
Oh, it does seem like maybe Nip have made this read. Nice. They're going to be able to get the disruption, slow him down. The Sunstrike actually misses, but they will still easily kill Miracle with the help of the Soul Catcher. Liquid are trying to put the pressure on mid now, see if they can quickly take this tier 1, but maybe Nip can still make the rotation to stop this. Era's in place, already gets the Veil Discord out. Hookshot misses, though, from Synderen. Hoping to make the initiation as the rotations came in. Just to Nip. One slight win, or I would actually say that's a pretty moderate win there at the bottom lane, killing Miracle.
Yeah, that really hurts Liquid, I feel, this stage of the game. The lane ward scouting his TP in, and then the immediate TP to the Shrine from Hani was a very heads-up play coming from them. It does look like they may lose this tower slowly without the hook shot. Matu can just kind of freely siege it, but even so, it still feels like a decent result there for Nip killing the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, they are the team that, they're on the opposite side of things, right? They're the team that is going to be losing their towers, and they're going to feel the pressure of Liquid's push lineup, but ultimately they have the better late game, and they're just looking to buy each other time for that point. Pixie running into GH. Up the swarm. GH turn around, just get telekinesis, and hoping to be able to set up mind control, but the wards are already in place early.
Yeah, not a whole lot of fun on Trixie at this point, but he was that off-lane role weaver, so just going to be going for whatever cost-effective items he can get, starting with the Dragon Lance. Going to be much more kind of used for perhaps the utility of the Swarm and just being a maybe more scouting hero who can be pesky, get on top of the supports like the Warlock. An under-farm Warlock will still die to a pretty low-farm weaver at this stage of the game, so he can kind of try and force Kuro to use his spells preemptively and not get off the best chaotic offering in a fight.
Pixie, hook shot, there it is. They're going to go straight for GH. Mind Control does manage to stop some of that damage. Faked out. Kuro actually holding on to the chaotic offering, seeing that GH was definitely dead and is going to wait for a better opportunity. Maybe Trixie here with the silence up. Another stun. Now he's going to drop the chaotic offering. Synderen comes in, but now the ultimate goes out for Miracle. Era gets bounced back just like that, and Matu actually survives through all of that. Hani is going to be the extra cleanup here. Sunstrike. Oh, he tried to have a guess at where Matu was at invis, but doesn't quite hit him. Koifa not able to get much in return. Nip lose 4, and all they got out of that was that Rubik kill earlier.
It's like that one bad fight against the Drow lineup, or nowadays it's more often against like an SD Luna draft, and you lose not just the fight, but you lose a tower and a Roshan potentially as well. Squid will bring buildings down very, very quickly, and after this tier 2, if they want, they can fall back to Roshan. Would be a little bit difficult perhaps with the TP to the Shrine. We could see Nip still try and contest it, but Liquid's damage output is more than enough to kill it at a decent time.
Certainly, if Liquid can't do it now, it's going to have to be something that Nip have in mind for the next 5 to 10 minutes. Lose another team fight like that, it probably means the objective in Roshan, which means, talked about last game, right? That first Aegis could be used as leverage to take the tier 2s. Bottom lane, they're going to go for GH. GH gets chained up, unable to steal the Remnant. Won't have an escape mechanism there.
Yeah, quite a few deaths on GH this game. He's kind of playing that role where it's like, all right, someone go push out this bottom lane. It's a bit of a dangerous place to be. You don't want to send your Shadow Fiend or Drow down there. All right, let's send the Rubik. And it's unfortunate that Nip are prioritizing killing him as much as they are, but it's not the biggest loss for Liquid at the same time.
Kuro's a little bit bigger of a kill with the Hand of Midas. He's got a little bit more net worth to work with, but he can't finish him off. Now the silence on Trixie. Matu turns the whole thing around with the help of Mind Control. They will still get that tier 2 at bottom lane, and that is very much needed. Nip are finally getting some tower gold in their coffers, even if it is at the cost of life.
That's a decent bit of control over this bottom side of the map, but I think it's something that Nip have already been kind of asserting their dominance over with or without that tower taken, and Honey now in deep, as a blink dagger will get found.
He picked up here. Mind control pops a sandstorm, stopping any disruption. Turns around, tries to get whatever damage. Oh, he actually has him. Oh, the power of Shadow Demon, man.
Wow. Okay.
What
There's
a silly
illusion
Shadow Demon
plus
is.
Soul Catcher, yeah.
Hard 5 position counters your 1 position. Doesn't really matter what hero most of the time does that.
Reminds me of the best was the Spectre ones, where you find like you can solo kill a Spectre as a Shadow Demon with the Dispersion Soul Catcher illusions.
Yeah.
But that is, yeah, Shadow Demon things. Who needs Shadow Poison these days with this 4-4-0 build?
Oh, that's another big pickup. Miracle has been picked off a number of times now, and it can be seen in this net worth chart where Liquid, they're holding on to this constant lead, yes, but they have the tower advantage. They have this pushing lineup. They're supposed to be ahead, and I don't think they're getting far enough ahead as they feel like should. Only 4K gold and about 3,000 experience at this point. Trixie coming in with a double damage, trying to threaten mind control. Another Sunstrike is going to be off point. Oh, Trixie commits, but can't quite finish him off. Now Era's going to make some commitment of his own, but he's beaten back by Miracle, now stunned up, and he may lose his life. It cost mind control his own, but that's okay. The Ember Spirit was well worth it. Cinderace comes in, hits the hook shot onto the friendly creep, but does manage to close the distance with Miracle, hoping to be able to lock him down with the Meteor. They've got him down. That is big. Nip actually buying back now as Era sees the opportunity, and it's a big one too. They can get Matu here as well. The Sunstrike, this time it'll be on point. Koitva picks up the triple kill, and a buyback from Era in part help lead to a big win for Ninjas the Pajamas. They get some control, they get some kills, and they might just have a tier 2 tower as well.
It's such a team fight setup there. Trixie carrying the dust for his team to go on the Sand King at the start, and Koitva landing all of his spells. The perfect meteor thanks to Cinderace's hook shot onto the SF, hitting the Sunstrikes as well. And that's a tier 2 tower into Roshan most likely. They group up around the shrine, possibly even want to pop that one before they go for it. And this is very much a much more even, if not nip-favored state of game now after that fight.
This is going to be a bit dangerous, this Roshan. Can they do it? Oh, I guess they've got Weaver, but I forgot about that. They do it so quickly. I was like, I don't know. They've still got this tier 1 Enshrine. Maybe Liquid can get there in time. At the most they could do, it looks like at this point, is get some sort of rebuttal kills to Aegis being picked up, but not even that's going to happen. Disruption goes down. Cinderace is still going to be silenced up. They're going to try and kill him from a distance, but not wanting to fully commit to that kill as the team following would be quite nasty. They have to deal with an Aegis Ember Spirit now. That is really only second to probably Storm Spirit when it comes to feared Aegis holders.
Yeah, it's definitely up there. It's going to be a big problem for them as far as Era goes. And with this Blink Dagger, he can start playing hyper-aggressive by just blinking in, not having to worry too much. Can have the Fire Remnants to escape, can use them aggressively when he's got the Aegis. On the Aegis respawn, you can often blink out from tough situations, so for Nip, they're going to have a very high level Invoker, about to hit level 20, so his spell's starting to look very potent. And he's got 5.2 gold, so we're going to see a major item pickup soon for Koitva. And that's going to make this game a whole lot more difficult for Liquid, who, I mean, as much as they don't really want to play that, go for the late game, it does feel like they almost need to with the Drow, Shadow Fiend, try and focus on more like the BKB timings of these two heroes. They're both going for that as their next major item, and I think this is them like respecting. They're now at this point in the game where they can't fight the Ember Invoker. The Sunstrike Meteor combo is doing too much damage. The Ember himself just does too much magic damage. Until they get BKBs, they've got to avoid fights.
Lincoln's complete for this Invoker. He's going to be harder to bring down. So not only do you have the Aegis on Ember Spirit, you have this nice defensive pickup for Koitva that can now initiation of the Sand King. That Burrow Strike does get countered up by the Lincolns. So Nip, they definitely see they're in the advantage. They want to try and force some sort of fight here. And failing that, they'll just take the mid one tower. It looks like Liquid will be giving it up. As you said, waiting on those BKBs. They all have queued up in their quick buys.
I mean, they've got the Rock, but I don't think that necessarily is enough to fight with. And speaking of which, Kuro is found. 40 seconds without Warlock means this last T2 tower, possibly Shrines, or even a slight high ground attempt could come out of Nip. GH
Tier
wants the
1.
courier.
Pickoff turns into tier 2. He's got it. Bring forward. And he does. It's pickup. Unfortunately, no items on it. Still good enough. Matu trying to get himself that BKB. Has the Mythful Hammer coming up. And Ip are actually forced away from that push. Looks like Mind Control's presence by himself was enough to keep Nip wary of that. Oh, nice catch up. Disruption right before the TP cancel out. Miracle will be ripped apart by his own illusions.
It feels like Miracle is just kind of not having, I mean, he's just straight up not having his best game. Like a few misplays from him, missing the kill early on the Invoker where he didn't hit that second raise after the Ghost Walk. I mean, he could have used it earlier. The death at mid, plays like that. He's just not really on point. Like, this isn't the Miracle like you expect to see when he's playing for Team Liquid or any team for that matter. And it's right now hurting Liquid a lot.
No, you're in trouble when GH is spending his time cliff jungling. Koifa's gonna come across. He's like, "What the hell? Why is that camp missing, guys?" He just throws out tornadoes and sunstrikes. He's like, "Somebody had to be here," but GH has already made his exit.
Yeah, desperate times. But this is, I mean, I feel like this is where Nip need to improve on what happened last game. Like they've got this edge, they've got the Aegis now, and they fell short last game because they were just like too passive at a certain stage. Well, not even that they were too passive. It was like Liquid were reading them move around the map, and they weren't able to translate an advantage into objectives, into a decisively won game, and that's what they need to be doing now. Even though their lamp can scale, they've reached a peak now. The BKBs aren't up just yet. They've got an Aegis. There's no point giving Liquid the time and space to finish the BKB on Shadow Fiend if you can push now.
Silence onto Trixie, but they are going to be able to get the Cinder and Hulk in with double inside the cogs. If Eric can actually get inside there, they can lay out some big-time damage. The BKB is activated, and now they have the Epicenter canner. Cinderin tries to make his way back, but it's going to be caught by GH into a Burrow Strike. That'll be one kill, but Era actually turns back in, tries to go for Miracle, but now he's been silenced up, and he's going to be losing that Aegis unless the disruption save from Hani can buy him some time. Koifa comes in. Nice Ice Wall there, holding Miracle in place. Era will finally lose his Aegis, but that's okay. They got one big core out of Liquid, and they look to catch more. Mind Control gets away. Matu is going to be just as lucky. The Invis saves his life. Another silence, turnaround play, but it can protect their carry without too many issues here. Shukuchi and Disruption picked up IGH as the stolen ability, and that did not feel too great for Nip. They got the Miracle kill, but they lost the Aegis at the same time.
Yeah,
feels like a small win for them.
It wasn't the cleanest execution. I mean, the Drow BKB was the big turnaround point where Liquid could kind of stand their ground and fight. The Warlock not dying in the hookshot meant that he at least got off a decent chaotic offering, got the Fatal Bonds off, and allowed the Drow to just kind of sit there doing some decent damage output. But yeah, Nip killing Miracle again, so they slow down his BKB and they can try and take advantage of him falling behind on farm. Invoker is like 5.6k net worth ahead of SF. To think that like 15 minutes in the game, SF was ahead by 2 or 3k net worth. Things have changed a lot, but this is still going to take a bit more from Nip to secure this game. Like, they're going to have Koifa scaling very well into the late game, but Liquid themselves, if they can get SF and Drow a couple more items post BKB, will be able to fight into the Invoker still.
What I did like about Nip, because you're right, the teamfight execution wasn't the cleanest, I just think on both sides, but what I did really like about Nip was the way that they were able to make the call, whether it was incidental or not, to back away from that Epicenter. Felt like the Mind Control's initiation was really wasted. He kind of jumped in, tried to make his Burrow Strike play. He maybe caught a little bit of damage on Era and Syndrin, but it wasn't hugely impactful, like hoping with that team.
Yeah.
As a result, Nip come out on top. They're going to have a very farmed Invoker. And this is the kind of Koifa that we're talking about here. He is a greedier core, but in part, it's because of his late game performance on some of these scaling heroes that's the reason he wants to play that way. It is his, in a way, specialty. And level 22 Invoker rapidly approaching level 25. Nip have to be feeling pretty good about their chances closing out this game 2 and forcing a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, late game is where Koikva as a player shines. Like, post 30, 40 minutes is where Koikva is really in his prime, when he's got the items to work around, when he feels like he can just do a lot independent of his own team. Not to like discredit him or anything, like he's like a solo kind of oriented player, but it's more just his style, where he likes to be playing that more farm oriented role, whereas Era is going to be the one initiating, playing around the team, creating the space. And for now, Nip to get that Octarine core. Yep, they're going to have it now with level 22, soon to be level 25 Talon Invoker over maybe like by the 32, 33 minute mark. They're going to be very, very strong. They don't manage to take any serious damage to the Liquid side. I mean, they take out one of the two shrines. They've managed to get a decent amount done before the SF-BKB, but with the SF-BKB now complete, Miracle is not going to be that easy free kill in a team fight.
Yeah, certainly not. And I think that's where initiation really comes to a point for Nip. If they can still get a good initiation and maybe even a disruption on that SF.
Come Liquid.
Nice, Trixie popping that smoke. Well played with the Shikuchi. Will get out, no problem. The shrine will be protected, it seems, by Liquid. They know how important this shrine is above all else to be able to control that Roshan pit. Can't afford to give up another Aegis. Trixie, it looks like he got caught, though. Mind Control and Matu. Maybe it was with the gem of Mind Controls managed to spot him out, get a big kill, and he just happened to force staff himself straight into a ward as well. So, small little pickups there by Liquid, setting themselves up for a good Roshan fight in the coming minutes.
And it's just like a good location to fight, because you know NIP are there, grouped up as 5, and you feel like you can get a jump on them, which is something that Liquid haven't been able to do too much this game, and perhaps catch them by surprise. BKB of the Shadow Fiend. Find a double damage rune now, ideally looking to bottle this one. Not sure if they don't actually have any bottles left, so just going to pick it up and probably take this tier 2 tower mid. Can't take any shrines still, there's still a tower at bottom lane, so they are a bit more limited in their options as far as Liquid go.
Miracle starts coming forward. They do have the Remnant. They were hoping to be able to jump something, but it's an illusion. They jump instead. Now Cinderin managed to get the hook and a Force Staff away. Still eliminated, though, by Miracle's physical damage. Miracle has to make his way out of this one, though. It's going to pop the ultimate towards the end of his BKB, but on the left-hand side, Mind Control's been caught by Era and Koifa. Now Matu, slowed down by the Purge of Trixie, is going to force into a BKB of his own. Very rapidly, this defensive power of Liquid is dwindling. Matu, he actually managed to get the TP out, but Miracle won't be as lucky. He gets a disruption out from Hani, and the team is just going to Lamb Blast him. With all that damage, they're going to be able to pull him down to his death, and GH very likely to follow him to the grave as well, as Hani and Era manage to snatch him out near the Ancients. 3 down, all in exchange for just little old Cinderin, who made that nice initiation. What illusion was that? Was that a disruption bait?
You mean at the start? I
Yeah.
didn't see what that was, no.
I think it was an invoker illusion, in which case it had to have been disruption bait.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I mean, SF popping his BKB just for that clockwork kill means he's suddenly behind the tower in a really deep position, and he's committed his BKB. At that point, he felt like, oh, I've got my BKB. I feel obliged to just throw a Requiem, because he probably figures he's not going to get one off later when the BKB wears off. But he got probably very minimal damage out of that Requiem based on Nip just splitting up and dispersing. They were off chasing the Sand King, so not really the ideal teamfight execution from Liquid. And as you mentioned, that illusion, the illusion bait from the disruption, really just setting Nip up for a great fight.
I think Nip have a pretty good read of what Liquid's feeling right now. I think it's Liquid are pretty desperate to make things work. You know, they just got that BKB. They picked up the double damage. You know, there's all these sort of things. It's like, guys, we got to win a fight right now, because ultimately we're a Draw Ranger lineup that isn't pushing towers and an SF lineup that isn't actually farming. This game is very rapidly going down the drain for us, and Nip are just getting stronger and stronger, as can be seen. Trixie, who picked up a Diffuser Blade not too long ago, now has a fresh BKB coming into the Koifa. Click on him is now level 23 with that Octarine core and another 2,800 gold to back it up.
Yeah, that 25 is coming very, very soon, and he's going to be a big problem. These BKBs are getting shorter and shorter as the time goes on. Matu's down to 8 seconds. Miracle's only used his once, but it feels like if the next fight or two don't go like convincingly well for Liquid, it does feel like their lineup is going to kind of just be past its final peak, and then it's going to be old Nip in the late game.
5-man smoke up. They almost run into Koifa. They actually burrow strike forward. I think his smoke popped, so he wanted to move forward, but now Nip see everything, and Mind Control's the one in trouble. Force staffs away, but a nice hook shot. Cinderin catches two, but can't get the cogs off and just gets eliminated. GH manages to get the quick burrow strike. Mind Control leading Arrow on a merry chase here with his Force staff will finally be brought down. Crow tried to come in and give him a heal, but now he's in the wrong position against Koifa and Trixie. He will be duoed up. They actually have the vision of Miracle. He's going to be forced to pop his BKB, try and TP out. He is good. Is Matu going to be able to get away as well? BKB, TP out, no disables, just physical damage, which was still almost enough. GH, he's also going to make an escape with the stolen hook shot they got from Cinderin.
And that's such a bad spot for your smoke to be popped. Like, you're low ground, the Invoker's on the high ground, and he's invis, and you've just lost your gem. Like, Sand King no longer had the gem. He lost that in the last fight, so vision right now is a big problem for Liquid, and I think they needed to just, I guess, ideally want to approach that smoke differently so that they're not going low ground to high ground, but at the same time, they know Nip that top side of the map. They just didn't know that Invoker was kind of straggling behind and was going to actually be in the perfect position to catch them out in that low ground position and give his team all the info they needed to turn that fight around.
It really was the perfect time, right? 2 seconds earlier, they probably run into Koifa before he's past that high ground area and is running to the left side, and they actually get a quick pick, and 2 seconds later, and Koifa isn't actually popping that smoke.
Yeah, either of those two, and I think it could have been a very different scenario for Liquid. Like, the killing the Invoker scenario is absolutely fantastic for them, and even if you manage to just get onto that high ground without the smoke popping and then able to take a fight to the left where the rest of the Nip side was, it could have been a very different fight all in all, with like getting Mind Control with a Burrow Strike initiation followed up with a Requiem, burst down the target to start things off, but as it stands, Nip now get themselves another Aegis and looking very good to start thinking about closing out this game. They haven't got the best pushing lineup, like the Invoker with the Alacrity on either himself or put it on a Weaver is at least decent push, but the Liquid team fight high ground defense is something they will still likely respect.
They're going to have to take it nice and slow. Just where Alacrity on a Siege Creep comes in. Horde Spirits also doing their pushing power. They're going to have Trixie on the front lines, it seems, with his BKB and his time lapse. He should be a decent hero to chip away that tower. Liquid probably shouldn't be able to get a quick kill on him and rebuff this push.
Yeah, Aero's got a BKB, so even if he dies once the Aegis, you can pop that on the respawn, and it does feel like Nip, as mentioned, just slow sieging things here. Another Forward Spirit coming in, couple right clicks with an Alacrity, resummon them, and just rinse repeat. Slow and steady. Tower goes down.
Man, smoke on the side is going to wear out. Mind Control did not see his opportunity for an initiation, and now they may actually get caught. That Observer Ward placed out by Nip. They knew how important it was to be able to see the rotations across when they go for this bottom lane push, so that ward counter ward combination is a nice setup. Miracle takes a bit of damage here for the Cold Snap. They're going to pop their first shrine now of the defense of Liquid against Nip.
It's a question of how patient will Nip be. At some point, will they try and force a fight? Will they stick a hero actually onto the racks? But right now, it seems like they're happy just to slowly chip at the range racks.
GH throws out that stolen hook shot. It's like it was out to fade anyway. And Nip are actually going to back away for a second here, and Air's going to deal with that top lane push.
Yeah. Very hard to initiate onto the Nip side. They've got that Shadow Demon who's just always sitting behind, has that extra cast range from his level 15 talent, can just put someone down in disruption. And GH at this point just kind of showing off as he's a bit bored. He does lose the hook shot now.
Alright, Nip's got that top lane pushing out again. Era will rejoin his team. Their 5-man efforts into...
I mean, if they can just keep on stalling this out to the age, I mean, they've still got another minute and a half, but at this rate, they won't even take a melee Rex in that minute and a half. Nip need to make a more concerted, aggressive attempt. Not even onto the buildings necessarily, even just starting and forcing a fight with a hook shot. Maybe something they just have to do at some point. For now, they're just trying to slow siege using disruption illusions.
Trixie gets a little bit more aggressive with the Alacrity. Will finish off that range racks, but it is just a range racks. Liquid won't be too scared of that. It's the melee racks. That is the prize then. Aging bit by bit is not good enough against that regen, so we'll see if they make the concerted effort here as the push comes forward, the disruption. Even backdoor protection still up. Matu will take a decent amount of damage, down to half health now as Trixie comes forward, pops his BKB, threatening Matu's life, but he does get a 4-step back. Now with Matu healing, Nip can get some more damage onto that melee racks, but the rest of Liquid start coming forward, chasing Nip back.
And they're struggling to get this racked. I mean, they're still in a fine position, don't get me wrong, but Liquid are making them work for it, showing some world-class high ground defense with the SF illusions.
Oh, that's definitely a big one.
Not putting it onto the racks, they will get taken out. Just zoning the SF out, knowing that this will free up the space. To
oh, there it is, the Ep initiation. Epi onto Koifa, but the Lincolns managed to protect him for the Burrow Strike, so there wasn't any real good hold. They finally get a Yule Scepter onto Koifa, but he managed to get down away with a Ghost Walk. Oh, Cinderin! He was halfway through the hookshot animation to be able to get away from this one. Mind Control has been stunned up, does get out another stun, but Koifa blocks it again with the Lincolns, and now they've got a disruption onto a Draw Ranger with Miracle slowed down on the side. This is rapidly turning disastrous for Liquid as they come out immediately get rebuffed. They just get taken out like that with a Meteor combination. They lose Matu. They got to drop GH as well. Miracle's left alone now to defend against Nip unless they want to buy back on Matu. Uro still having that chaotic offering, but it seems like they'll give up the melee racks and try and keep these buybacks intact, or at least waiting for a better opportunity when Mind Control and GH are back up. But all during that 30 seconds, Nip can take a lot.
Even with the buyback, they still want to take this racks at mid lane. They've taken at least the tower, and with the Alacrity Invoker, they can take more.
Miracle comes forward, now the chaotic offering. They look to blow up Koifa, they've got him dead. 90 seconds down. But Nip have bought everything they needed with that Aegis push. They forced a buyback, they got a lane of racks. They really don't need more. So a full retreat out from them, make sure Liquid don't catch anything else but the Koifa death. Liquid are now going to be scrambling in turn to try and take objectives during this downtime for the Invoker.
Yeah, I mean, there's a tier 2 tower bottom, but perhaps the bigger objective is forcing that Invoker buyback. You think, how do we win this game considering how rough things have been looking for the last 15-20 minutes? And I think it comes from forcing that Invoker buyback and finding a pick-off on him at a later time. You may even pay for that Invoker buyback with like a death here. If Cinderin catches someone with a hook shot as Invoker buys back, that could be a really tough one. Potentially, you can even hold this without the buyback. That's really the ideal scenario for them. They just want to keep doing that cogs on the high ground. Eric can try and keep spamming it out. And it's very difficult to force high ground, even with Invoker dead.
Physical damage is still pretty formidable for Liquid. It's the tier 3 is beginning to drop. 30 seconds left for Koifa's Invoker. Nip, are they going to give in to this pressure? Now Hani, going to be caught. They're going to be able to get the Burrow Strike onto him. Shrine activated, but it's not enough to save him. But Cinderin managed to get the hook shot onto 2, locking them in. But they both get a 4-staff outside of the cogs. BKB activated, but Miracle can't make his way out like Matu can. He's too low HP. So he turns around, tries to go for the ultimate. Tornado! Oh! It was just a sliver away from catching Kuro as well. The buyback was forced, though. And you said, Gods, that gives Liquid a glimmer of hope. Even if it costs them a death and maybe a buyback of their own, at least they have a chance at an end game scenario, was before we didn't see that same kind of light.
Yeah, it creates a win condition for them, which is what was just completely, it seems, lacking for the last 20 minutes. It feels like they've just been unable to really do lot. Quick's just been quietly farming his way to level 25, 6-slot Invoker, but now we're looking at potential SF buyback. They're going to be on the ropes themselves with an SF buyback, but at least a kill on Quick that could set them up for success.
For staff over the cogs, then a push back. Now Era actually commits here forward with the BKB. Double remnant use. Kuro, he's going to be caught inside the shrine. He's taken apart. Cinderin, similar story here. He has the Ghost Scepter to fall back on. A disruption. Hook, but he hooks into his own illusions. Won't be able to make it out. Mind Control gets taken out, though. Trixie's up next with the silence. Not able to do enough, though. Matu can't output the damage. They're trying to hold on to this buyback of Miracles and use Mind Controls instead, missing out on the stun on Trixie. Now Matu in serious trouble. Gets silence up. Push back. The combination is there, but a disruption save from GH is not going to be enough. A tornado catches Matu on the way out. Trixie will help clean it up. Now they're left with no buyback on the Draw Ranger for 90 seconds, and it seems like that win condition, that small little opportunity that Liquid have now closed. They're going to come back with the SF, but they will still have to fight this one at bare minimum. 4 versus 4. Jump in, epicenter combination, and pulls out Trixie. They do manage to hold at least one telekinesis forward. They go for Invoker. He gets a Yule Scepter, manages to get away with a Ghost Walk, it looks like. Nip are still going to pursue, but it seems like he is too far away. Yeah, missing out on the Burrow Strike, turn around, Scythe, and a Tornado Strike? No, my control's not that low.
Yeah, he had the Lincolns here anyways for the bar strike was close, but then I'm like, all right, Dexy, that wouldn't have mattered too much, but this is... Well, I mean, there's still some small hope for Liquid. You've got an Invoker without buy. I think if you give Nip the space to get those buybacks back up and another Roshan, then that hope disappears. But this, like, 1 minute window where they're going to have Drow back alive before Roche respawns. Luckily for them, it's a very slow Roche respawn. Invoker would love to get the Aegis to make up for not having buyback for 4 minutes, but with 5 men alive, there's an ever so slight hope for this Liquid side. They picked up a Vlad's on Kuro. They're going for whatever cheap, cost-effective items they can. And they really just have like this, it's not even like they've got one fight left, it just feels like they've got this very short 3-4 minute period of time where they've got to make something happen.
Miracle felt like he had to scout out Roshan, but now he's low with the BKB. Pops the BKB, lets it out, does force Cinderin away, but that's now a big team fight ultimate that's on cooldown. Miracle still is yet to make a full escape if he's not careful. It may be able to take advantage of this one. Roshan is still not up. Liquid very rightly feared that it was already up and Nip were doing it, but unfortunately for Nip, they're going to have to wait for a full 5-on-5 to be able to take that Aegis.
Well, luckily, SF even gets a chance to heal up a bit more, or this potential Roche fight goes down. A Ranger, though, still trapped at this bottom lane, which is a bit of an issue for Liquid.
Tries to push the lane out as much as he can before this fight is going to... Bit of a dancing game there between Mind Control and Era. Era, who does not have a Lincoln's, a little bit more susceptible to that initiation. Combo stuns from Liquid. Nip, I like this play a lot. They're going to take the high ground where the former Dire Shrine was, and it's Liquid who are going to now take the low ground with their smoke out. They run into Hani, manage to get the initiation there, but it's just a support. They can bring him down. Almost. No one gets a force staff to the high ground. Cinderin pops the Ghost Scepter, and their initiation from Liquid doesn't actually catch anything. Now Mind Control stuck about on the high ground. He's done for. Era comes in big, gets a lot of damage on Matu, tries to go for a desperate TP out, but doesn't actually make it. With this high ground advantage, Liquid can't output any damage. Kuro, he gets a force staff to the high ground, quickly followed up by Trixie, takes him down. Triple kill for the Trickster. And now it's going to be Nip. All 5-man up, 3 down on Liquid. None of them have buybacks. This should be Megas.
Yeah, they're going straight for the racks. They'll even fight their way through backdoor protection if they have to. And, well, it's not even activated as... Not sure what creeps from the base, but hey. At this point, I don't think it really matters, as Nip will, in theory, secure themselves this Game 2 victory. It's not quite over just yet. Liquid will make them play it out as they do threaten to go for some split push in mid lane, but drone play is going to be the end of Liquid if they don't come back to defend.
The stolen disruption from GH will give a lot more credibility to this push, as backdoor protection is down from a single range creep and siege creep, but tier 4 is already dead, and these heroes are being threatened now by Hani alone. Throws out the ultimate. Miracle. He knows the end game is nigh, and Throne is going to fall. That's it. GG is called. Liquid lose game number 2. Ninjas Pajamas tie the series up, and we're going to go to our first game 3 in the DAC European qualifiers.
Yeah, that was a very solid game 2 showing from Nip, showing an ability to fight into the team fight. That tier 1 top defend was probably like for me, one of the more pivotal moments where they took the fight to Liquid. They killed the Warlock, the Sand King, and really slowed down Liquid's ability to push and take control of the game by...
Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to pick.
Keeper of the light.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
Invoker.
Liquid's turn to pick.
Brewmaster.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Weaver.
Liquid's turn to pick.
Rubik.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Disruptor.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Juggernaut.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Templar Assassin.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining.
Bang. Ten seconds remaining.
There is control from him. When there's nothing really that threatens you, you shouldn't be going these defensive items. You should be going and trying to take advantage of that by going for that like Deso type build.
Are you thinking Deso first up, or would you like to see the Lincolns and Great Deso? Obviously, we want a different build from last.
Yeah, I think the overall idea maybe you get one safe item like a Dragon Lance or something, so you get a bit of HP and stats into the Desolator, or you go like the Perseverance into the Desolator, so you at least have that HP mana regen. But I think the general idea is that you at least one of his first two main items, to me, should be something with some damage output.
I'm with you on the Dragonlance. I think I'd like to see the Ring of Aquila, Dragonlance, and then Deso build. You've got some regen, you've got some decent stats there, and then you've got that big damage output, which is particularly threatened to some of these heroes. If they can get the control on Brewmaster, blow him up before he gets off his ultimate, that is going to be key to many of the team fights. But there's also the Juggernaut, whose Blade Fury can actually play against him. If he ends up going into a fight, Blade Furying, and all of a sudden there's this swarm of physical damage that is threatening his life, he can't actually get the Omni Slash off because he's still spinning. Era ends up running into GH and Mind Control, takes a smidge of damage from that one. Trixie running back from Kuro and Matu, who are looking to be able to chase him down. Turn around, goes for the stun, but a spin is already there. We'll be able to pick up the bounty rune, steals that one away, and gets a lot of damage in return, but an early TP. What? How did Synderen have a TP already? Sunstrike coming in. Okay, that didn't really seem to really hit the mark, but with the stun, it is going to be enough damage. First blood goes to Synderen, and the second bounty rune will be picked up by Kuro, but still going to get a lot of damage on Kuro during this whole entire time.
And Synderen with the level 1 TP, the Shrine, that is a play I have not seen happen on this new patch, but it makes total sense. They contest that. For teams who contest the bounty runes by your Shrine, go and TP in and punish them for it, and Synderen, that's exactly what he does there. Era had the similar idea. He wanted to try and contest the enemy one, but as soon as he ran to those hero sides against it, but good start getting the first blood for Nip.
So a dual lane here of Brewmaster and Keeper of the Light. I think this is one of the more powerful duos that we don't really expect to see a whole lot, but the combination of claps, thanks to Chakra Magic, that is going to allow Mind Control a decent amount of laning phase presence. We'll see if it's enough to deal with the Weaver Disruptor. Yeah. Meanwhile, in mid, Synderen is going to be poking his head in here against Miracle, trying to get some out. Obviously, he doesn't have Nightmare yet, so real control, just a bit of harassment.
And I think that's where Liquid, they know that Bane TP top and can't help out this bottom lane. That's where they really want to commit to this bottom dual lane, almost finding Era with enough damage from that Illuminate, but he will salve following. But he's getting a lot of pressure onto him down bottom. Meanwhile, Mind Control is getting good farm in CS with the help of the Keeper.
Trixie may be dead here. He's going to go for the TP out underneath the Blade Fury. Nicely played. Does manage to get out, but it kicks him all the way back to base. Yeah, it seems like this is also another one of the big things about the Keeper of the Light's huge amount of laning phase presence against dual or tri-lanes. So if you're dealing aggro tri-lane, it works there, but most of the time it's going to be in an aggro dual lane against the enemy's safe lane. The Illuminate Blast spamming seem to have such a large impact.
Yeah, he's been stacking up his neutrals a little bit. He's going to continue to put pressure down this bottom lane, secure the free farm for the Brewmaster. So laning-wise, it does feel like a pretty good setup for Liquid. Even not getting that kill lane, just forcing the Nyx off the lane means they are continuing to free farm. Well, that's
with these haste runes. And he's got a knack for them.
TP out will not be possible to get cancelled.
Did you know that, by the way, that healing salves don't get cancelled by tower shots anymore?
Yeah.
For some reason, that slipped my mind, and I had it happen at a pub, and I was just the other day, and I was like, wow, what the hell? Trixie, gonna be gone on here for another Blade Fury, big nuke damage, but Matu doesn't actually continue the chase there as the sleep goes on to Kuro and reveals his position.
The first time it happened to me in a pub where I got tower dived, killed, and the guy was going to die as well, but he then salves up while tower hitting me, I was so angry.
That's the exact same thing happened to me. I had this crazy ass PA, and he just tower dived with healing salves all day, and I was just like, oh, good lord.
Yeah.
Let's see. How's this laning phase really matching up, though? Because it seems like Mind Control is going to be brought back here. If they can actually get this kill, it'll be big, because Mind Control's been getting a lot out of this laning phase so far. He's level 4, but it looks like they will catch him. Era gets the Shukuchi on him. A little bit of blast damage in return, but they do manage to claim that kill for Era. And that kill is definitely needed. He's been suffering a bit in CS, especially in comparison to that offlaner. Mind Control was sitting at 17-1.
This CS chart is incredibly dire side favored. 3 top CSs are all on the dire cores, and then the supports are even getting CS. Rubik has 12. Coddle's about to pick up like another 6 or 7 from this neutral stack, so like these supports are getting just as much as the cores in some ways. The kills do even things up, so it's not like we're seeing a big farm advantage going Liquid's way, but it does really tell a tale of a very laning stage advantage for Liquid that Nip feel pressured to make up for through support rotations.
The big rotations is Synderen, and where he chooses to be. Last rotation was catching out Mind Control bottom lane. It looks like they're going to try and do so again. As a result, he's managed to pick himself up Arcane Boots already. He's going to put those to good use here as another glimpse goes down. They get the bugs on a Mind Control, and again, it looks like he should die here with a sleep. On to GH, they might be able to get the extra kill. The Sunstrike, and that is a twofer. 4-0 now for Nip, upsetting the static laning phase that was a win for Liquid by being able to get these kills thanks to Synderen's roam.
Yeah, that's punishing the greed, and that's what they've got to do. Synderen has been very impressive on this Bane, moving all over the map. He's been involved in all 4 of these kills so far, and it feels like he has been in every single lane. He started off getting the kill at the Shrine, he helped out top, he's been towards the mid lane to harass Miracle some. Now in the bottom lane he's got those kills, so very important they don't let this Brewmaster just free farm towards his level 6 and like Blink Dagger or whatever items he wants to go for. Make it so that he feels more like a true offlaner, getting punished a little bit here and there, and that's exactly what has happened now thanks to Synd.
I wonder how much Nip have, or maybe Synderen in particular, have watched Team Secret. Because this is kind of, for me anyway, reminiscent of Secret's performance with Puppey. He's usually, when he's placed on those roamers, he seems to have a very high impact in lanes, and Synderen seems to have adopted a similar story here with its own unique flavor, with the Bane pickup. Definitely.
Yeah.
Storm, an attempted go here onto Miracle. They've got the glimpse in place. They've got the pullback of the Sentry. They've got Trixie here as well to lend them the extra stun necessary to land the Sunstrike. And that will be all from Miracle in this lane. 5-0 now for Ninjas the Pajamas in this Game 3 against Liquid.
And that's now kills across all 3 lanes. So like you talk about the dire side having a CS advantage as all 3 cores. Well, each of those cores has now died and lost most of that farm advantage outside of the Juggernaut, who has died but is still maintaining pretty decent farm lead on his counterparts. But all in all, I think Nip have done a great job of equalizing things here. This top tower, though, is something they may get punished going for. Yeah.
Oh, that pure damage blowing him up. I mean, that's it's 6.5 minutes in, and Trixie already has his level 6. You don't expect that from the Nyx assassin, and Matu very clearly got caught out by it.
Yeah, that level 6, and he got a bit greedy with the tower perhaps as well, but very nicely played. Nip are playing some pristine Dota so far here in game number 3, and looking for more at this mid lane. Miracle is perhaps caught again. The TP's coming in. They're just going to keep on rotating.
They really are. They're pulling back. They bring all these heroes. Nip, they seem to have a knack for 4 or 5 manning so early on to the game. I mean, we know this is a 5-man patch for sure, but nobody expects it. You're bringing your offlaner to the mid lane at 5 and 7 minutes in. You know, that's just not really done. But here, Ninjas of Pajamas shutting down Miracle early, keeping notably that's a Templar assassin. That's kind of a snowballing hero, right? And they're keeping him down in laning phase, a laning phase that he should win against an Invoker.
Yeah, their TP usage has been like, I feel like they've used more TPs in the first 8 minutes of this game than you'll almost ever see. They're just constantly moving, catching Liquid completely off guard, and they'll be ready to go for some more kills again soon. Trixie's going to have another Vendetta and possibly making the call like, hey, I want to go for a pick-off. We've got the Sunstrike ready. The Invoker with the Nyx Assassin's a great duo. Nyx finds anyone. He's got that extra burst dagger, and it's kind of like the equivalent of the gimmicky Dagon Nyx build, except you don't actually have to build a Dagon.
Well, Matu, he definitely knows he's been scouted out now. That ward, it's not been up for too long. It still has another 3.5 minutes, but it may just be countered as very clearly Matumba Man's rotation was scouted out as he's hit by the Sunstrike. They seem to see what Nip are up to. They're finally trying to change up the game by grouping up themselves, but Nip had the information, and they may try and still contest. They've got 4 heroes near this mid lane. They look for Trixie to make the initiation off of his Vendetta.
There's a sentry. He hasn't walked inside.
Nice double
gets a
stun.
two-hero impale.
And with the meteor over the top of the deafening blast, they might just be able to get Miracle as well. His refraction is already down. Oh, they catch Batubba, man. That's going to be the target with the Fiend's Grip. A nice blinding light. A glimpse back. Miracle's going to be caught as well. Mind Control's trying to put a stop to this one, but Miracle, he still ends up going down. Mind Control's been controlled up by the sleep. He couldn't even get off the ultimate, which means no real good turnaround kills either. Liquid, they just got demolished.
That is such a good play from Trixie. That Sentry Ward is there, and he doesn't even go for the Vendetta hit. He just lines up an Impale from next to the tower. He knows there's no Sentry Ward like in range of the tower, because otherwise he would see it. So he goes for the safe play, the safe 2. Perhaps it could have been a 3-man Impale, but he hit the setup that let the Invoker get the Meteor off the grip onto the TA. That was such a good setup from him, not going for the greedy move, going for the Vendetta damage, and just making sure that Liquid get punished for that aggression.
Oh, insult to injury, Miracles back to base. Gonna have to take the long walk of shame. Lane. Liquid are actually gonna go for a 3-man hook here. Not to be shut down too hard. They're still gonna try and maintain some level of aggression with Matu yet to have used his Omni Slash, and same goes with Mind Control and his Primal Split. So they still have plenty of opportunities to win a fight. It's just a question of whether or not they can find the right kind of initiation here.
They really want to kill Quick, though. He's that big snowballing carry that they haven't been finding a way to deal with, and looks like they do know where he is.
But how can they close that gap? They've really can't, not against the tornado
as well. Oh,
and Cinderin. Yeah. All right, Kuro, man, get him.
Classic Cinderin roll. Tank the smoke gank for the team. Yeah. Miracle could be in trouble here to a Sunstrike.
Yeah, he's been farming away these Ancients of Trixie. Actually, the refraction just came up. They're still going to be able to get the Sunstrike on him, and Miracle may be in trouble. He pops the Shrine, turns Trixie. All right, they get the Telekinesis, and that will mean death, I do believe. Well, instead of dying, actually picks up the kill on, let's be honest, just a little bit of fortuitous timing.
Yeah, just that. It was very fortuitous for him. I mean, I guess Nyx doesn't quite know when that refraction recast is coming online, and Miracle just wants to have it up at all times when you're against Nyx Assassin. So maybe some TAs there would have not recast it until later on, but yeah, very, very heads-up play and a bit of luck as well going his way.
Liquid trying to keep their offlane tower. It seems Kuro not getting caught by that kinetic field, so the Static Storm completely whiffing there.
Not the outcome he was hoping for. Error with the Helm of the Dominator thing. We talked about what's the build going to be on the Weaver. This is not an item we really considered, but it is an item that seems to be effective regardless of the game on any core hero.
Does decent stats, that creep. I mean, how annoying is it? You go for this 1200 HP creep all the time, and you get, even if you do get it, right? Say he doesn't Helm a Dominator a different creep. You say you do get it. Say it's a Purge creep. It's like 12 gold. You expend that much to get 12 gold. It's just awful.
God. And yeah, they're just running around the map with 425 movement speed, like faster than most heroes.
Close. It just turned nighttime. I think that actually cost Cinder in the Fiend's Grip.
Oh, was he? He was looking for the Jugget mid.
Yeah, he was halfway through the animation and it went dark.
Oh.
And he lost the vision. That's rough. Kuro's got Brain Sap, so he did have the opportunity to get a lot of quick burst onto Era. They could have Telekinesis, Omni Slash, and Brain Sap. They might have brought him down for the Telekinesis, and Era is away before all that can occur.
It looked like they were trying to set up bottom lane with that Observer Sentry, or even trying to steal the Shikuchi, but it's in a good position here, and I think warned of that Sentry Ward in lane as well. Oh, perfect. Okay,
that isn't going to be much, but the Static Storm will mean a lot. Liquid, they're going to lose so many here. 1, 2, and make it 3. Koifa picks up one of them, making his mega kill streak, so even the mid lane farmer is able to take some action out of that bottom lane engagement. I actually was following, like, Cinderin seemed to be in a bit of trouble before he got an Invis rune. How did they set that one up? A 3-man Static Storm.
3-man Impale from Vendetta. Again, it was like this. He has been so good this game on the Nyx Assassin. He was just hiding just out of range of the Sentry Ward, knowing that it was in the lane. Hits the 3-man Impale into Static Storm kinetic field, and Liquid just get demolished. That was very, very good. I mean, Trixie making a good case that he could be a potential upgrade from the former offlaner in Kezu.
Yeah,
He's played
Nyx
some
is
insane play.
He really does show you that the Vendetta hit, it don't mean much. If you've got teamwork, you should just straight up impale out of Vendetta as he set his team up for so many opportunities.
Yeah.
Multi-hero impales. I mean, that hero's hard enough to land.
He set up a Carapace on the GH here at bottom lane and immediately charged forward trying to catcall, but GH was far enough back that he doesn't get caught.
The blast will send Air back. He came. He is going to be working towards that Lincoln item after the Ring of Aquila and Dom. Koifa has himself Hanamitis level 12 and a Yule Scepter already. So he's got a potential wombo combo to lay down on Miracle at any point in time. And he keeps on doing this. This is something that I've seen Koifa do that I really haven't seen any other invokers do consistently, which is he seems to kind of scout things out with his Sunstrike a lot more than anybody else.
And I guess there's enough ward positions that doesn't totally tell where your ward positioning is, because like it may bait out sentry wards onto the cliff, or it may bait out sentry wards where you're throwing the Sunstrike, so doesn't really cost you too much, and if it lands, getting a hero down to half HP can potentially stop them going aggressive. It may force them to back off, heal up, so it can put you into maybe a better position strategically.
Thought he was going to be able to get a stun on Miracle underneath his tower. May still try for it here.
Oh.
Maybe a glimpse back. Is down there. Not to try and lay down some vision and make a play. Probably for this, though. They are running low a little bit on time because Mind Control is about to pick up his Blink Dagger, and that will be a very large upgrade for Liquid when it comes to...
Yeah, we'll see how good Hani can be as far as getting the fast fingers on the Static Storms then, but they're not done. They're still going on Miracle.
Fresh Refraction still laid out, but they do have the Static Storm. Miracle pops the haste, but it's not enough to be able to get out of that kinetic field. They may still be able to get this kill. Never mind, Miracle's away, and Trixie's in some serious trouble. Synderen fights it out with two heroes, while Trixie having to do something similar here. Dodges the blast, gets a double impale. Synderen's definitely dead, but Trixie's still making his case. He's still alive and is going to buy his team. A lot of time, Sunstrike stolen out by GH, barely misses, but finally, they will bring Trixie down. Really, there wasn't much hope for escape, just a lot of delay.
Yeah, just not enough follow-up damage with the refraction blocking. Hail, the mana burn, there wasn't really anything else. Like, the Sunstrike is all that there was as far as damage output onto the TA there, and they've still got Primal Split here, so Liquid can maintain their aggression. They've taken the enemy Ancients, they're setting up kind of very aggressively as if they want to jump and take another team fight around this mid lane. Problem is the same Radiant Observer Ward continues to scout a lot, but
Era, is he actually going to get bursted down? No, time lapse goes out just in time. Kuro a little bit slow there with the Sunstrike. Angeli misses out. Blinding Light helping Kuro out. Missed Impale this time around from Trixie. Kuro actually seals it, throws it out real quickly, knows he's going to be dying, and he sure does. Fiend's Grip laid out, but a Yule's actually Storm Panda using the Tornado to stop that channel, and that means Matu is free to beat down Synderen. Era picks up that healing ward, looks to pick up one of the supports in the back line while the rest of Liquid stream forward, trying to grab Hani. Static Storm laid out, trying to do whatever damage he can. Maybe with the Meteor Blast, they can get something. Trixie comes in. Miracle's low, but he pops a fresh refraction. They're going to go for Matu instead, who's been stunned up, but still on half HP. I'm not sure how they could possibly bring him down with all this extra killing right now. Era's going to go for it anyway. Sunstrike, is it on point? No, he gets a little bit of body block and misses out. Now Matu turns, spin to win on top of Trixie. He's going to be able to pick up that kill. And Era, locked in by the mana leak, doesn't have a time lapse away, has the magic wand charges, but cannot get out. Liquid strike back big time, making a score that was once 10-3, now 14-9, and a potential Aegis in their hands as well.
Yeah, and these kills are like the key time of the game. Like, getting those early game kills is nice, but getting the mid game kills which secure your Roshan, which are on high value targets, make a much bigger difference. And
this will be countered real quickly before the Observer Ward of Liquids is taken out. But either way, that Observer Ward did its job. It helped them secure Roshan. The Aegis is now in the hands of Miracle.
Yeah, and they took that fight with like a Midas TA. It's not like Miracle's particularly team fight ready. He's got decent levels, like he's maxed out all his skills and all that, but he hasn't got anything in the way of items just yet. They just outmaneuvered their... I mean, small things like the body block making that Sunstrike miss is something which can really make a big difference as well, so... This game will quickly turn into a let's play for the Koifa late game Invoker. He is level 14, he is free farming, so See if he can have the same impact he did in the previous game, because Nip are going to be set back quite a lot by that failed fight there, but potentially looking to set up a top lane.
He is going to be met pound for pound, though. Nice pick up there on GH by Trixie and Koifa. Miracle, him picking up Hand of Midas means that he is keeping pace a bit with Invoker's net worth. He has a Hand of Midas as well as the Desolator now, and a Blink Dagger, which is sure to be pretty quick behind this Deso, because there looks like it'd be able to take a tier 2 no problem.
Yeah, looks like Sind and Hani hoping for a straggler to like walk down the lane with a TP in, not going to be so fortunate, and we'll have to just get themselves back home. But tier 2 for tier 2, if Nip can get this one tier 2, would be a decent trade. They may just be forced back. Liquid could easily just say, let's keep them honest and pressure the high ground, force TPs back, but instead GH is looking to defend this bottom lane for now. Liquid in
they're kind of
no
doing
rush.
neither. They're not mass rotating. Now a couple of heroes coming back. Managed to slow on to Era, but he doesn't care. Shichi is go, and Kuro not going to be able to catch the Nyx either. Getting threatened a bit. Does have his spin,
alone.
but Synderen might be able to get the Fiend's Grip, stopping all of that. Matu thought he could rely on the spin to be able to get out of this one, but can't actually make it out. The Fiend's Grip holds him in place. Now a silence, asleep now onto Miracle. They can set up the stun combination. He's already lost all of his refraction charges with the Centaur's stun. They hold him in place long enough. He has the Haste Rune still with the help of Kuro. He will manage to get out. Maybe Kuro can get out too with the Shukuchi. Now the jump in. Mind control. Not going to be stunned up by Trixie fast enough. Managed to get off his ultimate and will get the control onto the fellow offlaner of Nip, it looks like. Beginning to make his distance. He actually tried to purge off that invis. Not going to happen. Miracle is in a war here with Koifa right now. He's out of refraction charges. Still has that Aegis to be able to fall back on. Koifa going to give up on the kill. It's going to be Era caught in by the telekinesis. They blow him up with a big blast from GH. Now Synderen's going to be caught as well. He gets the sleep on a Miracle, but it won't be able to set up much with Nip mostly dead or too far away to be able to assist. Another win for Liquid.
Yeah, just good aggression around the Aegis and having the Static Storm there. That's the first time I've seen a Static Storm used on a Centaur. It actually seemed like a decent play. It stopped the Juggernaut from using his Centaur to stomp the Fiend's Grip. If he got that stomp off, potentially he escapes using a Blade Fury or an Omni Slash, but the result is Liquid with the Aegis could just constantly die for kills.
Oh, that Sunstrike's going to be split between the two, and that means Mind Control won't actually end up going down there. Another decent stun by Trixie, but the Disruptor is still caught out of place. Well enough that
feels
Liquid
like
are
Miracle
take one.
he just keeps blocking key spell damage with the refraction. It feels like a lot of spells are being wasted on it. I mean, it's very hard to break the refraction. They haven't got the best heroes to do so outside of maybe the Weaver Swarm, and you can't just throw the Swarm and expect it to break refraction. Miracle will easily kill the Beetle, so this is proven to be very difficult to deal with this late TA pick in the draft. And even though Miracle had a rough start getting ganked and picked off a few times, now that he's managed to kind of salvage his early game, go back for the Midas, get some levels, get a Blink and Desolator, he is suddenly the toughest hero to deal with.
Liquid are going to back him up here. Oh, okay. That's a nice pickup. Sure. Double damage into a bottle. So for the next 2 minutes, Liquid just got this big upgrade in fighting power. And I think Nip, either way, whether they know about the double damage or not, they are going to try and stay away from fighting Liquid. Brewmaster has his primal split. They've already showed their strength. There seems to be no reason to fight into this team for now anyway.
Yeah, Cinder's just going to tuck himself in these trees. He sees them coming with the Observer Ward. Question is if they know he's there, but instead it's going to be Hani caught out.
Hani throws down the Static Storm, but he gets quickly eliminated by that physical damage. Maybe Matu can be taken out with a Sunstrike a little bit more. One and a Healing Ward. He's actually good. Trixie makes his blink away, but another trap is there from the Templar Assassin. Doesn't pop it. Doesn't look like he had vision.
Oh, they found Synderen too, so... Yeah, it just feels like Nip not all on the same page. Like, they're trying to go for these cheeky little pickoffs here and there, but they had the vision with that Observer Ward to know that they were making that move through that jungle area, but Hani getting caught out while the rest of his team weren't really in a good position to fight. Going for a Sunstrike kill, it was a very kind of, I think, low percentage play in general, and if it works out, it's great, but it just feels like they don't need to be going for these desperate plays. They've got a decent late game with the Invoker. It's a very good Weaver game as well, as far as there not being a great deal of control. Ooh, GH, not going to die to that
has enough
combo.
HP now. He's got the Aghanim Scepter, and now
dear.
it's Trixie who has to tank the full Omni Slash.
I mean, a couple kills. I mean, it's one of those things where this game looks very different. If they kill that Juggernaut with that initial Sunstrike, and if they get that kill there with the Sunstrike as well, like this could be a very different looking game as far as the Invoker's overall farm and as far as Liquid's ability to push and take objectives. They lose those heroes. They're not able to group up as they are and push forward, but small little details with heroes surviving makes a world of difference.
Now Liquid are actually going to pressure high ground here instead of trying to do the full coup of tier 2 towers with this Desolator. They're very rapidly threatening this tier 3 tower, and Nip were not in a position to be able to make a quick defense, and they may not be able to fight this one too. Mind Control can jump forward at any point in time, but he's got a BKB, so he will not be controlled and denied that primal split. He's ready to go. Oh, maybe a Fiend's Grip. They can actually get the damage onto him. They can stop him from getting off this big time ultimate, but they just don't have it. A blinding light from GH stops most of that physical damage, and now it's going to be Lane of Raxes, it seems like, for Liquid. They pick up the melee, wipe out the ranged, and a full retreat now. Jump forward from Trixie, 2-man stun. Nip really want to be able to get something to happen, but no! Disruptor gets one-shot by Miracle, and now they've got the control on the Era as well. He's being controlled up by the telekinesis. They eliminate him, 2 down from Ninjas the Pajamas, and all of a sudden Liquid have taken 1 lane of Rax and are gonna tune for 2.
Oh yeah, this is not an easy defense. They can try and delay things using the Nyx Assassin perhaps and the Invoker spells, but an Invoker doesn't have that many high levels in Quaz, and isn't looking like that scary late game Invoker just yet, and the second lane of Rax really puts Nip in a desperate position.
Trax down, melee Rax, little hope. Nip just do not have the proper fighting power without their Weavers. 2 lanes of Rax down by 25 minutes. What a stark contrast. Game 2 and even the beginning of this Game 3, where Nip were hitting so hard that was the score 10-3. Even at one point it was 5-0. Nip had such a good start, but failed to follow through.
Yeah, they never really took too many objectives off of it. They also just, I mean, they were straight up losing their lanes pretty badly in terms of overall farm. Miracle making sure that they lose the farm game by just going for this ultra efficient Midas build, as well as just his overall playstyle was always just focused around his farming efficiency. But even so, I mean, Nip get enough kills as they did. It felt like they were going to be playing at a tempo where they could just keep finding pickoffs using the Nyx Vendetta into the Sunstrike, but it's Liquid who struck back.
4-man smoke into Koifa's silence. Nice 2-man stun from Trixie. And, Matu actually tried to throw out the Omni Slash, but it was blocked by the Spike Carapace and a blink away from Trixie. He managed to get out of that one, but it may not be good enough. He's still going to be comboed down. Mind Control came in big time with that ultimate. He's going to be able to get the control onto Cinderin. Jump forward. Miracle looks for a third. Gets the Disruptor on the back lines as well. Ninjas and Pajamas. I thought for a small moment there, with the Omni Slash wasted, they could actually fight it out, but they are just going to be forced into a good game call. Such high hopes for Nip going into this Game 3 after a stellar Game 2 performance, but unable to close it out, and will be dropping into the lower bracket group.
Yeah, Liquid just did a good job hitting their stride once they got their key item in the Brewmaster Blink this game. They felt like they had the rough laning stage, but they recovered very well, and we saw it in Game 1 as well. Even to probably a greater extreme in Game 1, where the rough laning stage transitioned into a rough early to mid game because they were just waiting for Naga.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team pick. Liquid's turn to pick.
Lone through. Dazzle.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Brewmaster.
Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Crystal Maiden.
Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Warlock.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Weaver.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Ember Spirit.
Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Terrorblade.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining.
War Chief.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
We're seeing the Lone Druid max out that Spirit Bear early, and level 5 Lone Druid, that's where you've got your kill potential. Normally you think mid lane is, alright, kill potential level 6 or something with your ultimate. Like, that's where an Ember Spirit reaches that first, like, real big threat. But for a Lone Druid, you hit level 5 and you potentially have a timing where you can put some pressure on. So I think Lone Druid does fine mid lane. The problem he normally runs into is the rotations, but this is not a very heavy rotating Cloud9 lineup. The Slider can and will very likely pose some pressure onto this mid lane to try and disrupt the Lone Druid CSing, but Warlock is kind of a static support as far as the laning stage goes, so it's really all up to Noya too.
Yeah, and it's not the right kind of ganking pressure that you want, right? Slardar is he tries to run in and slither and crush, but that usually should be counter Savage Roar from the Lone Druid. So he may be able to pressure Lone Druid in maybe the first one levels, but later on, when it comes to actual ganking potential, late level 6 on Ember.
I think it's like you say, just that first couple of levels where Slider can have an impact, and if Liquid are worried about that first couple of levels, all they have to do is send the Dazzle to the mid lane to start things off, and to kind of poison touch that Slider, or even just if he runs in through a Shadow Wave, it doesn't really matter. Skill build wise, it's just about being there and offering that extra body to help secure Lone Druid that first wave or two of assistance. So, interesting couple of drafts. What do you like in Cap? Like, do you like the team fight cooldown dependent Cloud9 draft more, or are you liking what Liquid have put together?
I think I like what Liquid has a little bit more. I think the Terrorblade last pick was a decent choice in Cloud9. It fit some of the boxes to have versus Cloud9. You need some pushing R, you need to have gold DPS, I think. But the problem I see is that their lineup may just be a bit too slow. It's going to hit really hard at about 20-25 minutes, and they're going to unstoppable 5-man force, but I don't think they win the laning phase hard enough, and they're going to have a small window in the mid game, and then as we start going later, I think they're going to have more and more issues. Liquid's so that's the way I kind of see it. I don't know, what are your thoughts?
I could see them even when they hit that big scary mid game timing. They're still slow in the sense like they've got to like walk down a lane. They're not gonna be able to make any like really fast-paced moves. Like the Ember Spirit, he's got high mobility, but Terrorblade, Warlock, these are heroes that just kind of poddle along down a lane. And as soon as you see that coming, Liquid's got 2 great heroes to split push with in the Weaver and the Lone Druid. So I think they don't have to meet that 5-man push. They can just go and tackle other lanes at them and force Cloud9 back that way. But I think I'm a little bit more optimistic about Cloud9, just based on how scary they're going to be, and that they can force an early Roshan as well with the Metamorphosis and with their teamfight advantage. I think a lot's going to depend on the Blink Dagger timings of both Slider, Brewmaster. That those first tier 1 towers really need to go down at a decent time around that, like Brewmaster Blink. You want to have all those tier 1s down, and then Slider's Blink needs to come online at a good time, because he's the only catch they really have to rely on against like this Weaver Lone Druid is going to be his Blink Dagger.
Fortunately, Rise will be just ahead of this aggressive rotation from Liquid. They've got the 2 supports behind Mind Control. Does slot them a aggressive kind of ward that's going to block out the easy camp pull. Sure, Mind Control is a little bit easier of a time. Looks like they're just going to trade 2 for 2. C9 taking the right-hand side. Left. I actually want to talk about this Weaver and the item builds. We've talked a number of times about the Desolator on Weaver, but it seems to be completely out of touch. Everyone's going to Fusiblade. Is this a one game where you want to see Deso? Because you talked about the split pushing power that Liquid has.
Diffusel's pretty good against the Flame Guard this game. I guess, do you want to Lincolns this game is probably one of the questions. I'm leaning more towards the Lincolns not being necessarily amazing. It is though like a 3-position Weaver. It's Miracle playing the center and the safe lane. Actually, I did not expect that to be the case, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the Deso is going to be enough to burst through the high armor of a Terrorblade. I think a Deso against Terrorblade doesn't really do enough. I think you may as well just go for a more defensive build.
Maybe Diffuse Lane. Maybe we'll see Mjolnir out there to help deal with the illusions as well. Better option than trying to focus on power hitting and leave that a little bit more to Currently 1v1 Baby Knight in the mid lane, and as expected, doing quite well in both harassment and getting...
These are two very favorable 1v1 matchups for Liquid, I feel. The Lone Druid 1v1 has the harass potential and the extra CSing advantage. The Centaur against the Brewmaster may be a bit more of an even lane, but it's more the Miracle versus Hestejo matchup here. I mean, Miracle is a mechanically better player. I mean, Hestejo plays that offlane initiating role. Like, you're not picking him to play that 1v1 type lane and win his lane against a player like Miracle. So I think this is a lane that Miracle should come out on top of as well.
You've got the supports battling up against each other. Noya's really trying to force GH to use this shrine. He was trying to pressure into the river, see if he could actually get to him. He's trying to shove him completely out of the jungle. Make sure this frostbite isn't possible. What? Miracle, you can't do that. You can't do that to me. Get a kill against
the salve on the tower. Oh my god. He would have died to the tower hits, but the salve kicks in. Dang. Okay.
And that's going to be very early. Tranquil Boots. Wow. Let's he just get that kill level 2 against a Brewmaster?
He just looked like he just walked in and dived him with double edge at the tower. Walked away. It's casual, you know. He used that first hoof stomp just to get him down to half HP, and then second one to dive the tower with. So Hestejo just misplaying the lane a bit, and again, that's where I feel like the 1v1 matchup's very favorable for Liquid. Miracle is just going to be able to outplay almost most opponents in a 1v1 setting, outside of some of those like class mid laners like No One, Sumail. He'll do just fine in this matchup.
Spirit 13 and 6, so despite all the harassment, he is doing decent. We'll check back in on that level 5 area. Hestejo getting a bit aggressive on a Miracle here, but he doesn't keep up this pressure. You're going to see the power of Tranquil Boots start turning this lane against Hestejo. Dropping those boots. Keep that cooldown going and eke out a little bit.
So, it does seem like Liquid have been deterred from maintaining their aggression at top with their supports. The CM falling back to the jungle to get the early level 2 Arcana. I say early, but it doesn't really feel that early. And Kuro now showing up in the mid lane for some extra harass, and perhaps just thinking he can force some rotations out of the Cloud9 supports, give Mind Control a slightly easier lane by posing a threat in this mid lane.
Yeah, it seems like most of all that GH god doesn't really want to be in top lane anymore, because Noya has so effectively threatened him and taken away that jungle option. He's going to go into safer parts of the Radiant jungle where Noya can't be as disruptive, and as a result, Kuro's going to want Mind Control's best left solo at this point. My extra presence does. Kuro's kind of left with that at home at this point. Be a little bit of harassment at mid, maybe he can rotate bottom at one point. Going to be one of those dazzles that left with question mark, not sure.
Nice Savage Roar from the bear, gets the Arcane rune secured for, well, the Spirit Bear itself, which isn't going to do much, but denying that rune for Baby Knight makes this lane a bit harder for him because he doesn't have that bottle refill at a crucial timing when Lone Druid just hits level 5, so this is where it gets tough for Baby Knight to CS. He's been on par with the Lone Druid up until now, but that's going to likely change the level 5 pickup, at least even when he hits level 6. Like, yeah, you've got an escape, but you also can't really easily get in there to try and farm.
Radiant's top tower is under
All continuing to play up in the face of Cloud9, 1 versus 3. C9 hunt him in the jungle, knowing that the Shikuchi was off cooldown, but Mind Control does stay a slight step ahead of him. Bottom lane, Hestejo goes down again. G manages to make that rotation.
Now they've got Stampede. That's dangerous when you can look at the potential for aggression in other lanes as well. Someone like a Lone Druid, if he wants to go for a tower dive, has that to support him. And ideally they want to try and find even another kill on Hestejo before he gets level 6 himself. So really tough bottom lane for Brewmaster.
Hestejo missing it.
You know,
is going to come over. They're trying to finish up their level 6 on Baby Knight, and then finally we can see Baby Knight and his impact, and I think that first level 6 is going to be so crucial. Can he kill Matumba Man, who's currently killing Rise? He's going to be able to pick up kill for him in that lane. Laning phase seems to be so well for Liquid now.
Yep. And Miracle's just fine. He's played it patiently while he was low HP, let the Tranquil regen get him back to almost full. He saw the rotation with the Observer Ward, with the Slider coming down bottom, so he's like, alright, this lane isn't all too safe. may as well get full HP. So if Brewmaster wants to commit a split, you can try and counter the Stampede away using that Cyclone, but there's still the big question of can you actually do 1k in damage between the Brewmaster and the Slider, and I think that's going to be pretty tough with just a level 3 Slider.
And has his level 6, but he's popped a Remnant towards mid, so it looks like he's just going to head back to mid lane against. But going to need a rotation. I really feel like they need to make some sort of kill happen with this big power spike in the Ember Spirit, whether it's bottom against Miracle or it's against a lone Druid. But again, it's a problem with they don't have the right kind of supports to ensure a kill on Matu. I think he can still outplay it with the right Savage.
Same potentially for Miracle at bottom. He's actually could be in a tough spot here.
Yeah, looks like it. He's going to be stunned up, slowed down, turns around, tries to get the kill on Hesta Joe, actually brings it close to death, but does end up.
He knew the heroes were down there, but he just picked up his wand and raindrop, so he was at a very strong point.
Oh, Jesus, Kuro!
That is a happy sport.
Very, very happy. What is he? All of a sudden level 5? Remember I was talking about he didn't really have a home, no real laning phase for him. Boom.
Suddenly he's level 5 and gets a good like 600 gold because he gets some CS to follow up the kill. It's raindrops, sentries. He's suddenly got some decent early game items. Potential Stampede now threatens Cloud9. Root at mid. Ember Spirit getting very low here again, and this is where Ember... His CS looks alright right now, but some of that has come from the jungle because he's been forced to pull back and leave this lane.
45, 46, and 15 now on Matu, contesting the Terrorblade for top CS on the board. But Brewmaster and Ember Spirit are still getting a decent amount. In fact, all 3 cores on both sides are getting a good amount of CS, just the kills that are really making the difference. Favor, and also the fact that could have this jungler and Crystal Maiden currently up here in the top lane. Ace may get caught out here a little bit, slowed down, managed to eat his way through the trees. Nicely played there. He could have been forced into using EP.
GH already with the arcane boots, something you often see on the CM necessarily, but is a hero that sometimes struggles to have the mana pool to use all their spells once Freezing Field comes in. And and that's where I feel at some point he's just going to accept, like, okay, I can't fight this mid lane. He either needs rotations to come to his lane, or he needs to be the one rotating. Like, I don't think there's a necessarily right or wrong between those two options, but something needs to happen involving the Ember Spirit. He's the hero with the gap close. He's the hero that can make plays happen. Perhaps give Warlock like the mid lane to get level 6 and start rotating to a side lane, because right now could have just winning the laning stage. Part of the problem is, though, if he tries to rotate, there is good ward coverage on the side lanes. The mid lane, the bottom lane, even slightly to the north side, there's Radiant Detection to scout any movement off of this lane from Baby Knight.
Miracle is very rapidly going to be one of those heroes who can't gank anymore with the Ember Spirit. If he completes this Hood of Defiance, that'll be a big magic upgrade.
Then the question becomes, who can you gank? Weaver? Good escape. Lone Druid, good escape. Centaur, just too tanky. And that also has some escape in the Stampede, so all 3 cores will be very difficult to gank and will require just like a couple of heroes, but 3, 4, 5 heroes to be invested in a smoke gank to actually find those kills.
Baby Knight's going to come over now, but with the ward mid and also the pressure and presence of Matu, it becomes a pretty clear read. So Baby Knight doesn't even fish walking bottom. Miracle already playing. Enough. They keep trying to give Noya a little bit of space to farm as well. Savage Roars goes down. Looks like they really want to get this kill on the bear, but they did not have Crush back up, so not even a gank on the Spirit Bear is going to work out for Cloud9. Ace is going to be Dova top lane. Does have the Sundered, managed to get it off. Pops a Metamorphosis, looking to finish off GH. Freezing Field doesn't bring down Ace, but Mind Control will. In the end, well worth it. Loss of GH for that core. Now Mind Control is going to be dove up. Gets the top. Good.
Yep, and that's Metamorphosis even used, which means if Cloud9 were thinking, okay, this lane stage is going horribly, let's at least secure some tier 1 towers, group up with the Metamorphosis, push something down, they've now got to wait another 2 minutes. So they lose the mid tier 1 tower, this is all going on. Matu getting very farmed off of this, and I am very concerned for Liquid. I mean, you kind of nailed it in your analysis of the draft, where it just feels like they're going to be too slow paced. Their early game has been very lackluster. There hasn't really been anything happen on the map from the Cloud9 side. They lost 2 of the lanes for sure, and that one lane, the off lane, the Weaver still got plenty of farm out of it, so they're not really looking in very great shape right now.
I think my favorite thing is it's not just the heroes, but the way Team Liquid's playing it. Every single time that Cloud9 tries to do some sort of efficiency thing, right? They leave Rise in middle, while the Ember Spirit's farming is level 6, or they're leaving Noya at top lane while the Terrorblade is farming jungle. They punish that so quickly. They're so quick to actually mind control's diving tower against Noya. The supports looks like they're trying to rotate and get a kill on this Slardar. They're not letting Cloud9 play an efficiency game because they are so slow. That is the one advantage that Cloud9 can actually find for themselves. Kuro is being caught out a little bit by Baby Knight. There goes the jump away on the Remnant after that Frostbite. Noya manages to stop the freezing field. Now the follow-up here from the Golems. GH is brought low, but now they have the Stampede and the Shallow Grave to be able to keep him alive. Noya is low enough, but Mind Control not really feeling comfortable with the dive here, especially with the corrosive haze on him. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they do manage to get the kill on Hesta Joe. Miracle brought himself to around 250 HP, still good enough, but isn't enough to survive through this. He does still have the hood to be able to turn and fight, but the physical damage is there. He's got to stop. He's going to win this 1v1. Oh, double kill for Miracle. That is the one playmaking hero that Cloud9 have, and he just fed a kill to Miracle Centaur.
Yeah. And it's not done. The damage is going to continue. It's going to get worse. This top lane, oh, okay, maybe no kills here, but Mind Control just continuing to get up in their face. It was a disaster before that Ember died. Like, you commit your first Warlock Rock as well as an Ember Spirit rotation. An Ember Spirit rotation with an Arcane Rune, and you get 0 kills. You drop a rock and have the Ember there. You're expecting 2 kills minimum, I'd say, and they got nothing. And then suddenly you're losing heroes. Like, that is about the worst possible case scenario for Cloud9 that you can imagine.
Matu's been the silent assassin of towers. He took the tier 2 during that whole entire thing. A tier 2 mid already gone by 13 minutes, and he's going to try and solo Roshan with his DD.
He's got a second bear, so I believe this is possible. We'll find out.
Tree summon, and unless something tips Cloud9 off, which they don't really have any vision. Oh, they could see the bugs.
I mean, at this point with the bugs, this Roche will drop too fast to get in here in time. Hestajo's in the neighborhood, doesn't have a blink though, so he may just get Savage rolled away or go down. I mean, he just doesn't realize it.
Boom. He realizes it now, but way too late. Liquid Matumba Man has an Aegis. He's got Dragonlance coming in. He's got a Maelstrom. This is looking like Cloud9 need a miracle to come back in this game.
This is currently it could change. The biggest stomp we've had so far in these DAC qualifiers, but when Cloud9 need to hit that mid-game teamfight timing. We talked about the Blink Daggers like needing to come fast, or their early game being as bad as it was means they're not going to come quite when they'd hope. Hestajo gets solo killed. Means his is, I mean, 14, 15 minutes isn't too bad, but considering you have a 1v1 lane, you're expecting it perhaps a little bit faster. Slardars with the laning stage going to be very late as well, and by the time you get these blinks, Liquid going to have all these tanky survivable items that make them hard to kill. I mean, they've got the Aegis as well as the Dragonlance on Matu. You're going to have lost all map control, all your outer towers. Now,
he's going to be caught out by surprise with the Blink Dagger. Do they have the burst damage of the Stampede? They've got the kill. He can't even seem to finish off the Veil of Discord, such a critical tempo item for the Ember Spirit to give him that big boost in damage, and he can't even finish that much. Cloud9 are now losing their tier 2 at the top lane. They have to rotate multiple heroes if they want to be able to save it. Even then, not sure if they can actually find a kill. Maybe they can. GH going to be caught by the Corrosive Haze and a Crush, but Noya being returned on by Matumba Man. They will manage to throw out the Golem, stopping the freezing field and catching Matu in the process, slowing him down. Savage Roar back. They desperately need this kill, but they don't have a blink up. 3 more seconds, and Matumba Man's running fast enough that they can't seem to get him. Bottom lane, Baby Knight's going to try and put a stop to this tier 2. Matumba Man does manage to make the TP out at top lane, just ahead of that clap. And Liquid are going to take the other tier 2 on the other side of the map. Cloud9 defend 1 tower, but they can't defend.
Well, continues to look grim. Another rock being used.
There's a clap into an ultimate. Maybe he can actually get another support here, just like they got GH. Looks like they'll be able to defend this tier 2 tower near death. And be able to pick up a support for their efforts, but Liquid are going to immediately play aggressive on the opposite side of the map, knowing all those rotations came up. They're going to pop the Stampede. Ace has to play this perfectly. He needs to get off the Sunder before the jump in from Miracle here, but the Lincolns prevents all of this. Just ends up dying like that. And I don't think even if he did get off the Sunder, Matumba Man was in the other side of things, so I don't think he would have gotten out one or the other.
Yeah, not really an escape. And at this point, Cloud9 are committing ultimates for support. Primal Split for a Dazzle, a Rock for a Crystal Maiden atop. It's not their intention by any means. They're going for the bigger prize, and they also, the only way they get these supports is by committing these ultimates, but it really tells the full tale of this game, which is an astronomical lead. 10,000 gold at 16 minutes, but it's also just the fact that Liquid's Lamp is going to scale better at this point. They've taken full control. Map, they've taken almost every single tier 2 tower, just the one at bottom lane remaining, and they're in a position where they could feasibly break through the high ground very early on, so they're going to even start chipping away with the bear.
3 cores beating on this tier 3 tower. Now, what they don't realize is there is a fresh Blink Dagger on Noya, and this could be big. This could be the opportunity for a turnaround for Cloud9. They're going to jump onto Mind Control, see if they can get the control into him, but Miracle! What a stop to put everything on hold. He'll finish off Hesta Joe rotten before any chance of Cloud9 finishing off that kill on Mind Control. Now it's the tier 3 being chipped away to death. The slow death for Cloud9, it seems. Matumba Man, one by one, is going to be able to hit them down. Ace now gets jumped on by Miracle. Drop low. Sunder does go off. He's immediately going to drop anyway, but Matumba Man is low enough. Maybe not. I thought Baby Knight could actually get that kill, but he still has the Aegis. It's not worth committing. Melee Rax is under assault, and Liquid are a force not to be stopped at 18 minutes.
It is GG o'clock, Cap. There is nothing. There is nothing to turn. This game is like, I'm getting like, this is miserable to watch. I mean, if you're a Liquid fan, it's great. I'm not even from like a fan perspective of either of these teams, but just the way Liquid have dominated Cloud9. It's impressive, and Cloud9 have not had a single opening into this game. They have just taken small little scraps. They've had to just throw so much to get those little scraps. It is brutal right now.
Almost a 15,000 gold, 18 minutes. There's the Mjolnir now complete. Mind Control as his Lincolns that we saw earlier, and as a Durance if you want. We're going to have an Aghanim Centaur. He's got Blink, Pipe, Ags. So if you thought the heroes were hard to kill before, with Cloud9's lack of damage, it's going to get that much harder. But
Matu's
maybe,
Aegis is about to expire. He's going to be careful.
Could be the perfect time. Jump on Matu as the Aegis expires. Instead, they're going to see Kuro try and pop him. Don't have the damage. They don't have the distance. Now there's going to be a potential turnaround. They got the bugs on them. Keeping them back. They go ahead and put the static charge onto Mind Control. He's trying to threaten the tier 1 tower. Liquid will wrap from that high ground. Start attacking Ace. Ace is dropping low here just from the bear and the lightning procs. He does have the Sunder. Jump in for Miracle. Is able to finish him off. Matu's protected by Mind Control. The Golem is dropped. They're trying to go into Miracle. Back lines. Baby Knight's going to threaten Matumba Man. He does have the Corrosive Ace on him. Maybe they can actually get this kill until Kuro intervenes. They get the Shallow Grave off. Matu may still end up going down, but it's going to cost Cloud9 so much. They're going to lose Noya. They may just end up losing Hesta. Joe barely gets out of his ultimate in time. That was the last remaining Panda. Hesta Joe looks like he's just going to be walked on here. They do have a stomp coming in from the Centaur. That will be down from Cloud9. They lost 2 of their cores, 1 of their support. It's just Baby Knight who walks away from that. Cloud9, they got Matu finally, and they actually got them a good amount of gold.
They killed a core hero for once. That's a development for them, but that cost them every single ultimate. And then it's like Cloud9's meant to like win a fight convincingly, take a tower or 2 with their ultimates, and then have to back off and play defensively. Well, they got 1 kill and lost 3, and now they're going to have to back off and probably watch another Rax go down, if anything, because once Matu's back, TP's in, we're looking at Liquid pressing for high ground. 50 seconds, no Metamorphosis, even longer without the split or the Chaotic Offering. Fighting right now is damn near impossible.
Mind Control going Deso next, but that's probably more to do with how far ahead Liquid are and wanting to finish this game off than anything else. Miracle's got that Aghanim Scepter. Cloud9, meanwhile, there's really not much to talk about. With items, Baby Knight going to try and work towards a Blink Dagger after that Boots of Travel, but the thing is, that Boots of Travel upgrade that it got, it doesn't really change how they do this fight. Liquid Beating on the tier 3 towers, no responses from Cloud9. They have their blink up, but they don't have the... Oh no! Blink dagger canceled there on Noya. Looks like he got lightning shocked right before he wanted to jump in. Without the golems, it seems a futile effort for Cloud9 to try and contest. They're going to try and jump onto mind control. Miracle immediately responds. Two-man stomp. Shallow Grave is there as well. GH on top of everything else with a freezing field. Ace is trying to target the backline, trying to go for Matu, but Matu's going to kite him around. He's now at a distance. They can turn, fight with the bear, gets the roots. Sunder goes off, trying to finish off Kuro, but the heals are too much to handle. He does finish off the bear, which actually kills Lone Druid, the hero. So Baby Knight gets both the 300 gold and a kill for the kill. Hesta Joe, though, he's being targeted by Miracle, and the amount of magic damage they have, they'll bring him down. Baby Knight can still fight this one out, though. Maybe he can actually get a kill and a support. Never mind. They just seem too tanky. Baby Knight has to hide underneath a shrine, gets that one off, doesn't have a remnant for another second. They bring him down as well. I mean, there's buybacks, but at this point, I'm not sure if killing the supports are going to be able to bring this game back for Cloud9. Kuro manages to get out the Shallow Grave. They bring down Noya. Anyway, Baby Knight caught inside the Frostbite into a stomp. Remnant up, gets away, but Miracle's going to pursue. 3 more seconds till the Blink Dagger's up. Mind Control could just finish him off with physical damage. Instead, they wipe Cloud9 again and again and again, and finally beat them into submission, dominating this game 1. Liquid, 22-6 in 22 minutes.
Yeah, this felt like more the Liquid like we were expecting to show up yesterday, just like crushing their lanes, having a dominant early game. Yesterday we saw them go for like a weak laning set where they had a Shadow Fiend with a Naga Siren. They did do an impressive job that game, like turning things around, coming back and securing their late game, but this is like, I think, the kind of Liquid that you want to see. You don't want to see them just always fall back to that late game carry-oriented play when they can go for this kind of aggressive lanes and just dominate using that early pressure in the off lane with the tri lane. Miracle winning his 1v1 matchup. This was all in all just
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Crystal Maiden.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Weaver.
Radiant team pick. Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Vengeful spirits.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Bounty hunter.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve.
Naga Siren.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Meatball!
Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 5 seconds remaining.
Queen of Pain.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Tiny.
10 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
This C9 draft works very nice.
What does Liquid have to do? I mean, we obviously know Miracle's got a snowball. GH is going to be a big part of that. What about the side lanes here? What do, well, Naga Siren's just farm. What does Kuro have to do in this game? What does Mind Control have to do in this game to inhibit Cloud9's clear progression?
Yeah, I think Mind Control is perhaps the one player who can really step it up and cause problems. If he can be very annoying and disruptive with the supports, keep them busy, make sure that the other lanes can have a better time because the CM, the Bounty Hunter, preoccupied with the Weaver down bottom. I think that's where Liquid can perhaps try and make things swing their way. We may see like a early surprise rotation from like Kuro or GH towards that bottom lane, where Mind Control tries to bait in some aggression, then you turn it around. Using like a tether or using just a smoked up Vengeful Spirit Sing behind him. So this Liquid offlane is where they can look to be disrupted. Alternatively, they may just decide it's a lane that they're going to struggle in too much, but I'd like to see Mind Control get aggressive. He's got the double regen, Tango Salve on the career, so he's going to be playing to stay in this lane and have as much presence as possible.
Yeah, you know, I like that idea quite a bit, Gods. In fact, I would like it even more if Kuro actually... Because I'm not sure how well his time is going to be spent up at that top lane if Hester Joe is playing relatively back. And then later on at the levels, he starts getting those high levels. Supports can't actually fight into that. So maybe his time is better spent in the bottom lane, facilitating Mind Control and put more pressure there, and that could even potentially turn into a tri-lane at times with the Wisp moving around with this bottle could absolutely tether in and help Liquid get more aggressive.
Yeah, this is one of those games where I don't see the Radiance timing of Naga Siren necessarily being the deciding factor. Like, Matu should be, even if he's not getting much help against Enigma, once he has his Arcane Boots, he falls back to the jungle, farms up his jungle, and will just play defensively. We'll see him get either a 16-minute Radiance, if he gets some support, perhaps. If he doesn't get much support, maybe it's an 18, 19-minute one, but that to me is not a problem. The problem's going to be this Meepo and how fast a tempo he's going to set. So helping out the other lanes is going to be much more to Liquid's benefit. And that's exactly what Kuro's already doing. He's setting up in the trees, maybe expecting like an early CM poke and harass, and if CM tries to harass and zone Mind Control, suddenly Bench comes out and you found yourself an early first blood for Liquid. And with that said, Rise is like, he's just done.
Yeah. If CM doesn't show, and they get the right kind of block here, which Mind Control is doing an okay job of, they might be able to get a lot of damage onto the Meepo as well. Baby Knight's pushed back from there. The Ace be gone on here pretty shortly by Kuro. Early poof being used.
Yeah, Kuro's waiting for a CM to show up, I think. But once CM doesn't, I think they're likely, like you say, just go for the harass. You may as well take good storm early on. Ace will take a lot of damage to this.
Yeah, that was smart. I thought maybe they were going to wait for level 2 just to be able to have the swarm, but I think you're right. They're waiting out the CM, and if CM doesn't show, then why can't Mind Control get level 1 swarm? Mid, Baby Knight in a little bit of trouble. Can't quite get the distance for the toss. Still tries to get it. They're actually dancing around Miracle and GH quite nicely, but Noya, he's too scared to go for the kill on GH. He knows that Tiny's going to be able to respond. Instead, just does damage done. At that, the two of them are actually going to shrine up together. And eat the... Get it! Run away, Noya! Alright, he's good. He's good. He kills the counter wards. Maintains presence in this lane once again.
That's a great start for C9. Liquid use their shrine very early on. They get one singular CS on the Tiny. So Baby Knight with 8 CS, 3 denies is winning that battle so far. That'll change as Miracle gets some alone time and gets a creep wave to himself now. But this mid lane, I like what Noi has done to help stabilize this rough IO Tiny lane.
Not only is Vengeful Spirit currently gone on by Noya and Eyes, they might actually be able to get this kill. The help of GH, though, will put a stop to that. I thought maybe with the Orb of
Ace is
Venom,
coming in.
He's actually going to be able to get the net. There it is. With the poof, they should be able to finish off Kuro, and that will be your first blood for Ace. Maybe a second blood. GH does have a tether up. Help me, Miracle. He does.
That is. I mean, I talk about Meepo being fast-paced. I don't expect a 2 minutes level 3 Meepo to rotate mid, but that's exactly what he just did.
Certainly not. Mind Control even tried to come over and get one of the supports, but of Cloud9 staying grouped up together. Nice.
How's our top lane going? Looks like the straight up 1v1. That's what we talked about. Matu get denied a bit here, but realistically, Avenger's not going to be able to zone out or stop Enigma doing what he's going to do. So they just give Matu a straight 1v1. He's actually winning the CS battle so far.
Yeah, he gets the early PMS, has high armor, and then he has the Riptide in the way to affect those Eidolons too for us.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have choose on a 1v.
Yeah, he can really get up in the Eidolons' faces and threaten to kill them quite easily. One of the better heroes to kill Eidolons with. They don't take too much. Like the physical damage is much better for killing them than magic damage. The 50% magic resistance on them is not the most effective way. So lowering their armor, the magic damage from Riptide, but lowering their armor for the right clicks.
Catch Mind Control there. Drop the counter ward. Looked for the Frostbite. If they got that, then they'd be able to get the follow-up Earthbinds and finish off. Barely gets out with Shukuchi. Up now at top lane, seeing if he maybe get a quick kill, and it has to go, though I am doubtful.
Yeah, I mean, no ensnare. I don't even think it's worth getting a point in ensnare again. It's like, you just want to focus on your farm.
They just burst down GH, and now Miracle's in trouble. Noya, he has an extra bit of burst damage. He's got the Orb of Venom. Miracle's just hoping for a 4-minute rune. Won't get that much. Is going to look for the Roshan tonight, but can't get there. A Shuriken finish them off. Baby Knight and Noya are destroying the Tiny Wisp. And
yeah, that is a disaster of a lane at this point for Liquid. Baby Knight farming very well, getting not the best early levels since he's been splitting it, which is not something Queen of Pain necessarily wants to do, but the kills have been fantastic for them. Bottom lane now, Rises looking for Mind Control with the double ensnare. Uh-oh.
Got him. Mind Control moved up. Another net. Down. And I'm surprised he's caught up by that one after he initially dodged the counter ward and Frostbite attempt. They find the kill and
yeah, it was the Invis rune from CM, so got caught by, yeah, it was just a CM like camping on top of him with the Invis. And didn't have vision of that rune to know it was coming.
Miracle and GH, though, they always have their recovery mechanism. Looks like they're going to go on Baby Knight again. Last time they actually died because of it, but this time around with level 5, they do have the burst damage to actually get that Queen of Pain. Lane is back in their favor. All back on the speed.
Yeah, he really needs the raindrops against the Tiny combo. It blocks a lot of the damage with that toss being negated. It means you're not going to die from full HP of the combo, so he's queued it up already in his quick buy.
More concerning. Feeling. Also Hester Cotton, who's free farming. Or maybe 4-1, but it's much more than that for Cloud9. Hester Joe may be caught or no.
I don't think he can get caught. Like, Kuro gets a stun off. There's no way you kill Hester Joe. I feel like Kuro is... He's not achieving anything in terms of posing kill threat. I guess he just wants to get some levels and farm. Like it looks like he's just going for pulls and some stacks here or there maybe. Like he's farming some neutrals, but realistically there is nothing they can do to kill Hester Joe. You're very close to a tower. He can turn Black Hole the Naga with a TP rotation in from like a Meepo, and then suddenly you're looking at turnaround kills. So this top lane doesn't seem like somewhere where Kuro can get much done other than which perhaps is fine in itself.
Needs some help. He needs more than just GH. They do have the magic wand. They're going to turn on Baby Knight with the help of Kuro. They may actually be able to claim this 1 kill and turn it into 2. Kuro here with the magic missile gets blocked up a little bit. He doesn't have the mana. They do get another turnaround kill on Baby Knight. This Queen of Pain just keeps on getting bursted down by the Tiny. The his range up seems not to be enough for him. Or he needs the tankier upgrades and treads.
I don't think going on a Tiny who's got the HP pool that Tiny has is not something that you can bring down with Io sitting behind. Perhaps they thought GH was out of the lane, but just slightly underestimate the Tiny's tankiness there, and the turnaround. Like, Kuro didn't even throw any spells onto that Queen of Pain. Quap died with or without that TP in, really, and it's unfortunate kill to be giving up. With how well the Meepo's doing, and as well as the Enigma, I think Baby Knight doesn't need to go for that kind of aggression. The game is looking in a pretty good state regardless.
Walking back out to the top. Do you think his presence early on in laning phases work, but do you think that Meepo's just too strong to have a presence bottom lane and here at top spending his time?
At this point, if you want to go to Meepo's lane, you got to bring 3 heroes probably. You've got to bring Tiny for one thing. Like, he's the only any chance of contesting Meepo's lane involves Tiny. Weaver's just down here trying to put together some semblance of farm. I think Weaver Venge cannot kill Ace, that's for sure. He'll just turn around on them. Again, they're looking for Miracle. I do not know about
damage
this.
on Baby Knight. They think that'll make the difference. They're going to go for GH in the back lines. Baby Knight turns around, one-shots him. He does have Sonic Wave, but the physical damage from Miracle is rapidly threatening him. The toss is coming up. Miracle attempted to go for it with Noya there. Tried to toss him over to the Queen of Pain. Couldn't quite get it. And Baby Knight will survive this time around.
Meanwhile, bottom, it looks like Ace got the solo kill on the Weaver. That was with his third Meepo, so...
And a Miracle again. They're also going on top. Baby Knight, can he get this hit? No, the magic wand. He blinks forward and will claim it. That's a big kill. They finally bring him down. Meanwhile, on top lane, they did get Hester Joe with the help of GH, but that also cost Miracle. Very likely, Falca Whisk turnaround. Not much time.
It does feel like the mid lane from C9 has been playing a bit aggressive, but there it pays off. Like, the IoT being top meant that Tiny was well and truly alive, and Baby Knight gets good value out of the end of his double damage rune to find that kill. TP on top, they could go for a black hole, and yeah, Matu knows it. He immediately sleeps before the TP even completes. He doesn't go for that. He gets Malefist, black hole. I mean, he's probably going to die there, so good defensive play.
Cloud9 poking at Liquid, it seems, in the right areas here, getting that kill on any, trying to shut down this combination before they get the big power spike when GH has his level 6, and that's when Ace has to be a little bit more scared. He's level 11 right now with his treads and dragon. Like, he's not going to go for the double dragon lance this time, go for the...
Yeah. Initially had the second one queued up, but it feels like he can get active. Get active around the Enigma mech time. That's where very strong. So having the blink initiation, I mean, his team doesn't have initiation. That's what the Meepo is meant to be. Queen of Pain doesn't want to go blinking in first in these fights, and we'll see him probably start rotating towards that off lane to pair up with Hester Joe, who has taken that top tier 1 tower.
Arcana trying to sap all that experience, gets a dust. They'll claim that extra kill. Back over to top lane. Hester Joe turns around, gets some damage onto Kuro.
Ace with the blink. Ooh. In on towards mind control. Didn't actually find the ensnare though. This is danger time for Liquid. The blink has been scouted, so there's no like surprise first blink. I think it would have been maybe a better call to go top with that blink. You know the sleep's on cooldown, and Matu would have no escape from a TP in, blink and snare. That's a dead Naga.
Or Baby Knight low on the back lines, but Miracle is serving as a bodyguard here. H will be medic. Ace is going to come in with his blink dagger, but Liquid are backing away. They don't actually have oh, they do actually have some wards, or all Liquid wards centered around potential rotation bottom lane. And
yeah, they were pinging out Ace's position, seem to be aware of it, but it does mean they'll give up this mid tier 1 tower. So, I mean, for Cloud9, like, you want to be aggressive, find kills, but if Liquid aren't fighting, just take those towers and back off. So they won't get the last hit. I think Quap thought she had it with that last right click, slightly overestimated her physical damage, but either way, tower still goes down, map control going slightly more in Cloud9's favor.
Mr. Joe's feeling good about the space that he's been granted. After this, he's already taken the tower, has mech and runes. Favor, we'll see if he picks up the talked about, add a little bit of mobility. Stain hero to help out. Cloud9 are going to try and use this Evo. Going to keep him farming up for now, or going to try some point of aggression in him?
I'd like to see some points of aggression soon. They've got the Enigma ready to go, really. I don't think there's like a blink or a pipe that you're waiting for anything. At least take these like tier 1 bottom towers. And yeah, Enigma's TPing down bottom. They want to push and fight around the mech, as well as this blink dagger.
Yeah, I think Cloud9
really
have
good...
to...
Go ahead.
I think they either have to be like 5-manning, or they have to be really active there in Meepo and being the ones getting, because otherwise you're setting yourself up for these relocate attempts. Tiny blink dagger finds a pick off from the CM, and this is might be to see that man for C9.
The tiny blink is nowhere near as effective as an item when you're 5-manning. It's the same with like the Slack Shadowblade. Like if you start 5-manning down towers, a Slack Shadowblade or a tiny blink is not going to be able to just engage into you. It puts your life in danger. Tiny doesn't even have any escape once he's committed, unless you want to commit like a relocate to pull him out. So it should be pretty straightforward towers to claim at this point. So and the other really good, I think the useful hero they've got for these pushes is Noya on the Bounty Hunter. He can just get in behind these towers. Like, yeah, maybe here or there he'll get caught out by a dust or run into a sentry and die for it, but bottom lane they found Venge and possibly Mind Control as well.
Now that track is going to be a big kill. They do have the relocate in. They're going to be able to pop past to Joe despite the mech going down. Now Noya and Ace may not have the damage together to be able to bring down Miracle, but they could definitely get GH before he can relocate them out. Now the poof forward. Nice play by Ace. Excellent Meepo control. Gets the 1 kill, starts the poof, and blinks forward with his main Meepo to find the primary damage dealer, Liquid.
Very nicely done, and there's, Tiny had to go for the Enigma because that black hole was coming in and wanted to burst. I mean, you've got to focus one target, so the mech, you don't get full value out of it. You don't want to spread that damage. They take the Enigma out, make sure there's no black hole in the picture, but at that point, there's nothing left for the Meepo, so it's really tough for Tiny this game because there's too many threats. Like, you use your combo on a Queen or an Enigma, Meepo's going to recap. You use on the Meepo, then you're potentially not going to kill him, and then Enigma's going to turn it around with a black hole, so... we'll even see Enigma respond to what just happened by picking up a Vitality booster. Just raw survivability is, I think, all the Enigma and Queen of Pain need to go for. I'm a bit surprised to see the Orchid build up. Oh, Ace. Just continue to wreak havoc. I feel like the Orchid... I don't know, I feel like Baby Knight just wants to tank up this game more than anything, personally.
Old Baby Knight and Hester Joe needs to be able to solve that problem. Hester Joe seems to be on the right point. Not sure about Baby Knight and his choice of the...
Yeah.
Oh, I would feel better about...
It could work for picks, but...
The Veil of Discord still seems like a powerful item. They're going to go for Miracle here, but misses out on the initial net here. GH, relocate, and long-range tether brings him out just in time. I like the GH played the distance game there, holding on to the relocate and tether some time, just because he was afraid of Ace actually catching him. Going to be able to get GH most likely. No, a long-range tether away to Kuro.
Gets near somehow. Okay.
And he is out, so they're good. These kills are all the more important because we can't forget about that track Bounty Hunter brings to the table, all that extra gold that Ace is getting.
Radiance is online, somewhat reminiscent of that game yesterday, a couple days ago from Liquid, where they felt like they were getting beat down badly until they got that Radiance and just turtled up, and that's probably going to be a similar call this game around. Question is, how much damage can Cloud9 do? They're about to pick up an Aegis on the Meepo, and with this Mech Vanguard on Enigma, they have a very potent 5-man push.
Mind Control knows he's thrown the Swarm into the pit, has found Cloud9 doing Roshan, but can Liquid actually contest this? I think they can. They've already got the Aegis in hands, though. Matu holding on to the song. He's going to be able to go for Hester Joe first. Miracle helps him out, lending a helping hand in the toss. We'll be able to finish off that off-laner, take away the sustain, but now Kuro's going to be caught by Ace until the sleep goes down, but Kuro's still going to tick down. As Shadow Strike is able to finish him off alongside the Meepo's Geo Strike damage. Rest of Liquids. I thought they were going to full escape here. Miracle's still trying to play around, see if he can get a pick with this Shadow Blade. Oya has spotted him out, though. If he's not careful, he's going to get jumped on. That Blink Dagger is going to get disabled. He turns around, gets a two-man avalanche. Can they still catch him with the Shuriken? Again, binding them more time now. C9 has caught him. Ace is on top of him. Will manage to pick up that kill and the rest of the meat back.
Yeah, he even like preemptively TP's home, knowing that he probably wants to heal up, ready for the Enigma respawn, to try and take some more objective on the map. They want to just keep on going, running at Liquid before this Naga becomes too much of a problem. And right now with the sleep on cooldown, it's very difficult for Matu to get involved in a fight. Cloud9 may not even have to go for all the T2s and shrines. They could theoretically threaten to go for that high ground play fairly soon. They've got level 3 Meepo ultimate, and they're about to pick up that first Ethereal Blade. That's where there's a big boost in Meepo's right-click damage, especially onto buildings. With double Dragonlance, Ethereal Blade, buildings melt to this Meepo.
Gonna chop him down. Team Liquid don't have too many options.
He's hunting top.
Pushing. Weaver's not gonna be caught underneath that tower. All around, but mind control away into the trees. Good, another she and up that hunt.
There's no Meepo mid now, though.
On a hunt of his own. Again, can't find anything with this Shadow Blade. They're so desperate. Liquid, you can see a very clear game plan, especially with the Shadow Blade on Liquid. They want to try and split C9 as up as much as possible and get these occasional pickoffs with an overwhelming amount of damage. But now Matu may have been caught. He does have the Song of Siren. He's baiting right now. He wants Miracle to be able to come in
5
and
seconds.
get one of these weaker kills. But Matu, oh no, he doesn't have it in time. He gets taken out by Ace. Now GH is going to be the next target. He has a track on him, so he's going to die. Miracle, now with no longer having a clear escape mechanism, is going to have to use his Shadow Blade to try and get away. Fortunately, C9 not having the vision there on their 2 cores.
Oh, see him as a sentry? Not going to get right.
And I thought Matu's Song of Siren was already up, but needed a few more seconds. Rough.
Yeah, those are key kills. Take the Naga out for a little while. Find a couple extra pick-up bounties, TPing to the shrine, and will immediately go on mind control, but perhaps not the result he was hoping for with that TP in. Enigma's mech is coming to perhaps save his life, and
Go to heal now.
Good black hole
goes the shrine, and he absolutely could, but the Orchid's going to come in first. Baby Knight has the control there. Mind control, they need a little bit more, and that's where the black hole comes in. Sonic Wave will be held on to.
Oh, Korea. Miracle. No, it's there. It doesn't look like it. May just be going for the kills and pickoffs. That Weaver's being so annoying with the split push. In my mind, like, using a black hole there is fine. They don't need it push. It's much more about just killing these split pushes than it is having a black hole to push with. The Ace with the Aegis is more than enough.
Miracle, make up your mind, homie. He's like, he couldn't decide. He's like, Courier or Rise, Courier or Rise. Doesn't end up getting either. Now maybe he can get Rise. The problem is, Rise has actually got enough HP to survive through the combination. So if he's not careful...
And, he's got an IO coming in now. Yeah. I know we have the Shadow Blade damage.
There we go. Physical damage. Your recommend. Alright, Shrine's gonna go down. First one.
Doesn't look like they'll go for the high ground push off of this Aegis. I think they'd rather just try and find a fight or some kind of a scrappy brawl where they can just have Meepo go in first and force Tiny like to use a combo or even like an IO relocate save and find a few additional kills. But Ace is in position top, and okay, that is a quick, fast kill.
Kills on mind control, because we said we needed him to be an aggressor and we needed him to make use of his mobility, especially against this Meepo, never to be caught, to be playing in Cloud9's face, but he has been caught a number of times. It looks like Miracle's going to try and set up on Baby Knight with this combination. The toss forward, damage is barely enough. Now they can catch Rise as well, as Matu and GH were set near that tier 1 tower. Noya's coming in with Hesta Joe and Ace thinking they can fight this one, but there goes the Song of Siren. Now, if they bring more... No, they're not gonna fight into that. Ace is still too big, and he has that Aegis, even with the numbers advantage.
That is that fight, or not even fight. That pick off there is like prime example of where I'm not a fan of Baby Knight's build this game.
Oh, this is the Avalanche a little bit, but can they still go on Ace? They've got him low. He just lost the Aegis. The swap into the stun. Nice play from Kuro, getting the distance needed for the disable. Now they go for more. Hesta Joe up next with mind control. Shikuching on in. They get the Wisp balls. Wait, no, the relocate back. That's not what she wanted to do, GH. Lit mind control, go for this one. Miracle is still going to be able to close that gap. Gets a combination onto him. They're playing a little bit scared, though. Afraid of maybe the Sonic Wave as Queen of Pain has come in and tried to go for Miracle with the Orchid onto Kuro, but now that silence is gone. He's going to be able to hit the stun, followed up by the ensnare. Can Matu do this? Sonic Wave will finish off Kuro, but Matu gets a bigger kill in that Queen of Pain. Matumba Man will get out. What a big turnaround.
Oh
a
my
nasty
gosh.
engagement
Yeah.
that Team Liquid in and out are able to find multiple pickoffs.
I mean, that right there is the biggest downside of Meepo as a hero. You snowball, you get really far ahead. One kill, suddenly you've given away a 1,000 gold streak, and he has an 80-second respawn time as well, because he's level 22 at 21 minutes in the game. That's ridiculous. More than a level a minute? That is some absurd rate of experience gain. And he's suddenly put on the sidelines, and that's a big dent in C9's aggression. I think C9 are going to have to look at that next Aegis as looking to close out this game. They do not want this game to drag. Talk about Meepo trying to end games around the 25-minute mark, and we are approaching that point. Tiny's just getting a lot of free picks. I mean, Miracle's played very well. Definitely definitely worthy of some props there, but I feel like the itemization on the Queen of Pain has enabled Miracle to find much easier kills, and Cloud9 have just been a bit too split up and presented too many opportunities for him, but they do seem to know where he is right now. Yeah.
But they don't see him. Lights on through. The dust is going to come in too late. You know, it's funny because I felt like Cloud9 were doing very well for themselves, preventing the pickoffs early on. Seemed to have a pretty ironclad defense for the most part, and then as Liquid kind of kicked up the tempo, they got more and more frantic with their movement all over the map. It seems like C9 lost some of their vigilance in protecting themselves. Thanks.
Yeah. And Miracle's like positioning, he's always like on the enemy side of the map, like behind towers. Like it's these kind of places where you're just not expecting him to be, and you're not really scouting out those areas. Like you about the bounty hunter being very good for the 5-man push, he wants to be on the enemy side of the map scouting. He doesn't want to be posturing himself defensively or keeping tabs of the Tiny, nor can he because of constant Shadowblade used to move around the map. And perhaps we see like a fast gem pickup on someone like Noya just so we can roam around and figure out exactly where Miracle is, because right now he is completely destroying them through his movement.
They force the rotations bottom lane. They even throw out a dust just to see if bounty hunters are on. Maybe they'd go for this Meepo atop, but they want some extra help. Now Matu's here,
Matu's
so surely with the relocate in, they can actually kill Ace. He's going on to mind control, but first he gets the time-lapse off. So now C9 in some serious trouble. Ace is trying to get out with one of his Meepos, but the other ones, I don't think they're going to be able to poof out in time. One of us is ensnared, and there it is. Pick off they needed. They force the rotations bottom, find Ace at top. They're going to lose GH most likely. Kuro actually coming in, trying to lend his buddy a helping hand, but it's just going to be 2 supports that to die. And that is a lot considering the track kills that also come into play because of that one. Would have been so much sweeter just to let GH die.
Good call not to bring Miracle back in. It was one of those scenarios where you're like, all right, we killed the Meepo, we can bring the Tiny back in, but no, there's a black hole waiting for you. And the Queen of Pain Orchid, the tracks, would have been a lot of kills going the way. Miracle just out of range of that dust.
Gives him a little bit of a love tap, but Miracle Shuriken is going to be able to catch him out. Sonic Wave with the Orchid, still not enough burst damage though. Miracle will end up going down in the end though.
Dang. Gets punished for the cocky play. Like he's trying to just go for some style points there. There wasn't really any positive outcome for that. Just casual right-click blink away, and well, the negative outcome was there, and that was giving away his life. Good news is the Meepo has been dead for like 3 of the last 5 minutes of this game. I feel like Meepo's been dead. Died around the 21-minute mark, and died again now. That's like 3 minutes of downtime. At the key stage of the game for Cloud9, Meepo has been dead for more than half of it. That is a big problem for them.
Another pickoff like that, and Liquids, they take over the game, but potentially take Roshan away from Cloud9, which you said is a very important item for Meepo to be able to dish out the game, go high ground.
Yeah, I think if Meepo dies like, one more time, it would be game over, but Cloud9 are going to just secure Meepo himself the Aegis before any more shenanigans or problems come their way. So, going to be a pretty safe Roche for them. Perhaps off of this, Baby Knight's got the money for a BKB, so I don't see any reason to save for buyback. And the only item that they're close to they're missing is that sheep stick on Meepo, which might be worth considering waiting for. Have that and Hex potential to find a quick pick.
Well, they've seen Miracle. He just ran into a counter ward. Now has track up. Ace comes in. Big magic burst damage, and GH couldn't save him in time. So probably going to get an extra kill. GH.
Ooh.
Less Naga Siren's going to come in. Going to help him out, Matu, or are you going to leave him to die? Let's see. He's getting close. That should be the tether into the sleep. Now the TP's away. Good, but still. Loss of the Tiny. Fortunately, Song of Siren is level 3, so...
No Octarine, though, so... Could be dangerous. Mind Control doesn't have Deso, so he's not really posing a split push threat at top as far as taking a Rax here. If they want to force the high ground, this is 20 seconds, no Tiny, and even a bit longer without that sleep, so...
I go back and defend with one of his Meepos, push back creep wave.
Looks like he's going to bring all of them.
all his Meepos.
Yep. Has got the travels, so can quickly get back to the mid lane if he wants to, but... does suggest that they're not going for that high ground play. Like, that very small window would have... I think it's one of those things where Cloud9 don't want to try and rush things, because that's where they've been punished. But they have found consecutive pickups on Tiny, and it finally feels like they've caught wind of how Miracle's playing very deep on their side of the map, and they've finally set up traps for him. They've had sentry wards, they've managed to actually scout out his movements through the river, and that's been crucial as far as finding ways to kind of cement a lead for themselves.
Dealing with the constant Radiance illusions being spammed out at them. Fortunately, they've got the Sustain Meister here with Heist Joe. Guards.
Pipe on the bounty too.
Liquid. They are bringing all their heroes. They're going to try and fight this one out. How do they play this? Do it go for a swap on one of the Meepos? Try and quickly isolate it and bring it down? Do they try and target Hesta Joe? Make sure there's no initiation?
I like the idea of taking out the Enigma first. That black hole is a big problem for them if they try and focus Meepo.
Poking at C9, but they are remaining full HP, not granting Liquid any real opportunities here, quickly killing the illusions. Mind Control's going to come in from the back lines, get the swarm out on those Meepos. Stop. Take out the bugs. That does kind of delay their retreat and brings them lower. But Liquid still not feeling good with going for the Aegis here. They're going to actually get Baby Knight out of that one. GH, he's going to immediately be Scythe of Ice, though. No opportunity for relocate. He was using it, too. The swap goes down, but Miracle's still slowed down. A Song of the Siren goes out from Matumba Man. That'll save both Kuro's life as well as Miracle's. And they also have the buyback now on GH to make sure the Miracle's a fighting force once again. Goes for Ace, but he misses! Ace gets away with the poof just in time and keeps that Aegis intact for another 2 minutes.
That's crucial. Now they've got another opening to go high ground when Quap respawns. Miracle just keeps finding these openings. And this is where I talked about, like, the draft advantage for Cloud9. Liquid are going to have to outplay them, and that's what... I mean, there's been a few missteps here and there from Miracle, but for the most part, Liquid as a team have found great moments to outplay Cloud9, deal with the Aegis, and keep themselves in this game.
Oh yeah, he actually gets in the way of Liquid, who are chasing down Hesta Joe, but now that gives time for Ace to be back into the play, gets Mind Control locked in with the ensnares. He's going to be able to find Matumba Man too. They need something to save him. Miracle comes in, looks for the toss back, doesn't get it, but the Song of Siren is up. Cloud9 did not have the disables to be able to stop that one, so
Enigma
another get out.
Might die to the illusions. Okay, Meepo will bail him out.
Maybe
suddenly
impact.
I feel like his one thing he needed to do this game is just stay alive. And the Orchid, yeah, it found him like one kill maybe here or there, but if he just gone straight Aghanims, like Ag's BKB, like that to me is a totally fine build. Even getting, like, I wouldn't even care if he gone like a Hood or himself this game. Just anything to stay alive as a Quap is what you've got to do against a Tiny. Like, Meepo is going to do all the damage you need. The rest of the team just has to stay there and be bodies to protect him and get their spells off. And that's, like, there's fights where Enigma hasn't been able to get his spells off because he gets bursted, but more often than not, Baby Knight's been the one getting bursted as well. And I think just kind of being kind of tunnel visioned on just going for this, he cut in a Quap build. It's like, oh, Quap, you know, you get the Orchid, you get a BKB if you need one, and that's, I think that's really backfired for Baby Knight.
Baby Knight does not realize how close to death he is. He runs into this Shadow Blade double damage Tiny. He will get bursted again and again. But Miracle Fortunately for Baby Knight, doesn't actually run into him at times. The Aegis is going to expire, but Cloud9, seen this for a couple times today now. The smoke up as the Aegis expires, looking to get aggressive, with the enemy team maybe letting up their guard just a bit. GH, he's going to be spotted out here. Shuriken onto Miracle. There goes an Avalanche. Sonic Wave doesn't actually catch him, but the Black Hole will. Now the swap. Stops the Black Hole, looking for the relocate out, but that one's immediately stopped by a Malefice. Excellent play there from Hesta Joe. Now they've caught Kuro as well. They get the 2 supports, even if they can't get Miracle himself.
Yeah, they'll get the creep wave pushing up as well. Only 1 buyback on those 2 supports. See how much time and space Naga Siren can look to create. Is pressuring this bottom lane, but Meepo, one of the best heroes in the game, probably the best at dealing with split push. Even better than something like an Ember Spirit, able to just send his Meepos back there and just transport himself from mid to bottom back to mid at will. I don't think the Weaver and the Naga can pose a big enough kill threat as well to punish those Meepos in bottom lane. They're already back mid. No glyph. I don't think Liquid can defend this. They can try initiate and get some kills though.
Long up, BKB immediately activated by Baby Knight as the song gets out of range, and Cloud9 will take that melee Rax. Weavers come back in a lane here. But Liquid, it seems like they were caught a little bit off guard by how quickly Cloud9 were able to push. If they were going to give up that Rax. Oh, Liquid, they try and jump forward. But now, Miracle gets turned around by the Scythe of Ice. Here comes that big burst damage. Kuro bails him out. Once again, with the swap. Mind Control going for one of the Meepos in the back lines. Can't lock him down. Pops a time lock, but he's immediately ensnared up. And there's no saving hero now. Miracle comes in, tries to finish off Ace. They can't save Mind Control, but they will get Ace. And they'll get Noya as well. He gets the invis off, but an Avalanche will cover him in shards. DH giving Miracle a little bit of a speed boost, seeing if they can actually catch Baby Knight. They get him with a Blink Toss. Echo Saber hits aren't quite enough to bring Baby Knight down. Blink away. Get out. Cloud9, they got the mid lane of Rax, yes, but it is getting later and later into this game. Miracle now has an Axe.
Yeah, that's one of those Raxes where it's like, well, you got the Rax, but is it too late of a Rax? It's kind of very borderline right now. The 1 Rax advantage against the Naga Tiny is not really going to be problematic for Liquid to deal with. The Ags, the Naga Illusions, they've got plenty of wave clear, and it's going to come down to Cloud9 finding some key kills. Once again, like that Rax very much set off, even though it's just supports, it just gives you this numbers advantage where suddenly Liquid are kind of trying to split push bottom. They're not really set up to defend, and you're able to just overwhelm them and take advantage of the fact that also the glyph was on cooldown. So just pushing and breaking those buildings a bit too fast to be responded to. Oh, Miracle's so aggressive with his position. Again, right outside the tier 3 towers, is looking for a kill. Doesn't find Rise, but see the danger that he poses there.
Seems to want to play these constant numbers advantages and turn it into sort of a constant narrative. A Miracle is always finding a kill, finding a pickoff, always making Cloud9 or down a man. But C9 are grouped up. They're going to lose a lot of map control because of this, and it's going to take them a while to get these lanes under control. They may never be able to do it. A double damage Tiny beats down the tier 2 tower. They get a small initiation on him, force him back as Ace now revives. They get the track onto him. Maybe they can actually catch Miracle. C9 is looking for Matu, though. They know that's an important hero. The BKB activated. Oh, no, it turns against him. Now, Miracle just beats him to a pulp. They get the stun onto Rise in the back lines. Noya, as well as Ace, are covered up in Swarm Bugs. Ace gets off a poof and gets a lot of damage onto Matu. I think he expected Matu to try and get out, but now Matu's covered up in the black hole. They've caught Mind Control as well. Ace has actually turned this fight properly. Gets out with a lower health Meepo, while the rest of the Meepos take down Miracle. GH, who used the relocate earlier and trying to help out with a black hole, is going to be sent right back from whence he came into the track. Liquid lose 3.
Ooh, dangerous. No buyback on Tiny. Naga preemptively buying back, trying to scare away a push, saying like, all right, maybe if I buy back, they won't even go for the push because they'll be scared of the Tiny buyback. But Cloud9 know Tiny just picked up the Ag, so probably can make an assumption that there's at least like a 50% chance he might not have it, so it's worth testing the waters here. Because without Tiny, I think this buyback, this defense is very difficult on the high ground. They need his burst damage to pose a threat. It was like him bursting down the Quap during some of the earlier pushes, being able to burst down an Enigma. That's where Liquid really struggles, when one of those kind of heroes gets taken out early on, and we'll see what Matu can do to delay things. He may just have to, casual sleep. Don't think this is to set up an initiation. I think this is just to buy time. Lift is luckily still available as well.
Might be able to get a little damage on the tier 3s while all this is happening, but Ace to quickly eat up this melee Rax, and the Tiny is just not going to be up fast enough to save that building, but maybe they can still catch something. Kuro's getting in position to throw out the swap, gets the stun onto Ace, but Ethereal Blade from one of the other Meepos helps saves and moves backwards. BKBs on both Hestejo and Baby Knight. Hestejo's going to be the one caught in the ensnare. Miracle, he knows he needs more. They've lost 2 melee Raxes. They can't afford to leave out this fight without multiple kills. They've got a double kill onto one. They took out Hestejo. They try to go for relocate forward to find the rest, but Ace is already out.
Yeah, we're seeing Cloud9, they're kind of actually now becoming what they were in Game 1, a cooldown-dependent team. This Black Hole threat is becoming more and more important for winning the team fights for them. Being able to stop the sleep coming up, being able to lock down a Tiny. That last fight with the Black Hole caught just 2 heroes, but it was also done at a time where there wasn't a Venge swap. It had already been used earlier on in the fight. So the BKB Black Hole, very potent, and I imagine the next time he wants to go for is a Lincoln Sphere, because then he can go for that Black Hole even when swap is available, as well as the Ensnare. So if he can get a Lincoln Sphere, they'll have to throw both those 2 spells like at the same time to cancel, and chances are a Naga may be caught in the Black Hole, so we'll see what Liquid can do. They want to strike back with this Aegis.
That big team fight pickup, because Miracle now going to threaten a lane of Rax of his own here. Takes the tier 3, pushes straight for the range, thinking that they can just get this ranged Rax and maybe out. GH will cover him, potentially with a relocate, or Matumba Man with the song. Miracle still needs a little bit of help, though. He is going to lose that Aegis, and they've actually just TP'd out with multiple heroes. Both the saving heroes are now gone, and Miracle is going to have to try and find his own way out of this one. Gets a blink out, has Shadow Blade or Blink Dagger up in 5 more seconds, but Baby Knight duke this one out. No, he tries to hide in the trees, gets the stun onto Baby Knight, buys himself a little bit more time for the blink. He gets up, Baby Knight blinks to the wrong side, he drink left, and Miracle, he's hiding a little bit farther up in the trees. He has a TP in his backpack. Work. He's good.
He did a buyback, so it wouldn't have been game over, but how does he juke that? That is some insane play and composure in what looks like an impossible position for him to survive. That was a really good call from Baby Knight. Like that was the best play he's made all game, and makes up for some of, I think, his earlier shortcomings. Going for that BKB burst onto the Tiny, knowing that Liquid's trying to Song TP out, and once everyone's Song TP'd out, he's respawning out of the Aegis completely alone, so Miracle somehow outplays the entire Cloud9 team to get out of there still. A clutch play from him.
They could have had 2 heroes with no buyback on the side of Liquid, and that would have been the beginning of the end in just 3 minutes time. Any time during that 3 minutes, like, they force a fight and win it, probably over.
And that's just the thing. Forcing Miracle's buyback at this point is half the battle, and well, man, gonna find Baby Knight double damage.
Double damage, yeah. Oh. The wave of terror on top of that too. The physical damage is not.
Oh boy. Maybe time to split push, because I don't know about fighting and defending into this Tiny.
It's still been found.
Okay. That's a useful pickoff. Makes this Tiny not quite as scary. It means if you kill him and bring him down, he will be permanently dead. We may see something like an IO buyback if Tiny dies, though, and you could relocate both back into the fight, go for some kind of game-winning play. Sejo.
Now Ace, he's going to burst him down almost. They actually get the song, but they don't have any BKB plays this time around with Queen of Pain dead for 30 seconds. Sleep TP out will be successful.
Cloud9 are defending their high ground very well. It's been some of like their middle of the map play that has been a bit more questionable, where they're split up, giving a lot of pickoffs to Miracle, but when they've gone for these high ground defenses, even their high ground pushes have been a lot more polished, and now they put themselves in a position where they buy time for the Queen of Pain respawn. Fortunately, Miracle does get away, and they're not going to be able to force out any kind of a buyback from him, but still, I'd give them like a very slight advantage with where this game currently stands. Mostly because of the Enigma factor. Like, this Black Hole is going to be probably the deciding factor as this game goes on, and if he can farm a Lincoln Sphere, which he's not far away from, there's not going to be any good counters to Hestejo.
When do we start getting late BKB? Ever? Is Black Hole just too much? Is there too much hold? And
I don't think against Meepo, BKB doesn't offer a whole lot. If he gets the Blink Hex on you, you die fast, and the Geostrike slow is kind of what's going to cripple you. Like, it doesn't necessarily, like, I don't think it helps Tiny fight into the Meepo really at all.
He's more reliant on the whip.
Yeah, I don't
Doesn't really
don't really
work.
think this is a BKB game for them so much. For other Cloud9 heroes, it could be, but I mean, they're two cores in Enigma. Quap already have one. Meepo's not a BKB hero, so I think CM BKB could be quite good. Around that level 3 freezing field, you could see that become a high impact spell later on in the game. It's a pretty big slow, both mid and attack speed, that tiny Naga has to kind of fight into. And
It's
if they're
another
going to
hero
be
that
so
can charge the song.
yeah, and they're gonna be so tunnel visioned on stopping this black hole that there's a good chance Rise can kind of go unnoticed in the side with like a BKB freezing field and then get off a lot of damage. He's
Shows
close
up
to
right
Miracle.
underneath Miracle and his Shadow Blade. All these illusions are causing problems to the other heroes. The C9 has to Joe. Runs to Ace for cover. Wait, are they going to try and force this one outside their base? With this many heroes, it seems like a bad call. And yeah, they're going to back away with most of them. Miracle's, of course, going to do Miracle things. He's going to go in deeper. See if he can find that extra pick off else.
As you do. Yeah. As you do. Not sure if they have another gem available in their shop. It might be on cooldown because it does feel like Cloud9 really need to rebuy one as soon as possible. Late game Dota against any kind of invis gem just becomes a necessity. You don't want to rely solely on sentry wards. Bounty Hunter having a gem seems like the ideal scenario, but he wants his Hex first, and that's a big late game pickup for a support bounty. That is some decent farm on him. And definitely where the BKBs you mentioned become more appealing. It was a Crystal
Nice.
Maiden there.
Or Ace. Still good to defend top. The rest of C9 trying to threaten this mid push, but it's coming in on all sides. It's only Ace who's able to push out just a little bit in the bottom lane, but that's already being cut by some illusions.
This butterfly
Oh,
tiny.
the song entrance?
Are they going on the
They
Meepo? Or
they're
they
thinking they can get the quick melee racks, but all they're going to do is force the glyph. They're going to TP out on Matsu. They do have the track onto the Tiny. They also get a lot of damage onto the tier 3 at the same time. They are going to be able to
Matsu
get
is
at least
dead.
Matsu there.
They're trying to get the
racks
top
almost goes
melee. And just trying to suicide for it, and they'll get
Yeah,
it with
they
the
get
Weaver.
it.
Meanwhile, Tiny's back in bottom.
All right, they're just going to try and force Megas here with the death on the Naga side. They're going to be able to get the range racks at bottom. Miracle has already taken out 1 and 2. There goes Megas. Liquid in a swift maneuver, despite losing Matumpa Man, are going to be able to force Megas here, except for, oh shit, the melee rack
They don't
still.
wanna die bottom.
And they've caught GH in the bottom. Turn, Miracle fighting up against a nice use of the Ethereal Blade, able to save the Meepo that's low HP. Miracle now tries to hit a different Meepo, goes for another one. He needs a little bit more. He gets it in the end. Miracle is tanking enough. A buyback onto GH to help out Miracle here with the Scythe of Ice going in. They have a relocate back, but he needs 5
They're gonna
more
kill
seconds.
GH.
They're going to try and kill Miracle first. Oh, they're trying to burst him down. Couple more seconds. GH gets him out. They couldn't go. They tried to go for Miracle first. They thought they
Yeah.
could actually burst him down instead of killing GH.
This is like the Cloud9 late game panic sinking in. Like that IO was such a free kill for them, but like you say, they thought they had Miracle. Like in their minds, they could get that kill. The butterfly with the evasion, as well as just having 3k HP, meant he could survive through it all. And boy, oh boy, do Cloud9 suddenly find themselves in like a what the hell just happened kind of position. Also,
went from,
Enigma,
like-
he solo black holed the Weaver. I really do not. He buys the refresher post this, and he actually doesn't go for the link because I like this better given the state of this game right now. But I don't know about using that black hole for a Weaver.
Rough now, Matumpa Man gonna split up the map, slowly but surely chip away at this melee racks, and he may even be able to overpower the regen at this point. The amount of illusions and the amount of damage they're outputting. Miracle, he could always jump in and just suicide on it, but he does not have, or he does have buyback. It's Matu and GH who do not. Arrow, just
And the threat of the refresher is probably enough for the Tiny not to just go for the high ground. The black hole's on cooldown for now, but you're like, okay, has Enigma used the refresher? Or are we up for a potential double black hole soon? Like, this Hestejo Enigma is going to be a big problem, and ideally the #1 target you want to go on, because that can be the game-winning play for Cloud9. One team fight where you kill the Naga, and then you just go all in for the throne.
I thought Cloud9 had actually dealt really well with that strategy. That was a cool attempt, right? By Liquid, they sleep, they catch all these heroes, and then they just swarm in on the side lanes. But they had Glyph, Hot Montu, and I was like, damn, they did it. But then the push still happened in the side lanes, and they're just left with one melee Rax away from Megas.
And there's, I just feel like limited options as far as Cloud9 go now. They are the ones constantly on the high ground defense. That lone Rax cannot be left alone. And I mentioned Miracle can just fight his way through the backdoor protection if he wants to. There's still no glyph even, so it's really just the potential black hole that he's worried about. But the other counterplay for that is that relocate save. If you can time that right, you can pull your Tiny out of there, but Liquid are looking for a jump onto Meepo or Enigma so they don't have to fight that black hole.
Fly activated around the side. There is a counter ward though. Miracle, some of the nighttime. Find a quick entrance here, but it looks like they're going to bounce out here and try and get mind control on the side here. Noya's been spotting him out. Baby Knight may have the burst damage, or maybe not. They're actually going into mid lane. They've got that melee Rax. Ace is trying to finish him off, but Miracle already gets the Force Staff away, and now mind control is actually turning against Baby Knight. Baby Knight tries to get the blink out. BKB activated will keep him alive, but Liquid, they've already done the damage needed. They don't have buybacks on some of these heroes, so they don't risk anything. They take that melee Rax, they force Megas, and get out rather cleanly. Nobody gets picked off there.
Well, Megas is not game over, but game very difficult now, as I don't think you can just sit back totally if you're Cloud9. I mean, there's a potential Aegis if Liquid really want to play safe and pick that up for themselves. They don't really have, I guess Miracle could drop like his Echo Saber for it, but these lanes are going to be pushing in never-endingly. Like, the Naga Illusions just go to all three lanes. It's not just Naga Illusions, there's Mega Creeps. You're going to be defending for days. So at some point, Cloud9 have to make an aggressive play. And the problem was, when they made that aggressive play out of their base, they had to leave a couple heroes behind, and it was just the Queen of Pain and the Bounty Hunter with his Hex trying to go on the Weaver, but Weaver had the survivability to escape and survive thanks to the Butterfly more than anything.
All right, Ace's in-game items, he's been shifting it up a little bit. He now has the Bloodthorn. He was thinking about the Heart earlier, but the Bloodthorn, he thinks, will be enough for them to be able to tear apart the Weaver, Naga, or Tiny if they could just get on top of them.
Oh, double damage. This is like, I was about to say, I don't think Liquid even have to fight this. They could just go for the base trade, and with the double damage, Tiny's like, yo, Io, where you at? Let's go for some tier 4s.
Exactly what they're going to go for. Roshan is going to be a quick pickup here for Ace and the boys.
Yeah. Aegis on Hestejo, possibly. Yep.
Jeez. Push now comes back in.
Miracle's now gone back for the BKB against like the Maleficent Midnight Pulse. He's probably just thinking like, I can just secure some of these buildings, or at least force a black hole to be thrown through BKB hitting buildings.
Maintaining his vigilance here on the left-hand side, while the Tiny Wisp at bottom. Looks like they're going to try and go on Ace while the rest of his team is in middle. You don't quite get a full-on swap initiation or anything like that, so Miracle just takes a Shrine and outs, seeing if they can force the members of C9 that are mid back to the base.
Bit of money for everyone, but too big a deal, and yeah, this is going to be a slow death by 1,000 cuts if Cloud9 don't find some kind of opening soon. Problem is the buybacks are going to be the big problem. Like, you win a fight off of a black hole, well, suddenly Liquid have everyone back alive, and that black hole or
Rise, a Glimmer Cape, surprisingly enough, is actually keeping him alive, but he finally does get scouted out. Now Kuro's going to be threatened here. Has to Joe moving forward. Baby Knight actually blinking up. They're trying to make this work, but now Tiny's jumped onto Ace in the bottom lane, but he's actually getting turned around on. Bounces away. Ace is going to send all of his meeples up to the farther top lane, while the rest of C9 have to back away from that mid engagement. Now Liquid back away from bottom. Managed to blink out from Kuro ahead of that Shadow Strike, while going in deep as Mind Control picks up the kill onto Noya, allowing Miracle a slim bit of time to hit on that tier 4 tower. A bit of damage done as he bounces back with another Blink Dagger. Now Liquid, Wolves closing in on all sides against Cloud9 members. As to Joe, goes for the BKB, attempt to blink out, but can't actually get anything here with the swarm on him. This is going to be a BKB wasted. He does have the refresher to use, as well as that first black hole. Baby Knight attempts to get a hold onto Miracle. Once again, a blink out, no holds. All the blink daggers remaining up. Mega Creep streaming in, and tier 4's under duress. Has to Joe, hoping to be able to tank most of this up. Kuro takes his opportunity to jump onto him, forcing that Aegis down, and they do get the pop onto GH God. But now Liquid have used the Song of Siren, holding things as in. Cloud9 have to deal with the Mega Creeps first, while Liquid try and recover. Baby Knight almost dies to Megas. Now Hester Joe's going to be jumped on by Miracle. Managed to burst him down. Buyback is up, and he still has those black holes ready to go. The Scythe of Ice in, but one of Ace's meepos are actually quite low. He has to get away from these Megos. They're too much of a threat. Baby Knight doesn't have the level 25, so the Blade Mail isn't going to save him. The black hole comes in, but is it too late? He gets the refresher, the swap off. He needs another big black hole, but he can't quite get it. Batu trapped on the right-hand side, slowed down. Here comes an avalanche and another black hole, but it catches nothing but Megas. Ace, he's battling up against Matu and Miracle. He's actually getting the damage done. He's killed Matu. He's killed Miracle. Somehow Cloud9 with a one-man, two black holes has only managed to kill 2 cores. Liquid have the buybacks necessary, but Cloud9 are going to hold for now against the Mega Creeps.
This game will go on, and I don't know how they do it, but even without the black holes, they managed to pull that fight. I'm just watching Hester that entire time. He's got a beetle on him. He's surrounded by Mega Creeps with the Aegis. He was trying so damn hard to find the black hole opening, but Liquid were just split up, positioning such that nothing was available. And in the end, it's just Ace on that Meepo having what he needs to continue fighting. And Ace didn't even have to buy back. He's still got 2 lives to play around, which is probably one of the more impressive things. He's swapping out more items, now goes back for a Silver Edge. This is, and I was wondering if the Queen of Pain would get, just because that Craggy on the Tiny is so difficult for him to deal with. Now he can Shadow, he can Silver Edge in onto the Tiny.
They're actually going to go buyback here. This is an opportunity, though, for Cloud9 with buybacks being used like this.
Yeah, but I really like the plays available to Meepo now with this Silver Edge. Like Silver Edging in on the Tiny, breaking that Craggy, and then you can Bloodthorn him to get rid of the evasion. You can Hex him as well. He can basically disable all of Tiny's itemization.
Baby Knight has already blown the cheese, and again, Mind Control goes for him, bringing him down to half health. Kuro's been sitting in the trees this whole entire time, but Cloud9 say enough is enough. They're gonna force it, and here comes the reload. Liquid are just gonna try and dance around them. They go straight for the tier 4s. Mind Control easily has enough damage to be able to beat down these tier 4s rather quickly and go for the throne. Hester Joe is left alone against this to try and put a stop to all of this, but it's just not gonna happen. The Glyph goes down. Song of Siren on the other side, so Cloud9 aren't getting any damage done to the buildings. Mass TP's back. Mind Control's gonna try and finish this up with the help of Miracle and the BKB. Clean Liquid finally do it. They finally close out this game 2 against Cloud9, an ultimate rat affair. They get it done in true fashion. Alliance Woodbrow.
Whew. Yeah, Cloud9 made them work for it in the end with all that Mega Creeps, but yeah, it was Liquid who really had to scrap their way into this game. I mean, it was a very Cloud9 driven strategy, and it was Liquid who had to respond to it and constantly react. First in the draft with the Tiny pick, which I don't think any other pick could have really done what Miracle did this game. It was definitely the perfect pick for the draft as far as being a chaotic, space-creating carry that just kept running around finding kills in the early to mid-game, and in the late game, he gets items where he can actually fight into the Meepo as well. So, perfect pick this game. Even so, I think Cloud9 still had the tools to draft to win it. They just couldn't quite close it out when they had their timings with the Aegis mech.
Team secrets turn to ban. Team secrets turn to ban. Liquids turn to ban. Team secrets turn to pick.
Known through
Dazzle.
Team secrets turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Ember Spirit.
Liquid's turn to ban. Team Secret's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Team Secret's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick. Team Secret's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Crystal Maiden.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Legion Commander!
Team Secret's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Life stealer.
Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Team Secrets turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Secrets turn to pick.
Jen.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Soul Warlord. 10 seconds remaining.
Back into the game. Small crash, but we'll be able to see the wards placed out. Legion Commander, our offlaner, already placing a nice ward to be able to scout the Chen's rotations here between top and middle. And we're also going to hit against the Ember, which I imagine matches up very favorable.
Yeah, it should be very, very good for him. I'm liking this troll set. This is one of the new ones. Looks more like Monkey King, or it looks a lot like Monkey King. Having flashback. Oh no. It works. When you said it last game, me stupidly like, oh, is it broken? It crashed, so I clicked it, and I didn't crash. But I was just like, why would I click it after Cap just said it crashed? Like, but Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it seems okay.
It's all reactionary, you know? We just hear things and we do things and you know, things and sometimes...
Yeah. Yeah, but this 1v1 matchup mid is fantastic for Troll. We'll likely have to see early help, or just they're going to have to sack the lane and focus on winning some of these other lanes. CM's not the best hero to kind of sit around the mid lane. You either want to be farming the jungle or perhaps zoning the off laner a little bit, but staying near for some of those pull camps, so... Not sure how easily they're going to have to deal with this mid matchup. But that's Ember's... I think that's a big reason why Ember has not been getting picked quite as much as it used to, is because laning stage is this hero's one biggest weakness with certain matchups.
Gods, if you could go ahead and do me a favor and tell the Dota TV people they may need to click the audio channel on.
Sure. Since some of you watching in Dota TV, if you can currently not hear Cap, you need to reselect the audio channel, toggle it off and on, and then you should be able to hear him again.
Alright, Dazzle's going to be sitting behind Mind Control, who's already feeling Puppy's presence here with the early Satyr. Not much Dazzle can do about that one. The Satyr Tormentor is going to get off a good amount of damage against this Legion Command. I do like the idea that most of the time Puppy's been like, he'll show up and maybe he'll pick up his level 3 before he even does his rotation, but putting a lot of emphasis on zoning.
Yeah, this looks like this would be a problem lane for Secret if not for Puppy's presence. Like, I look at this 2v2, Dazzle Legion against CM Lifestealer. Immediately carried Lifestealer doesn't do well trading hits with the Legion early on, and CM, very low movement speed, bad at fighting early on. They do lose Puppy's creep though. The last hit even going to Mind Control, so that's some decent golden XP picked up by the Liquid dual lane. And Puppy doesn't have best creep to grab. He gets the Mind Stealer. He's going to go for some mana burn play, which is annoying, but this is not really the optimal position to be in as a Chen. You don't want to be like sitting around in this top lane with unable to farm with that mana burn creep. He may fall back and try find some stacks, but ideally he needs to transition into some items and levels at this point.
Been trying to keep my eye on this mid lane matchup and see how how dominant Miracle can be with the Troll over the Ember Spirit, and it does seem to be off to a pretty good start. He's forced Midwan to Shrine already, has a decent number of denies. I think there is a chance for rebuttal when Midwan starts getting the higher levels of Flame Guard, but for now it does seem Troll to be able to win that matchup pretty handedly. What happened to Kezu? Oh dear, Kezu. GH, he struck again.
Yeah, interesting.
Oh,
and
no.
they flop a Sentry Ward, so they get some vision. They see he's still up there. Not sure. Not sure Sentry's going to do all too much. He'll lose that vision soon enough.
Puppy, he needs to pick up that level 2 and send Kezu home.
Yeah, that's actually probably going to be the play here. The Shrine's there if you need some extra mana to support that, but yeah. Not looking good. GH is just going to linger around. I wonder at some point if you go for the kill, but yeah, Puppy's coming in with his level 2 now.
There's the send back. Not too much time lost for Kezu. It's not the total disaster it could have been without Puppy's influence.
Yeah, imagine if you have a Chen, how long he could be stuck up there. Gotta wait for like a flying courier with TP if none of your teammates can rotate down to bring one.
And the lane's pushing in for him as well, so he'll pick up some experience. Right out. Okay. Up his level 3. Later on, this game's gonna look kind of nasty for a Lifestealer. They do the Solar Dart Lifestealer bomb against the Lone Druid, which you talked about is a potential way to deal with him, but he's still gonna have problems with the Spirit Bear. Then you have the Troll on top of that, who I think is a distinct counter to the Lifestealer, and in some ways, so is Legion Commander.
Yeah, I think they've got a lot of really nice little counter picks, so will be tough for Secret to play around that, but definitely I feel like this early game, like for mid one, especially in the mid lane, has gone a lot better than I expected in this 1v1. I mean, I've never seen a Troll Ember on this current patch, or really even on previous patches all too much in the mid lane, but Ember has managed to pretty much go even on CS, despite the harass and lane potential of the Troll Warlord.
Away, GH, run away.
Don't go near that cliff again, though. He wants Kezu back there. Mind Control level 4. Kuro's now rotated towards mid with his Dazzle, so thinking that there may be some kind of aggressive move coming out soon from Puppy on the Chen. Doesn't seem to be the case right now.
Rotation from GH and Kuro. Is Miracle going to eat his way through these trees to get the surprise initiation? Pops out, gets the axes onto mid one. They kind of need a bash here to ensure this kill, or maybe they don't. Just the right clicks from the supports will do it. But Miracle's going to be caught underneath this tier 1 tower. The last tower shot to finish him off. The CM. He managed to get that counter kill. So 1-for-1 trade-off. That's not bad for Secret, considering the way that Troll wins that lane.
Yeah, not too bad. It was the first blood, but even that was picked up by the Rubik, so too bad at all. Rubik gonna be getting some decent come because of it, but mid one's instantly back to the lane, gonna be getting his level 6 fairly soon. Once he's level 6, there's not really much kill potential onto him unless he like overextends going for a dive of some sort, so definitely good news for that. I like the play from Liquid trying to chew their way through those trees to get that kill. Good play to shut down M1 if you can get him before he hits level 6, but it does somewhat backfire. And they'll be hitting the phase boots on Troll Warlord soon, but as said, they can't really do much more to pressure mid-1 now that he's about to hit 6.
Yeah, that is something, right? The draft pretty heavily faced against a Lifestealer, but Ember Spirit will have a pretty free game when it comes to his mobility. There's not a whole lot of lockdown from the Liquid side of things. They just have that laning phase matchup, which is favorable, but everything else should be good for mid-1. He's really going to have to carry Secret for this game 1.
Yeah, for considering they picked the Ember in the first 2, it's a little surprising how little lockdown Liquid have picked. I mean, they're going to be relying very much on the duel to kind of either lock him down. They've got the telekinesis as well, but it does feel like they may be a bit short-handed as far as dealing with mid-1, and well, they're going to have to deal with him now. He's rotating bottom with a haste rune. Seems to have been scouted out. There were lines being drawn by Miracle saying, hey, look, this is a very possible rotation. They will see mid-1 now with the Observer Ward to know that he's coming back mid.
Mind Control's had a free go of it. Picked up his phase boots. Got a good amount of CS for an offlaner, 24 and 1. Compare that to the Slardar. Kedzu only 13 CS. We are going to have a smoke rotation. With that ward, maybe they could have scouted out the fact that, hey, they were playing pretty passive. Looks like there's a ward there. So maybe with this smoke rotation, we can catch Liquid off guard here, thinking that they're safe from further rotations. So they're going to run into GH first. GH has already popped the smoke, sees the rotation now, is going to be caught immediately. Now, Secret not immediately turning for 2. Pylai die a little bit slow there on the Frostbite. Is not going to be able to catch Matu on his way back, but that's okay. They've got the presence now in lane, and Matu is probably just going to have to leave.
Yeah, that's the kill which sets you up to push tower. You're looking ideally for the lone druid, but you take the first kill you can get. Interestingly, Lifestealer infesting in is going to scout out this lane, see what's happening there. Goes in with an ensnare. MP
To be able to press the attack, but here comes the chain. The duel on the mid-1. Mid-1 is dropping faster than Mind Control. They will manage to pick up that victory and get the Shallow Grave onto Mind Control. So MP, he's going to be stuck. Gets bursted down. A big hit from GH with the Fade Bolt finishes him off. And now Pylai Die going to be chased down underneath the tower by this bear. He stops the bear up for a moment with the Frostbite, but he's still going to be caught in the end. 3 down from Secret. Nice turn from Liquid.
Yeah, it just feels a bit too aggressive to make that play when you've just got that kill at bottom. You've rotated 3 heroes bottom, kill there, and ideally the follow-up play there for Secret, the safe play is just to pressure bottom tower, which means top lane is vulnerable. So going aggressive top lane as a Lifestealer when you're in the vulnerable lane seems a bit counterintuitive, and Liquid doing a very good job to punish it.
Yeah, Mind Control even immediately rotates bottom, and the tower takes almost no shots whatsoever because Mind Control comes in with that level 4 overwhelming odds, and a Chen push just melts like that on that big-time nuke. So they defend their tower completely, no chip damage really done, take the safe lane tower away from Secret. Secret, they seem to be doing okay for themselves in the laning phase, but it all goes wrong with those first rotations.
Yeah. I think mid-1 felt like he couldn't really stay in this lane. While there isn't much kill threat on him, he also can't easily farm the lane, so he's trying to be that big active playmaker moving around the map. First rotating bottom, then trying to rotate top, and has not found much success this game so far.
There is still the top CS for NP, so that one death does set him back, but he's still going to be decently up there. And that we're sitting 3rd right now. Do really need that armlet. They do really need the Blink Dagger for Kedzu. And it looks like he is going to be finishing that pretty quickly. So there is still opportunity for Secret to take back control of this game. but it's going to be dependent on that addition.
Yeah, he's not even upgrading to the Tranquil Boots, which I think is important here to get that blink at the earliest possible timing because of how important it's going to be to find some pickoffs using the Lifesteal. Lifestealer doesn't want to just sit around farming. He's going for the Armlet first as well, which is a build you go for when you want to fight around that Armlet timing. So we'll likely be seeing that early blink used for good stuff.
GH runs in a mid one, but he does have a remnant out.
I'm watching, I'm like, what's his play here? And then, yeah, sure enough, has a good escape.
This'll come in handy.
That is the thing with this this Ember Spirit, the change up, and all this magic damage. Rubiks have been picked up quite a bit against Ember Spirit. We're realizing, hey, that magic burst damage that Ember's outputting, it's just as good when Rubik is able to steal, and it serves as a nice escape mechanism.
And layer sage, you have some magic resistance in the null field.
Yeah.
So not all too shabby. And as it stands, Liquid have weathered the storm of the early game aggression from the Emissary. He does hit level 9 now. His next big aggression likely to come off that Veil timing. He ideally wants to get it around this blink, which Kezu's just about got. So 11 minutes in, we'll be seeing Kezu pick up the blink dagger, and we're getting word from MP on the lifesteal that he's just a little bit short of the armlet, so may not quite be ready to go for that smoke movement until they get the armlet complete.
As a result, from those slower timings, they may end up losing their mid tower. It's into 9 range now. It's that one rotation, right? That top lane fight that they had, it sent Secret back quite a bit because you want that armlet right now. You want to have that blink dagger. You want to start making those rotations and try and punish, but fortunately, Secret not ready to go with the timings. Again, GH just being a thorn in their sides in this mid lane, always pressuring and then jumping out again. The guy will come out from mid one.
He was trying to see if he could like snipe the tower or something, and mid one wasn't having any of it. But like you say, it's just this constant nuisance that he's applying. He's creating some space elsewhere on the map. The troll is able to farm the bottom lane. The lone druid rotates in the jungle. They're about to hit this timing where they've got Maelstrom with the bonus 200 attack range. So Matu suddenly hits his first timing where he can really join his team and perhaps offer some presence in a fight. Has got the maxed out Rabbit as well, so all that extra attack speed to go with this. But here come Secret. No armlet, but they want to fight. They want to find this lone druid. They see him with the observer ward, but Matu is very, very fast.
He's sitting in the trees. They placed down another ward just to try and get the vision of Matu to ensure they get this successful gank. Matu's playing back. They've got 3 wards all around this area. Team Matu deep behind his tower.
His bear's going to scout him out in a second.
Bounce back.
Oh, dire scan up top. I see Kuro.
Trying to judge, I think, how many heroes are down here in this bottom lane, and if mid one can catch any of them. If they are top, they are finally finding Matu. They're going to be able to rage out with the amplified damage across the phase. It's close, but he gets an entangle. He could have chased him down with the phase boots and gotten that last click, and this is where the timing comes in, gods. If he had the armlet, he's definitely dead there.
Yep. He's had the money since the infest, just through the gold he's been getting while sitting there, but yep, not having an armlet makes all the world of difference there. Mind Control gets his blink, which allows him to blink TP out just before Kezu finds him in Secret. Waste a lot of time with this first blink pickup. They've had the blink now for a full 2 minutes, and during that 2 minutes, MP has not been farming. Kezu's just not been trying to find kills, and they have not achieved anything at all. They're going to try and resolve things by taking a tier 1 bottom tower, but they could theoretically try and defend it using the overwhelming odds, or they can just look for trades elsewhere on the map, and it seems Roshan is the call. With Battle Trance, they kill this very fast.
Yeah, they've got the Arse armor on the troll to slow down those Roshan hits. Less bashes means more right-clicking time for Miracle. And mid one, we've already said he has to go in big in general in this game, but he has to go in real big right now if he wants to be able to stop this Roshan. He already puts out the Veil, starts going on to Matu, but there's the duel. Mid one in trouble, has no saving grace. Secret, they come in too late. They may just have to give up Roshan now. Kezu picks up the invis, but a counter ward laid down and keep on beating into Roche. Secret infest in, try and find an opening with the invis as they wrap around, but it's just not going to happen. 5-2 now with Liquid holding a large lead, not just Aegis, but a 3,500 gold lead and about the same in experience.
Yeah, they just catch Secret off guard. Secret's like, well, our ganks haven't worked bottom lane, let's take a tower. But the second they showed themselves committing to the tier 1, Liquid's in the pit, killing that in no time at all. And, well, they'll try and turn that Roche into further clashes or objectives now. Mind Control is ready to go with another duel in 3 seconds' time. And is being pinged out, and this Lifestealer may just die here.
Oh, he's thinking, I've got a little bit of farming time, but Liquid are too fast. They catch him. They're even going to be able to kill him by the duel time, so we get now 34 extra damage on Mind Control. He is going to be that third core. Sometimes you see Legion Commanders, and with this kind of lineup, you might expect Secret to be able to take the early game, duels not being found, and Legion Commander looking like a relatively weak third core. But with this kind of progression on Liquid, all 3 cores are going to be nicely farmed and have a lot of damage output.
Yeah, the Battle Trance in the duel gives Mind Control so much right-click potential, and yeah, 34 duel damage already makes a big difference for his damage output. He's got solo kill potential on most of these, even the core heroes, like the Ember, the Lifesteal, the Slaughter. Theoretically, with a Battle Trance, he can kill them on his own almost. Perhaps just like one Blade Mail or Armlet away from being able to do so.
Yeah, I think if it was a weaker game, maybe the Blade Mail would be necessary, but this game, he's far enough ahead, he's going to go for the Armlet, and that'll make that Battle Trance even better. Once he has that Armlet, I think you're absolutely on the money. He can solo any core at that point.
For Secret, the answer's got to come from finding some pickoffs here. They do not want to necessarily scale late with a Lifesteal. The Ember is not going to be farming well enough. They're being out-farmed, they're being out-picked off, and they need to find some kind of engagement here. Mid one is swooping in behind, smoked up.
Still waiting on the Lifestealer. They pick him up with the smoked up Slardar, and they're going to come in from
already
behind.
prepped, though.
They're going to be able to see Kuro, and that's going to be an excellent first pick, but the press the attack is already removed, and Kuro manages to get the Shallow Grave off on himself, and now Liquid, well, maybe Miracle? No, he pops the Battle Trance, turns and fights NP. NP can't actually fight that one out anymore. Mid one, he's going to be caught inside the Entangle, unable to get out. Miracle hit by the Frostbite, but again, that's still an Aegis hero, so they can't finish him off. They can't get that one pick off that would give them those numbers advantage. So Liquid keep on pushing forward. They take the tier 2, get Ember Spirit, another smoke gank, gone.
That was the worst possible timing. The weave wore off like 2 seconds after that fight ended. We wore off. So everyone had plus 16 to 18 armor on the Liquid side through the weave. That was the worst possible time to try to get kills with Slider Lifesteal. The Ember did some good magic damage, but there was no other source of damage. And 17 minutes, Liquid on the high ground. Oh boy.
Stun out instantly, double blinked on into Kezu. Mind Control gets control, but there's still the Miracle damage. They'll get the win. Trading creeps back and forth. The Helma Dominator and the Chen get a Frostbite onto the Spirit Bear, trying to deal with that sieging hero. Might just be able to kill it and get that 300 gold. Press the attack onto the Spirit Bear. Not going to be enough to save it. Matu takes a chunk of damage in return, but a nice turnaround. What a crush! GH showing Kezu how it's done. Gets a double crush out. And now Secret, it's just MP and mid one. They have buybacks, but who the hell wants to use it this early on into the game? 18 minutes. Mind Control going to be slowed down now. Press the attack, removed one disabled, but a won't move the other. But they have to deal with Miracle. He's dealing with the melee Raxes and is still getting out. Another crush out from GH. God with a huge nuke over the top. Legion Commander finished one off. MP drops low. Miracle still has his Aegis. They're putting everything they have to finish him off, but they can't quite do it. He bounces back once again, gets a little bit more chip damage on the range Raxes, but Kuro says, we're done, guys. A successful push. Let's not push our luck as well. 11-2, 18 minutes in, and melee Rex gone. Liquid are way ahead now.
That was like such a good timing. Normally you see teams focus on getting all the outer towers around that first Aegis. If you can get it like 15 minutes into the game, you're not thinking high ground. But Liquid look at their lineup and like, we've got a lone Druid, Spirit Bear, maxed out Rabbit, can actually break down buildings very fast. On top of that, you got this Troll with Aegis, Battle Trance. They actually threaten the high ground, and Lifestealer, Slaughter are not really ready to fight. They want to play this pick-off style of Dota, but when Liquid are grouping as 5, forcing down a lane, all 5 heroes weaved up, this Slaughter Lifestealer duo is being entirely mitigated. They can't do anything. They can't engage without just getting punished. The second Kezu goes in, he's getting jeweled up, picked off, and any hero you go on is getting graved. If you go on Kuro, he's staying alive. He's got a Solar Crest now. This Solar Crest is going to make Secret's life even more difficult.
Yeah, his initiation, as we saw from the mid lane, it's hard. It's not so simple, right? You can't just jump on the Dazzle and expect good results. Not only tanky, he's got that press the attack, the other saving mechanism of Team Liquid to be able to help out that healer. So it seems like at this point, Secret can do nothing but just farm, and Liquid are free to just ravage towers one after the other.
They're
with
going
a
high
lone
ground.
druid and a troll. They take tier 1, tier 2, and now push for tier 3 all in the space of about 30 seconds.
Another weave. You don't really want to fight in the next 5-6 seconds because of this weave, but ideally you engage as the weave wears off, and gonna perhaps be the timing. The scan sees this smoke rotations. They know exactly what's coming their way. Mind control could look for the jewel. High ground
Miracle.
ward does favor Secret though.
But they get the cat award now on it.
And they can go back in if they want, or they can look to just fall back, take out some shrines, get some map control. They're not in a rush necessarily. They can wait for that second roach timing, but similarly, they also know Secret wants space to farm. They need more items. They need a blink and some on mid one. They need the Desolator on the life stealer. It really feels like Secret are just hoping for some breathing room to get a couple of items, and I think Liquid are just going to keep pressing forward to not give them that breathing room.
All right, here's the setup again. They're going to defensively weave. Then they go high ground. They're going to start beating on the tower and have that battle trance, and that's going to be the exact time that Secret don't want to fight. As you said, the build up on weave. But what else do they have? Like, they can't just let Miracle beat on these buildings with battle trance the whole entire time. Attempting to initiate now as the weave starts going down. They're going to mind control. He still has some more armor, plus the solar crest, the toss back by Kezu, and they get the AoE control. Miracle, now they manage to get a duel onto MP. Miracle help mind control claim that kill, as well as Puppy up next. The buybacks start flowing in, but they haven't managed to kill any of the backline heroes. Mid one's going for Matu, but Puppy's already called it. GG. Secret. You just get demolished in game 1. Liquid look incredibly strong.
That was such a good draft execution from Liquid. Like, they dominated with that Troll Lone Druid. I feel like this is a strat like they used in a scrim once, and they're like, holy.
Team Secrets turn to ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Team Secrets turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Secrets turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Slada.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Team Secret's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Weaver.
Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Team Secret's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Team Secret's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Click.
Team Secret's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Disruptor.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Team Secret's turn to pick.
Dark Seer.
Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. Team Secret's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Team Secret's turn to pick.
Queen of Pain.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 5 seconds remaining.
Ember Spirit.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Farming a grid, it's going to be find a way to make sure you can get those towers. 'Cause if you can take early objectives as well as get those kills, you're going to be in a very advantageous position.
We push out. Wards. Control is actually going to block the hard camp.
Okay.
This is a rather common ward, which may still be countered. Potential rotations. Disruptor's not going to be needed in lane all the time. That is one advantage of having a Weaver against a Bat Rider. So he is going to be... Who knows? Maybe... And even gank up the mid lane pre-level 6. All important. Trying to keep that Ember Spirit down before he gets his remnants. But he is going to have a lot of backup, right? You've got GH, the Wisp, who's going to be able to help the laning phase offense that is coming out from Secret, help give them on the side of Liquid a little bit more assistance.
Yeah, mid lane rotations. Perhaps Puppy's the one who could theoretically look for that around like his level 3. Smoke up and go try and catch him by surprise if you've got like a level 5 Queen of Pain. But Disruptor is likely going to be kept busy by this Bat Rider because Bat has a lot of regen, very laning-oriented items, and he's going to be looking to contest the lane for the time being. No one going for any aggressive bounty room plays. It looks like we will just be seeing a pretty standard setup from both teams.
All supports trying to block out the mid lane to give Midwan the best opportunity. He can the creep wave on his side of the hill against a melee hero. He can really like that little bit of a bump. Both supports are going to smoke up now. Oin Kezu in the bottom lane. See if they can get a quick kill. The first blood for Kezu and also get him level 2, which is also quite important, particularly against Luna lane.
GH not here, he's walking back to pick up his bottle or something. I imagine this could be disaster for Liquid's tri-lane to start things off.
This lovely path does go all the way down and around, but they just pinged it on the side of Liquid. Batrider maybe gave the info that there's nobody here at the top lane, so...
You also expect the, Slider's going to be bomb with Dark, so you don't expect him to necessarily be hidden. And similarly with the Disruptor, you expect him to be showing top and trying to zone mind control, so it's really unconventional to have both supports missing, and I feel like we're at that point where teams have seen this level 1, both supports hiding in the trees enough that they're somewhat wizened up to it. With that said, they are still there and hoping for something to turn up.
You know, if they're really clever gods, the first wave should give you level 2 on Darkseer. That didn't happen because he had his split experience with the support sitting on right here. So they may have also noticed that little fact. Oh.
Yep, that's a good point.
Not to. Just going to be farming the neutral, staying away from this spot, and Puppy and Bylai are still there. They're still waiting for their opportunity. I'm not sure if Liquid's going to give it to them ever.
This is starting to become a lot of wasted time for them. At this point, it should be very apparent that these heroes are going to some kind of shenanigans. Miracle's playing up the lane, so he's basically accepted his fate. Like, if they smoke gank him, he's just saying, alright, I'm dead. Like, there's no escape for him if he's getting smoke wrapped on, but it seems they were well aware that they were in this bottom lane because Slider has now left the lane, going for the bounty room, which isn't even there, and will have to back off to his own bounty room, potentially, if he wants to catch up on some experience and farm.
Idwan trying to finish him off. He does have a fresh Shadow Strike, and here comes the Wisp, the turnaround, the tether. We've seen it before. That'll be first blood for Miracle.
Yeah, went for the early Sleight of Fist value point to try dodge Shadow Strike, although it looked like he'd been hit by it regardless, so really mistimed. Didn't see what happened there, but the turnaround does happen, and that is a lane you're meant to win as Queen, and one overextension, suddenly it's going slightly the Ember's way.
Highlight Eye and Puppy, what you up to, buddies? They're kind of sitting around in this jungle area, hanging about. Looks like Disruptor is going to try Slaughter Illusion, push back the Wisp from being able to stack camp.
At this point, Matu's actually the top CSer. He's had 3 heroes down in his lane for like the entire first 3 minutes, yet is still top CS. Obviously, those heroes were hiding and hoping for a kill, but that is worrying for Secret.
One, you gonna jump for it? Nah, he decides against it. He might be able to kill GH, but he very likely die to Miracle as a return, so that's not worth it. They wait for a separation, get a Thunderstrike on a GH. He's so low, but the bottle will keep him alive. Pylai die, just sticks around in lane. Right-clicks Miracle.
They're sharing bottle charges now. Yeah, Miracle's bottling up GH. Puppy's trying to come in from behind, but constant bottles. Miracle doesn't have his Searing Chains anymore, and he's actually in trouble.
Sleight of Fist! What a dodge from Miracle! Puppy misses the crush that was necessary for them to be able to stop this pursuit. Now Miracle might be able to get it. Chains, high ground, Wisp balls, they got him. Puppy dies.
What a play. I love that buyback too from GH. He knows he can come back in with bottle charges to turn this one around. Mid one, you got to be careful, my friend. Luckily gets the Arcane Rune. That saves his life. That was an insane play from him. I don't know about that, but the fast fingers at least get him the rune, and he gets out of there okay.
Playing some high-risk, high-reward mid-plays right now between these two teams. Very aggressive in each other's face, but it is coming out to the favor of Liquid so far, 2-1, thanks large part Miracle surviving. That's Sleight of Fist play. Top lane, we haven't talked about it too much. MP versus Mind Control. We said Weaver can deal with this 1v1 better than most other heroes, and see the resulting CS 25-4 compared to the 15-1 of the.
Yeah, there's nothing back can do to zone a Weaver. Like, he gets Magic Wand, and you've got to use Napalm because otherwise you're not really able to farm in this lane as a bat outside of Fire flying down lane. So you basically accept the fact you're going to give Weaver a permanent 17-1 charges, but the result is at least Mind Control. Getting some alright farm himself, has 17, 18 CS in this lane, so I think both sides getting what they want out of this lane for the time being.
As he's working towards, he does actually pick up early boots here, so we won't have the immediate mech. Soul Ring boot. Level 6 finally picked up our Amber Spirit mid, so Miracle won't need that helping hand from GH as much anymore, which is why he's top lane. Dead give the...
Puppy's gonna try to bring some wards top. I believe they're kind of fed up with mind control, getting all this free XP and farm, and they want to contest it. Iris Scan will spot mind control walking back through, but doesn't look like they're gonna be able to find this kill. He's now got Flaming Lasso as well, so rotation potential is there for the Bat Rider. It seems for now he's happy just to keep farming it up in his jungle, look for that fast blink dagger.
You know, I have praised Secret multiple times for Puppy and his rotations. Nice chains from Miracle, but unfortunately that will not grant him the 6-minute rune. It's bad.
Double damage as well. It's not going to be able to get bottled up for now by mid one. He's bottled back on the courier.
You know, Puppy always finds a way. You know, his rotations in the laning phase, I think, are very often a key to success for Secret. And Liquid have completely shut him and the Disruptor out this.
Yeah, I feel like Puppy has been in some ways the early game MVP for Secret in all their games so far. He's been able to get so much done with early pickoffs for him and his team, and this is the first game the first series where it feels like a team has figured him out, like watched his movements, figured out where he likes to play, and just made all the right reads, because Puppy has been completely neutered, and we have not seen any success out of him. He's fairly low level now as a result. He's really only had some bounty runes here and there to kind of pick up his farm and experience growth. And over on the Radiant side, like the IO's got more than him. GH is level 4.5 and working on a decent bit of CS as well. So this is concerning for Secret. This Slardar is currently not looking like he's going to have a particularly well-timed Blink Dagger.
On the Dominator picked up by the Luna. I was checking for Satyr camps. He does pick up that Helmadom on the career.
Yeah.
If he can grab that Purge Creep, much like we saw from Necrophos in our...
Yep. There's one not too far away from him if he wants to go venturing out there. Level 7 now with an Eclipse, so yeah, he's holding onto a TP ready to rotate. May see a smoke rotation early with him. Problem is, against the Darkseer, it becomes very obvious if you rotate off the lane, because the lane's always pushing with Iron Shell, so... You can't go missing too long. Matu checks a couple of camps, doesn't find a Satyr, and he actually scouts it with the... Oh, the crew was heading mid anyways, but if he was... I thought for a second he was using that to scout, but he may have seen the Satyrs there if he wants it.
Matu trying to get a kill here. He's got the Eclipse sitting high ground. He's going to pop it here. One of the Eclipses does hit the bird, but it doesn't matter. He's got enough to be able to finish off the Darkseer. That came as complete surprise to Kezu.
Oh man, he was going for the bird as well, Cap. That's the efficiency play.
Yeah, that's what it is. Matu, maximum farm, baby.
Yeah. Nice use of the Eclipse. Often you see a rotation, but getting a solo kill on a barely farmed Darkseer at this point is well worth it, and just means he's going to now spend the next couple minutes farming more so than rotating with his team.
Even better, gods. That camp is now going to have a fresh wave at 9 minutes. Better chance for the Satyr.
Anything else you think he'd consider other than a Satyr at this point? Like if he found all right, I'll take that instead, like a Centaur or a Frost Mage or anything?
Maybe it's possible, like the Hellbear Smasher. I think it's the highest damage dealing nuke besides the problem with the Satyr. You want either one of the Satyrs, right? Could also be the big Satyr that would also nuke. Maybe that Hellbear. It's tanky and it also does a good amount of damage with its...
He's taken the alcoholic Kobold Foreman with him.
All right. I always like to see that movement speed is insane.
Yeah, it's pretty nice when you get it early on. It can be a big difference maker. So right now it feels like not a whole lot happening in this lane stage, which is mid lane. Miracle gets a bit aggressive, but that's good news for Liquid. Like I feel like their lineup is the one that wants to have a fairly quiet laning stage if possible. No kills for the Darkseer Slardar duo. Queen of Pain not dominating her lane. A quiet laning stage is a good one for Liquid.
Absolutely. Atu's farming away. Miracle is actually going to pick up the treads before early Veil Discord. But his timing, all these timings for the cores, right, are more around 15 minutes. Especially the Bat Rider, who I'll actually have that Blink Dagger before 15, as it looks like that Glimpse is not going to be effective enough, but maybe the Kinetic Field holding him in. He is over the cliff here, but he's got bugs on him. They are going to have to relocate in. They're going to be able to catch Pylai Die. DH with a level 6 before 10 minutes, maybe catches Secret by surprise.
Yeah, that was a good relocate. Like you said, very early level 6 on the IO being the big thing there. Luna even TPing in to shore up that rotation as well. Leaves Kuro down bottom to get a bit of farm, get some levels himself, get his own level 6. And he gets given the trust of the Kobold to help assist him down there. But top lane, back comes Team Secret, but this just doesn't feel like they can do a whole lot to Matu. He's tanky enough, he has some good early game farm and can't really be dealt with all too easily. This is dangerous now. We're entering the stage of the game where Mind Control's going to have a very early blink, and as far as Secret's blink go, the Slatter, it's a long ways off. So this game, at least as far as initiation advantage goes, is going to heavily favor Liquid. Now they're at a stage where they can use their smokes. That's all Miracle really wants, is a teammate who can initiate for him so he can follow it up, dump all his damage in, and imagine we'll see Liquid start getting very aggressive in the next 3 to 4 minutes.
Ooh, that's an early Static Storm, but not quite close enough. Maybe he didn't feel comfortable laying it down. But
yeah, I think if Puppey timed the crush perfectly, he would have followed it up on the crush, but without a crush, it was a bit challenging.
Secret, thanks in part to the Tome, they do have that critical level 6. That was part of the problem, right? Once that laning phase, the first couple of rotations don't work out for Puppey and Pi, then you have a low level. Oh god, mid one runs right into it, Eclipse with the mini stun of the Moonbeam itself, the Loosen use. He manages to quickly execute the Queen of Pain. What a big pickup for Matu.
Yeah. And Mind Control farmed an Ancient stack. I realize you can do damage to Ancients now, but I did not ever really consider, like, oh, Batrider, Ancient stack. Sure, he got like 8 or 9 Napalm stacks and took out a nice little stack of Ancients there, so he's now got his Blink Dagger and some on top of that. It's level 10, so this Batrider going to be a scary force at this stage of the game. All 3 Liquid cores have good farm and have hit timings they want for their item pickups, so dangerous times for Secret, who, if this was like a passive lane stage where they were at least like playing a farming efficiency game where like Puppey was level 6, close to his Blink Dagger, you'd be like, alright, they're going to get like a 13-14 minute blink, but Puppey's only not even halfway to his Blink Dagger.
Is there something about the Disruptor that makes the Blink Dagger more important for the Ember Spirit? Because he's not going Veil. I was trying to figure out, is it because Mind Control is going to go Veil? Because Veil's mega value. It's not just Ember, but it's Batrider as well.
Yep. I mean, it does give you that ability to just blink on top of Disruptor, blow him up, but typically, yeah, I'm totally as confounded as you are by this one, where I guess you're just so used to seeing the cookie cutter build that you just don't expect something a bit different, and this blink in some ways allows you to be more aggressive, because you can just constantly blink Searing Chains in and have the remnants to escape.
Speaking of Napalm, they do have the relocate coming in from GH and Miracle. They throw the first little bit of nuke. Static Storm catches some, but the Kinetic Field's going to be stopped. Kuro managed to get the Telekinesis and a good crush following that up, but now they actually managed to get a really good Sonic Wave that hits multiple heroes, but it just doesn't seem to be enough for Secret to fully win the fight. Maybe with a relocate back, though, they can kill Matu. No, he gets a TP away as well. They trade 1 for 2 unless they can get Mind Control. Yeah. So that'll be 2 for 2. GH, don't make it 2 for 3, or maybe 3 for 3. Almost gets Puppey. The balls, it's not good enough. All right, 2 for 3 in the end, to the favor of Secret.
Yeah, a really good job bursting down Miracle there. He was in a very dangerous position to just destroy that fight with a haste room, but that one Slatter crush was all they needed to throw all the damage they had on him, including the Sonic Wave. And if they don't burst down Miracle there, he's able to like come in and out of the fight, perhaps bottle up, use his wand, and get multiple Searing Chains off. Even a 200 HP Ember who's still alive can have an impact on a fight because of that haste room mobility. So very good defensively played team fight by Secret. For Liquid, didn't get a chance to get any Eclipse off. I think it was still on cooldown from the previous one, and that was a big missing factor for them. But the biggest thing was they missed the initiation. Batrider didn't get that clean blink lasso off. They relocated in almost expecting that lasso to have gone off, but he just slightly misplaced it, and result is Team Secret win their first clash of the game.
Your 1 tower is going to fall as a result. Attempt to deny here from mid 1. Doesn't hit. Miracle still sitting with his aim. is trying to
Oh,
find
there's
that
a
pick off.
lasso.
They're going to find it on MP. There goes the lasso. They're going to follow up with the chains, but MP does get off the time lapse. They threw down the ultimate there from Matu as well, just to try and get that burst damage necessary to kill MP. But they didn't really have the controlling abilities. Telekinesis wasn't there. Speaking of telekinesis, Curl's going to be pulled back. Nice vacuum turnaround there with the telekinesis. Does a decent amount of control and damage, but nothing Liquid want to fight into.
Yeah, they fumbled that one on MP. They threw an Eclipse. They threw the triple Fire Remnant. They really went all out to try to get that kill, but they needed the full-up Disable more than they needed those spells to be used. Kuro was just out of range with his rotation in for a Telekinesis. Doesn't have the gap-closing capabilities of an Ember or a Batrider, so they couldn't quite follow it up, and slightly misjudged, as Liquid will have to go back to the drawing board, wait for some of those cooldowns to come back up. A good sequence of plays gives Team Secret nice little second wind here, as MP is proven to be very effective on the Weaver. This has given Puppey room to try and finish off his Blink Dagger now, up to 2k gold. He's just a camp or two away from finishing this off.
That is be a big difference for Secret. This whole entire time they've been operating without any really hard initiation. They've just responding to Liquid's aggression. Now they can finally retain control. Miracle did change up his build. He's going to go for Lincolns now instead to help deal with that glimpse. I think I might be totally wrong here. I think you can actually blink as you get glimpse back into the static storm. I think there's like a quarter of a second where you can blink before the damage. Maybe that was the idea of Miracle, as well as the offensive abilities. Vacuum back into the wall. Mid one will have, thanks in part to the Arcane Root, the opportunity. And 7-5, nothing.
Yeah, they get the tower top, but it's back.
Static field, not going to be able to grab Curl. He'll run to the safety of Matu.
I think Liquid just happy to perhaps play around more of the farming game now. Matu's continue to accelerate his own item progression, and Weaver is not really the biggest threat to a Luna in the late game, so this feels like a pretty good lane game for Matu just to outfarm everyone and not really be contested too much in the late game. Does have to worry a bit about the Darkseid wall, since those illusions will hurt him and his team. But outside of that, it does feel like this is a game where Luna is going to scale better than most of the other cores around. Puppey with his blink. Gets
Miracle stuck
Miracle
inside the static storm. Secret Bull a lot to make sure that Ember Spirit does die, but they know, especially mid one, quite familiar with the way that hero can snowball. Well worth the kill. They're going to be able to find
and a
more too.
+1.
GH gets caught on the side of the trees. Good blink in from Puppey. Would seem to now struggle against Secret. They were doing fine in the laning phase, but now as we start getting to the second phase where Blink Dagger is up on Puppey, things are beginning to almost finished up, working towards Manta on MP, so not the early Diffuse Blade, not the early Desolator either. That Manta is a nice quick reaction spell. We've seen Lincolns usually being picked up against the Batrider, but it seems MP feels comfortable going for the quick Manta usage. Oh, never mind. There's Lincolns. Who was I clicked on? Was I clicked on the right
on
here?
The Luna?
Jesus, sorry, maybe it was.
It's early. I don't know.
Zed. What is Zed?
Zed? That's random team name from WESG qualifiers. But yeah, so what are things looking like now? So as it stands, Luna's still top of the net worth, but I think Secret are going to be continuing to look for fights. They've got this Blink Dagger up, they've got Smoke ready to go as well. Perhaps they wait for MP to finish his Lincoln Sphere, but I feel like if you're the aggressors, you're the one getting the jump, that Lincoln's isn't necessarily the biggest deal. You shouldn't have to wait around for it. They'd love to win a fight, get a pick off, and then try and use this Slatter Weaver to take an early Roshan.
Also got the Blink Dagger coming in on Darkseer. With that combination, if they can get it, vacuum into Blink Crush from Puppey, that might be worth waiting for.
Mid one gets a Yule Scepter for himself, so he's got a nice setup, also a nice defensive tool if he blinks in aggressively and there's like an Eclipse or a Searing Chains on him and he just needs to buy himself some time for that blink to come back up. So Does feel like Secret are just about ready to go, and there's the 4-man smoke. They show mid 1 mid, making it a little bit less obvious what is going on, and we'll see if this loop around. They'll be bypassing Observer Ward, so this could catch Liquid by surprise.
Bit of subterfuge for Secret. Wrap it around from the side here. Trying to make their long way into this mid lane. Kuro and GH are positioned accordingly, though.
They have scanned it too. They have a pretty good idea of where Liquid are, but they also know that they haven't got the best approach onto this one. Matu in the front is very tanky here. He's got 900 HP. Doesn't quite get on top of them. Now he will.
Yeah, he has that nighttime vision. Secret's been spotted. They're going to glimpse back, thanks to the ward. Send back the Bat Rider. Secret now away from that ward. Still holding their 5-man group here, but Liquid are not going to push it. Bit too dangerous there. As a whole, Liquid have dodged the threat quite nicely and can return to farming, right? They don't need to try and force a fight.
Oh yeah, again, to go back to the draft, this is where Secret don't really shine, is being able to push. They can't just say, okay, our smoke failed, but now we have 5 heroes bot. Typically, you go for that, you know you're the team who's like in a slightly better position, ready to fight now, which is kind of Secret with the Lincolns on Weaver and the Blink initiation. If you 5-man smoke to the enemy side of the map, you don't find a kill, you take the tower, but their draft doesn't push in timely fashion. They'd be giving up probably Roshan if they go for that bottom lane. So at this stage, pushing the bottom side of the map is not really worth it for Secret because of that Rosh trade, or even just trading for farm elsewhere on the map. It's going to be a losing exchange for them.
Darkseer. Miracle is so close to his lane too.
Seen an early gem pickup by Kuro. Definitely one of the players and captains who really likes to prioritize getting a gem earlier than other teams, but we'll see what he can make from this one.
Keep their tier 1 alive. Not going to be able to defend that one. Secret and it now rotating top, mid 1.
He's out of there.
Hoping to be able to set up some sort of Yule Scepter play with the Storm, but Miracle rather, excuse me, playing it safe. And, you know, why wouldn't he? Honestly, Liquid's getting all the farm they need right now. Matu is able to make the most out of the jungle more than any other hero in this game, so he's finishing up that Manta, which will allow him to push down lanes again with very little commitment from Liquid, and that's one of the beauties of Ember and Luna on the same team. Ember pushes out these lanes with, you know, very little to fear for the most part, thanks to Luna with a wisp behind him could do similar with just the illusions or just the hero with the relocate.
Yeah. The Lincoln still does not protect him against that Slider Disruptor duo. Like the Blink Crush and the Static Storm will still be able to take Miracle down when he's split pushing, so we'll still have to play fairly cautiously around this item pickup, but it does make it a bit harder for Secret to engage on him. Will definitely deter Quap from going for any kind of Orchid build, and it looks like Quap is thinking Lincolns as well. Try and take the Bat Rider out of the game. If you get Lincolns on 2 out of these 3 cores, Darkseer I doubt will get one as well, but just having the double Lincolns on the 2 main carries for Secret make it very difficult for the Bat Rider to engage. That isn't really the best way of breaking those Lincolns. Like Matu on the front lines with a Lucent Beam, but they haven't got the best access to it. There we go, mid.
Crush, Lincoln's broken as well. The Static Storm holding in Miracle. He can't make it out of here. Liquid will leave him to die. Maybe with an opening like that, Secret can take that mid-tier 1 finally.
Yeah, the Rosh is the other objective they'd like to go for, perhaps, but this mid-tier 1 is, like, I don't know if you're going to get a better chance to take it. He's still Shikuchi, which is annoying, and Puppy's in a pretty good position here if he doesn't get caught out and blown up to start things off, and that seems to be Mind Control's idea. Take out the opposing team's initiator if possible. MP's got a Lincoln's. If you can get Slider or something, or perhaps a Queen of Pain.
Oh, mid 1. He gets a little bit too far forward. They try and give him the Lincolns, but it's not going to stop that AoE damage. But a nice Vacuum Crush. Turn things around. Maybe the relocate out. GH does manage to save Kuro's life there. Matu is going to be chased down by MP, attempting to go for the kill before the time lapse, but it's not good enough. The physical damage isn't there. Kuro can't finish off Puppy. A glimpse backwards again now. GH from when he originally started here with Mind Control in tow. They're going to try and chase MP.
Okay, that's back.
Still has the blink forward and the gem. Lane break.
That's going to do a lot of damage. Is that going to kill him? The 1 charges are there. That's one more tick. 20 HP.
Wow. If any
Blink
of the
forward?
Spirit Balls.
Yeah. That 1 charge just saved his life there. Dang. Nice attempt from Mind Control and a great team fight from Liquid, punishing mid-one's positioning there. He went in way too aggressively there, perhaps just thinking because they'd killed the Ember Spirit, there's no way that Liquid's going to defend it. But when you get gifted a kill like that, you sure as hell will fight into that one. The big thing there is Matu makes sure he gets the Eclipse off before the counter initiation comes. The second the last is off, he's using that Eclipse because he knows Darkseer Slaughter are going to be using that Vacuum Crush combo to try and counter initiate to keep the Queen of Pain alive. So very quick burst damage coming out from Liquid, punishing mid one.
Mid one's trying to work on a Linken's of his own, but Dual Scepter not served to help him. Not engagement. 9-9, 25 minutes in. Liquid are beginning to bounce back with this farming time in that team fight. Small experience. Now, the bigger danger is talked about the lack of pushing power from Team Secret. They aren't managing to make these team fights work, which means they don't hold a whole lot of map control like onto at this a very early mid-game aggressive lineup like this. Wanted to be able to take that tier 1 burn, and it's still quite healthy for Liquid to play around.
Yeah, and not being able to take Roshan is probably something also that they were hoping for this draft of theirs. And yeah, tier 1 tower standing, Roche untouched, 26 minutes in with a Slaughter Weaver. Things have not gone according to plan for Secret, but they also haven't gone disastrously either. They've managed to at least be in the more dominant force in the mid game, but that remained the case. Mid one is being hunted down here.
Oh, he doesn't get off the Yule Scepter on himself, so Mind Control can get the lasso first.
Pilot
Miracle,
die.
he's going to jump for more. Pilot Die's going to have to send him back with a glimpse. No, he actually just goes to the Static Storm, giving up his life for it, but maybe his team can punish, but the relocate out is there. Now Matu actually pops the Eclipse as MP poked his head out, tried to hit on Kuro a little bit, but Matu says, no.
That's a very problematic fight to lose for Secret because Liquid's now in position at the high ground to take the tier 2 tower. They probably don't have enough time to threaten high ground. They may fall back to go for Roche, although they haven't got the best damage to kill it. But with 30 seconds on Queen of Pain, 20 on the Disruptor Slaughter, there may be just enough time for them to get Roche if they're fast. We'll see what Liquid think about it. Now they are just lingering around this area of the map. And yeah, those respawn time is getting shorter and shorter, but they are going to start getting into the pit to go for it.
There's no denying that Liquid are making the right kind of reads and rotations and stuff like that, but it does seem like Mid-Wan is having a bit of an off game where we've been reliably watching him dominate games for Secret and be whether it's a big tempo controller or a late game carry for them. Here he is struggling on the Queen to have a heavier impact.
Yeah.
So far, 16,000 net worth on Matu right now.
He's huge. Nice remnant dodge from Miracle. Gets away from the Blink Crush. He had his Lincolns down as well, so that was a dangerous timing. And Miracle is just zoning them while the team go for Roshan. He's just positioning himself very aggressive, using the Sleight of Fist Searing Chains, and he creates the space for Matu to finish off Roshan. And it's now a level 20 Luna and an Aegis BKB ready to start pushing down all these outer towers. Mid one does finally manage to complete his Lincoln Sphere, but it's at a timing where you don't want to fight. I feel like if he'd not had those couple of deaths in a row, he would have had this Lincoln's 2 or 3 minutes ago when Secret was strong, and potentially that first fight goes Secret's way because of a Lincoln's, and then it's them getting Roshan and them getting a couple of towers. So those two pickers on mid one, you mentioned he's not having the best game. They're really, really hurtful for Secret's overall game plan here, losing him like that.
4-man smoke up into the dire jungle while Miracle is pushing out bottom, but pushing it out in a very safe area, hiding in the trees. He's going to jump back to mid lane. MP shows himself. Maybe Liquid feels like they need Ember Spirit for this push, but Madama Man's just going to be able to take it. Keep going here with this Aegis. Very early high ground push. I expected it last game because it seemed like they were in such a dominant position. They might as well. But here, threatening high ground with this Aegis a little faster than I expected.
Be lucky not to get caught there. A fishing Sleight of Fist happened to hit him there, and he did not have buyback. If he went down, that would have been the initiation gone. But the slow, steady tier 3 tower going down. Once his tower's gone, the Raxes almost inevitably will fall because of the bouncing glaives, and that looks like exactly where we're headed. This is looking more and more difficult to engage into.
Mind Control tries to counter the initiation from Puppy, but maybe it's better he didn't. Miracle needs the help. They get a GH relocated out just in time. And as you said, Gods, that 10% HP Ember Spirit can still do a lot for them. So Miracle, he may be out, he may be low, 700 HP right now, but he can still have a large impact.
GH is low enough that they can just perhaps share some of that regen. He's also got the urn charges. Oh, Puppy.
Before he can initiate, he's knocked in by the Searing Chains. Is MP going to be able to catch GH God before the time lapse? Oh, Curl! He forced staffed in, managed to get a cut, but what a vacuum from Kezu. It doesn't save MP, though. MP couldn't get off the ability. They do have the bouncing Luna Glaive that's going to do a lot, finishing off the two supports, almost killing Miracle as well. Lincoln's for Lincoln's. A glimpse back, but nothing there to be able to catch Miracle. Now here comes Matumba Man, the highest net worth hero. There are a lot of heroes who are close to dying, but Matumba Man never was. Still has that Aegis to work with. Kezu, the rest of Secret were trying to focus on the back lines, but now they have to deal with Matumba Man. He is manning up, giving up his Aegis to be able to finish this one off, and maybe even kill mid one as well. The Gold Scepter saves his life. He blinks backwards. There goes that Aegis, but Elena racks by 30.
Yeah, I mean, if they could kill Macho on the retreat, it'd maybe be in somewhat acceptable position here for them, but even killing Matu looks very difficult. His BKB is about to come back up.
Relocate back in GH. They're going to fight this one out with Matumba Man deep inside with a glimpse back, but now he is stopping Secret from retreating. If they want to get back to base, they have to go through him. We saw Kezu die because of that one. Puppy being delayed up by Mind Control gets in front of him with the Firefly. Will take that kill as well. You got to understand, Secret, they did what they had to do, right? You said they needed to be able to kill Matumba Man just to be able to make that a somewhat acceptable position, so they went for that aggressive play, but Liquid, they had the recourse. Maybe they can still catch Miracle. Mid one is desperate to try and get any sort of kills here. Maybe with the Static Storm they can. Miracle locked in. They've got the damage to be able to finish him off. There it is, but a stolen Static Storm actually laid out mid one. He can't immediately blink away. Now tries to get out. Yule Scepter onto the Bat Rider, but he is slowed down by the Sticky Napalm. Offensive Yule slows down mid one even more, but they can't get anything off before Link goes down. So Matumba Man just going to use that space to backdoor the tier 1 tower. Should creep wave as well.
Courier went down. Was that Butterfly or something from the Luna?
Where did it go? Oh man, it was deep inside that secret shop area, but yeah, that was Butterfly. Matumba Man could kind of use it right now because MP is threatening him with the Corrosive Haze. He pops the BKB, taking off that minus armor. MP's taking a lot of this one, but he can't output enough damage. Now caught in after the time lapse into the lasso. Liquid, time and time again, they seem to have the counter to Secret's aggression. Secret are playing so into Liquid because they know they have to. They need to make a fight work for them, this kind of lineup, but it's just not happening.
The IO picks worked out so well. Like Matu, when they tried to catch Matu on the retreat after losing the melee racks, it felt like a favorable situation. Secret were respawning, they had a numbers advantage, but the IO respawn brings in the +1, and suddenly it's actually a 5v5. It's no longer that 5v3 that you thought you had, and that's where Liquid are just able to constantly sustain their numbers and make sure they protect their cause very well. GH has been very impressive, as have the other utility support heroes in Mind Control and Kuro. Matu, and even Miracle. Miracle just feels like the distraction in a lot of these fights where they're focusing so much on trying to kill the Ember. Matu's just gone unnoticed this entire game.
Second lane of racks, Secret. They had to be the ones in control by 30 minutes, but it's quite the opposite. Liquid's very dominant lead, gonna smoke up and maybe deal the finishing blow with this 5-man. They can go straight through mid or bottom with these tier 3 tower gone.
I'd love to find a pick off here. Puppy Slider poking his nose out.
Puppy gonna be caught by the lasso, pulled back to his doom.
And he's been put down. Well, that possibly signals the end as they make a beeline towards this top lane. They don't need an Aegis. They don't need the Butterfly. By the time that Kuro comes back, he'll probably have a Skadi to go with the Butterfly, but ultimately Matu, he's basically like a 15k net worth Luna right now with all the items on the courier and his money stocked up, but that's more than enough for Liquid to push in this top lane potentially.
They're smoked up, trying to hide their positioning in the back lines. Pylite Die knows his Static Storm really is the only way to be able to save this if they can get the right vacuum, blink in. All that up with Crush, Kinetic Field, Static Storm, everything.
It's still
could go
on
their
Kuro
way.
though. Kuro still has it stolen.
Oh, that's...
Dire's top tower
Very difficult for mid 1 or MP to deal with. They've got Lincolns, but they do not have a way out of the silence.
And it's not like you're going to be able to tell either. If they go ahead and vacuum and disrupt their static storms, and then Rubik puts it in there, Puppy might just jump into his own static storm thinking, all right, I'm going to follow this up with a crush, and then find himself silenced.
Speaking of silences, Miracle's opted for the Orchid build. Very unconventional build out of him, but going for something a little bit different. Great as far as controlling and locking down the Queen of Pain or the Weaver. Just have to find a way to break their Lincolns first. And oh, Shrines will drop now. Perhaps just considering next Roshan as the game ender, or just waiting their time, seeing if they can find another pick-off, because they're smoking up, they're drawing lines on this top lane. I think they know 4x advantage. Luna, as farmed as she is. Butterfly finally about to arrive. They'll be ready to go soon.
Roll.
They saw that ward get
To end the
planted.
game. Take that ward. MP will be the one to kill it because he's got that Lincolns. He's got the mobility. They'll have to be careful, though. Mind Control can easily go up the north side. The smoke fails. They are going to go for mid 1. They actually managed to pop that Lincolns and will bring him down inside the Eclipse. Kezu is also quite low. Couldn't get off anything. Now Orchid it up. He doesn't get off the vacuum on top of the wall. MP tries to move forward. The gem is on the ground, but no one from Secret dares to pick it up. Miracle just dives right in, gets to the back line, chains 2 up, immediately gets a good sleight of fist, and now Matumba Man will make short work of Puppy. The bouncing glaives threatening MP's life as well. He activates the shrine, but it's over for Secret. Liquid 2-0. Just like that, we said this could be the closer of the two series, but it couldn't be farther from the truth. Liquid very clearly one step above Secret in this series.
Yeah, very wrong in my assessment of this series coming in. Liquid, I mean, they 2-0'd Secret last time. Secret have definitely been playing better since that series, but Liquid themselves elevating their game to another level. Just great spell usage that last fight, silencing the Darkseer while they blinked in and lassoed the Queen of Pain. They just fought around the
Liquid's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Liquid's turn to pick.
Keeper of the light.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
War Chief.
Liquid's turn to pick.
Brewmaster.
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Dazzle.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Crystal Maiden.
Radiant team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5.
Weaver.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Slog.
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Shadow Fiend.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Outworld Devourer. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 30 seconds to battle.
Né, por causa das escolhas dos heróis.
Ton SF. Je pense que d'ailleurs, tu dois pouvoir stacker les deux.
Они одинаковые творят. Почему добрый?
The battle begins.
Y por eso te pueden diferenciar. Uy, cuidado. 3 runas para...
This'll come in handy.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
First, what is this? I came here to be tested. Dark light. That should help.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm sensing a pattern here. I'll take that.
tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified.
I was meant to have this.
This'll come in handy.
Double damage. How I wish I had this back at Dark Reef.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Illusion.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
This'll come in handy.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'll take that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This'll come in handy.
Regeneration.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And try now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'll take that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Double damage. Come running.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is falling. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is falling. Radiant structures are fortified.
generation.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
That should help. I'll take that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top barracks are under attack.
This'll come in handy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'll take that. A golden thread.
Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks have fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's bottom barracks. Dire team ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquids turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Lone Druid.
Liquids.
Slada. Dazzle.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds. Liquids turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquids turn to ban. Dire team ban. Liquids turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Liquids turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sniper!
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
League's assassin!
Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Seconds remaining. Mirana. Liquid's turn to pick. seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserved.
Meatball!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Sure exactly it's going to look like as far as he's playing it. Well, now we do know that it is in fact going to be Miracle. How do Bears deal with this? What's the play? What's the way to deal with them?
Whoa. Yapster is playing the support Wind Ranger. Interesting. I guess your level 1 power shot's that much better now, so this hero is also better support, but how do you deal with it? Typically you deal with a Meepo by having some heroes that are good against Meepo, so they haven't got that. Plan B, not let Meepo snowball, which is going to... I'd probably get good farm, unless you want to contest his lane, which you could consider, but don't let him get too many kills around that 10 to 15 minute stage of the game. When he gets his Treads, Dragonlance, and then later on his Blink... Like, if he gets kills with Treads, Dragonlance, he gets an incredibly fast Blink, and if he gets a fast Blink, he's going to get a lot more kills. It's that Meepo constant snowball that you've got to worry about, and beat through having good burst damage, which is going to come from Fata's Aghanim's timing, really. So we'll see how well Fata can do. I think he's going to be the key player to look out for. I don't know if they changed up the roles based on the Meepo pick. Perhaps they were going to do Wind Ranger mid, and then they saw Meepo and they're like, screw it, we got to do Cormorana now. But either way, this Meepo pick is fantastic. This could be the outdraft Liquid needed to take it to a game 3.
Well, it certainly doesn't start by getting impaled here, as he is going to get hit. A couple more right clicks. The arrow is not going to connect, and it looks like Forev actually is maybe going to be the one that ends up going down. A good heal bomb comes through and poof a little bit off the mark, but Kuroki draws first blood.
The bounty rune and the first blood, Liquid. You've got the draft advantage, I'd say, and now you get a first blood advantage as well. That's going to really help them out, and that's the offlane Nyx going down. He's got an Iron Talon, so he's already geared up for going to the jungle, but this means that Yaps are unlikely to be able to pair up with him to contest this bottom lane. He's going to come towards mid lane, it looks like, throw some power shots perhaps, look for a courier snipe, although he's already too late to find the courier. He's seemingly just trying to line up some power shots here.
And I was looking at this actually, 180 damage on a 12-second cooldown for 90 mana. Like, talk about getting sniped. Temple Man, you're not ready for this.
At this point, yeah, the Wind Ranger is the real sniper right now. Matu, with his lane pushed out, has to trade hits, which is an okay exchange for him for now, because he's got headshot. He's actually going to get Yapso pretty low there.
To keep our eye on it, but the 2600 range, I mean, if you line it up correctly, this could be a really cool way to just kind of abuse the sniper who wants to stay in one spot for a lot of time and just right-click heroes down. So we'll have to keep our eye on that lane.
Bottom. Too far up. Oh, Slider's not going to go in just yet. They're waiting for him to push out some more.
Does have that level 1 impale, so they know that he is not going to be able to have Spike Carapace. And in the meantime, this does secure Miracle some free farm, which is great for him, going for that early... Looks like treads, I guess.
Yep. Yeah. Rush your treads, get your Dragonlance. Pretty standard Meepo stuff. The Dragonlance a little, a tiny nerf. I think it was like, what, 1 less agi or something in the 7.02 patch?
Yeah.
Might be wrong on that. But I feel like Yapsor really needs... Oh, cancels the South Nice, but I feel like he needs to do something magical in this mid lane. Be it find a kill on the sniper, find a courier. He needs to somehow do something that a Wind Ranger normally wouldn't do. Like, I think support Wind Ranger, I'm like, what is this hero actually going to do? Probably not a whole lot, but he may find an opportunity to do so. But Forev is the one constantly getting hounded.
Oh, almost ends up going down there. That natural high base regen maybe being the savior for him there, but They are just punishing this Nyx assassin. It's what we were talking about in the draft, is that if this hero does get shut down, even with an Iron Talon, it's not a great time for you. But continuing to harass Matumba Man mid.
And Miracle is level 3 and his Meepo, so you can actually send one of his Meepos to roam with the supports if he wants to. He'll have treads, so theoretically, leave one Meepo in lane farming, have the other with your team with those treads, and you're a very strong early fighting force. And if Foreb comes back to the lane like he's doing now with this TP, and he's level 1, he could get quick killed off by Miracle if he's not careful.
Oh, meanwhile over here to the side, they do run into Yapsor, but doesn't look like they're going to be able to make anything happen, as you just be able to walk out and away. So a little bit of a failed smoke gank there, and now they're kind of just going to be left walking around the map.
I feel like this Meepo pick is completely thrown off Bears. Bears are going to be playing a very farm-oriented early game. Mirana not a hero to easily rotate. Lone Druid typically just wants to farm. You could see some early pressure from Lone Druids onto towers. That's something that sometimes comes out, but given the nature of Batrider and what he can do at top, he's likely going to be there for the Firefly to defend it. They'd love to find a kill on Mind Control, but that just doesn't seem all too possible with this dual lane until they get perhaps an Entangle with a level 5 Spirit Bear.
And you can see GH as well, that they're trying to make things happen mid at the same time. There's just not really a great way for them to get stuff done here. But we'll have to watch our eyes on Adam, and as long as they're forcing back Fada and not really allowing him to get complete and total free farm, I feel like guess it is a win.
Yeah, small win. I mean, right now, yeah, for Liquid, absolutely. I mean, the Matu doesn't even have to get farmed for their draft to be working, but he is getting farm mid. Every single of the 3 cores on the Liquid side is getting good CS in this laning stage. Meanwhile, Nyx is not. Yapsor will get found by a crush, but there's no follow-up there. It looks like for now, Miracle is just happy to play the farming game with his Meepos, keep both of them in bottom lane to farm the jungle and the lane. Hasn't sent any of them off roaming, but that is likely going to change fairly early on, perhaps around the timing of his first Dragonlance.
They do pull back Kuroki here, and it is going to be able to get the Entangling Claws off, so well, that's going to be a kill going back their way. So Bears with the bear making kills happen.
Yeah, this top lane now becomes a lane that they can actually win the Entangle. The Orb of Venom, the Blightstone as well there, so they've got all the tools they need to kill heroes in this top lane. They need to try and kill anyone who comes to the top lane and push that tower early. I feel like that's going to open up perhaps potential rotations, but for now it's bottom lane where Liquid are focusing. 2 Meepos and a Slada. Could try and engage in here, but it's a little bit risky considering Yapsor is also in the neighborhood.
Oh, you know what? I don't know if they updated that bug that happened with Meepo. If you look at his second Meepo, he has 1140 HP. I think that they still have that thing where you get double counted HP for treads.
That's actually was like an intended change with the way that the treads work. Because, I remember Black tweeting that, like, hey, this is a bug. But no, it's not a bug. That's how it's meant to work. Because you get full stat share from Meepo now without... It used to be with... You have to have Ag Scepter to get 100% stat share. But that was the big buff to Meepo, where you don't need to go Ags anymore.
Got it.
So your secondary Meepos get the strength from the main Meepo with treads, and then they get double the strength because they also have treads themselves. So they get double strength from the treads.
Got it. Very interesting. That was something that I was wondering about because I saw the tweet and I was like, he was very upset about it, it seemed like.
I think he just lost one too many pub game against Meepo.
I mean, who can blame him? It's a rough life, definitely.
SCA, and he's playing SCA pubs. There's way too many Meepo pickers over there.
Well, still a very passive early laning stage.
Mind Control up top.
Are they actually going to get him here? He's looking to go forward for Adam, and this is a lot of damage down on top of that Rubik, who... Oh, because they actually are going to be able to get this. Turn back around. They have Kuroki there to heal him back up, but Fairy Fire, not going to be enough. But it does look like Pharaoh's going to end up going down somehow. The power shot comes through. They take down Kuroki. A double... Fight will look to be a weird one.
In the fire. Yeah. They were going for the Rubik, and it ends up being a lone Druid kill, which is even better.
Yeah. Well.
Is not the outcome they were hoping for.
So a very what I thought was going to be a very passive laning phase turns out to be a little bit more aggressive up their top. Do you feel like right now it's just Liquid super happy about Miracle basically having free farm? Is there anything else that they really need to accomplish with the rest of their heroes, or is it just going to be the Miracle show pretty much?
I mean, create space for Matu as well by playing so aggressive up top, even if Mind Control's dying in these situations, it means the supports aren't mid. It also meant Sniper had to, the Mirana had to rotate. So Sniper had an empty lane, has Phase Boots, double Wraith Band. Matu's actually getting really good farm on his Sniper because of that aggression up top lane. So any aggression up top, even if you're trading equally, even if you're like losing heroes, like both die and you get one kill, is still worth it, just due to the nature the other two core heroes farming. Meepo has his first Dragonlance, and I think this is really where Meepo typically looks to fight and join up a bit. Bottom lane, nice kill though.
Yeah, Trev was scouting that
slot
out for a very long time, waiting for GH to eventually get there, but stepped a bit too far forward and ended up punishing. So something going back the way of Nyx. And this is a hero that can cause some trouble for Meepo. He's farming off in the jungle alone as well, if they manage to catch him out in that point. But it looks like they're trying to set up on Forev now.
Yeah, he does not have Vendetta.
Oh.
A kill.
Well, pretty quick and easy. There's the crush, the follow-up, double poof, and Impale trying to get away. I don't think that... Oh, maybe he actually is going to be able to. They have another crush in 1 second, and no mana left on Forev, so they'll take that one.
Had to work for it, but still a kill, and Matu up top is looking for a courier. Gets over the trees, though. It was a hasted sniper. But, yeah, I feel like Miracle hasn't used, like, the early laning stage timings of Meepo. Not that that's necessarily a mistake, it's more like a playstyle choice of his where he hasn't tried to rotate with one Meepo to join his team. Like, the Sliders initially was moving around the map a lot. Kuro was also playing aggressive up top. If they had a Meepo potential support with them with a poof, it could have been very potent, but the trade-off is what we're seeing now is a very farm Meepo. If you make those rotations and you don't get kills, you'd be not as farmed as we see Miracle is. Miracle's trusting in the fact that he can just farm and come out with what looks to be a double Dragonlance treads around 10 minutes in. He's going to have like 1500, 1600 HP and be near unkillable with this itemization that he's got.
Yeah. Oh, and you can also see the movement now down towards the jungle. They want to try and put a kibosh on this, but Bears to actually find him out. He's heading over to the other side. Maybe GH will be the pickup that they can get. Although, looks like they're going to head
at
up.
the perfect time to not get caught.
Oh, they are probably going to be able to at least put some pressure on him, Matumba Man.
He's got the sentry nearby, but Forev is just out of range. He walks in now. Matu knows.
Yeah, they got the shrapnel stolen from Matumba Man. Turn it back around. The Impale a little bit. Well, no, they are going to actually throw it out there finally, but Miracle is shown back up. Goes on to Firo. That's going to be one going down. Flamebreak pushes back at him. They control him as well, and the crush onto Fata. In some trouble. Come here, says Batrider, and they take him down.
Being Meepo'd, Lyrical. They are being Meepo'd. Second Dragonlance is just about online, and Miracle is fighting to get out of control. If that smoke rotation found him like 3 seconds earlier jungling, that would have been the big kill that Bears needed. The kill on the sniper is nice. It's a decent kill, but Meepo getting all those turnaround kills definitely making it a heavily Liquid favored engagement. And even if it's a clean pick on the sniper, it's still not the kill they want. The Meepo is the extra, the top net worth hero and the very high over-leveled hero. The nature of Meepo is such that you get very far ahead, and a death on Meepo hurts a lot more than a death on any other core hero because of how this hero functions. So Miracle wants to make sure he does not die for as long as possible this game.
Oh, just the assassinate onto Yapsor as well for good measure whenever he wants to sit there in the lane. It's also, I mean, you talked about it earlier, Matumba Man having a good game. This is a hero that can also get out of control, and with that bulky front liner of the 5 Meepos running at your face, it's going to be really tough for them to deal with this. So I don't know, Firo maybe needing to really step it up here and make something happen. He's 0-2 so far, 0-2-3. Can't really blame him too much for that.
I mean, he's the first death is a little bit his fault, to be honest, like standing the Firefly, but ultimately that's not the reason that Bears are in the position that they are this game. It's the aggression of Liquid that's really catching him off guard, and that mid-fight was a very much team decision to try and fight there. He's got a kill now on Slada with the help of Forev. Nice bait. Forev was there waiting for that aggression, turns it around perfectly with an Impale. So this is, I feel like Firo is doing the most he can given the situation. He's playing a lone druid against a Meepo strat. It's so hard to fight into Miracle that it looks like he's just decided there's not a whole lot he can do. Bottom lane seems to be where Bears have their eyes set, but Miracle is coming in from behind, walking past an observer ward though.
Yeah, and this net very long range as well. Needs to really respect that Fata here, and Now the TPs are going to start to show up. Slardar looking for the initiation. Nice leap away, but might end up being in a little bit of trouble. They have the crush. There's the shrapnel as well. Oh, Fata still invis, so they aren't going to realize this.
Detection? No detection, they're going to stack shrapnel on him. He can't go for the TP because they'll see him TP.
Oh.
That's such a terrible spot to be in. You're like, I have a TP. I mean, they don't see me. I'm invis. They have no sentries here. Well, they did eventually get a sentry, but you can't TP out because the TP would reveal you, and then they can amp you up, can throw spells at you. You're going to die. Sniper will just right-click you down.
Very, very unfortunate situation there. Mirana, you know, forced to leap out, and granted, maybe if he was heading back the other direction earlier, it would have not been an issue, but regardless, you can tell Liquid playing a great game at Dota so far. They know what they need to accomplish to come away with the victory, and so far they're making it happen. For Bears, what's the big response now? Is it just like everybody run at Miracle? Is there anything else besides that, really?
At some point, or at this point, it's Matu. That's the free kill they'll take. It's got to come through, yeah, like having a numbers advantage in these engagements. You can never go into a fight like with just 2 heroes, for example, if you're near an enemy tower, because Liquid can quickly respond. Meepo poofs in, Slaughter rotations. Batrider we've seen get active early as well. He's got a Blink Dagger, and I think that's the big thing. Bring all your cores for these kills. They bring in both Lone Druid and Nyx Assassin to that bottom lane to make sure that fight goes the way they were hoping for it to. So they're going to have the early Nyx Blink. I think the big thing they need to play around is all this great aggressive vision. Adam's done a really good job of getting these deep enemy jungle wards up. The vision advantage definitely favors Bears, and I think that's something, I mean, we saw last game where when they've had these good vision, they've been able to find key pickoffs, and those were the kind of what broke game 1 open for them. They're at a draft disadvantage, but they can try and use this vision to ideally kill Meepo. That is really what it comes down to, is how do you kill Meepo? When do you kill Meepo? How often can you kill him? Because if you don't kill Meepo this game, you're not going to win this game. At some point, you have to solve the Meepo problem.
And maybe that's going to end up being off the back of a, I don't know, maybe a rotation in at some point, a next big item that comes up. You've got Blink on Nyx Assassin, but right now it's just they're playing kind of ring around the jungle consistently. Miracle's still able to farm out the secondary jungle here, and I think this is part of the reason why this hero is just
nice scan.
Yeah, they are going to spot that out. I think it's part of the reason why you have these heroes that are getting first phase banned all the time, because it's just so strong. There's the Blink.
Meepo is definitely one of those heroes. Yeah, the Blink, the gap closing item is concerned. This is where kills will become that much easier. Miracle, he's instantly towards the top lane, knows it's pushed out, someone might come to farm up there, so considering a kill, but again, diving near towers, you don't want to get too aggressive unless your team is with you, because that's where Bears can punish, and killing a carry to die as a Meepo is never worth it, unless you're talking like super late game when everyone is level 25. At this stage where he's level 14 and the next highest level in the game is the level 12 Mirana, Lone Druid's only level 10, you do not want to be trading your life.
You can see this as well. They scouted it out, I believe. Yapsor is going to get jumped upon, and now they pull him back in, so Mia Blink, Poof, and, well, Forev also going to be able to get out of there. Running a little bit close, but that's going to be a tower gone, and it feels like there's no response at all. So hard.
There isn't. They just don't have a Meepo counter hero here. They don't have the burst damage. The Mirana Ags is perhaps the first like item pickup where I'd look like maybe Bears think about fighting into the Meepo, but even that I feel like is a decent boost in their burst damage, but not going to be enough. There's actually going to be a very early, this is another thing, like Meepo, you get the early Roshan, you get the Aegis advantage, and having to kill Meepo twice is, well, impossible, realistically. Killing him once is, yeah, you could theory craft a situation where Nyx initiates, Shackle Shot follow-up maybe, a Power Shot, air damage, the Mirana with the double Starstorm. Yeah, that's possible, but doing it twice? Nah, not happening.
Well, and you talk about that big item for Fata eventually coming up as well. The Aghanim Scepter is, well, he's just going to get jumped upon. Trying to TP out of there is going to make it very, very close. But the thing that was, like, that saving grace isn't even completely a saving grace, because Meepo is going to have that naturally high magic resistance as well. So, like, a lot of your damage that's coming out right now for Bears is just also not going to be as effective against killing them. Really tough.
Absolutely. He's queued up a Hex for now. We'll see if he sticks to that one. But that's like the counter item to have against the Mirana, the Wind Ranger. I mean, just having that lockdown for when you initiate. Sometimes you just see Meepos go like Ethereal Blades and Diffusals to just mass agi so you can break buildings and do a ridiculous amount of DPS. But it's like Miracle opting for the more utility initiation aspect. He's got damage coming from the sniper as well, so there's not a huge amount of pressure for him to have to do all the damage. Bears, again, can't fight into this 2 lives of Meepo.
Oh, they are trying to.
It.
Looks like they want to try and take a fight here as movement comes in, and Kuro is gonna end up jumping onto Yapzor, trying to bring him down. The Impale is gonna connect onto Mind Control. Bit chaotic. Oh, he wants it. Miracle looking for the initiation. They are not going to be able to find it, so they just lose the Wind Ranger.
Smoked up Rubik. Gotta be careful, my friend. Matu is right next to him. They're actually going to go for a kill with Vata to lift into Arrow.
All right, coming through. The damage is there. Shrapnel as well. Why not? They take him down, and Adam trying to TP out. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get there to break it. Any win at this point.
That's, a pretty sizable win considering position they're in. Like, it's kind of impossible to team fight. You want to run away from any group of Liquid heroes that come at you. That's possible, but they somehow catch the sniper alone. It didn't even feel like Matu was totally out of position there. I think the assumption was that Bears had just scurried away and ran away from the Meepo, and that's true. Meepo was in the river, though. They'd run away to the north, but also to the south, and they managed to catch the straggler and the sniper there. So, nice pick-off, and Bears buy themselves a little bit of time. Any kill you can get. This is truly the Aegis. Like, last game we saw Aegis is picked up, and they ran into it. Like, Miracle got an Aegis last game on SF. They fought into it, knowing there was no ultis. Meepo does not have downtime. There's no ulti he's waiting for. He is ready to fight, ready to go anytime he's got an Aegis, and almost catches Yapzor. Quick 4-staff out.
Same for Ev as well, just blinking out in a way. Does not want to get caught there, but they stop the push at least for a moment. Still, it's feeling like just sort of stalling the inevitable at least. I'm not exactly sure like what the point is that you really turn it back around. I feel like it has to be another situation like catching Matumba Man where somebody is out of position, almost as if they're playing against themselves at this point.
They got to find the openings, which there'll always be some small openings. Sometimes it's just trying to use the map vision you have. Sometimes it's trying to read and guess where your opponents are moving on the map, but it's got to come down to, finding pickoffs, defending high ground, trying to capitalize on even the smallest of little mistakes. And sometimes they're not even mistakes. Sometimes it's just guessing where Matu's going to farm by himself, which in itself isn't a mistake, but if you can find him and pick him off, find those kills and put yourself in a good position. But good with this Aegis will take all the outer towers, but this doesn't translate into the shrines like it once did, so the news for Bears is they will still have access to their shrines until they lose a tier 3 tower.
Yeah. That's something. We got to find our little silver linings here in this game. It's been a little bit rough so far, as, well, they have the Aegis still available if they wanted to try and go high ground. Maybe they just wait for Sheepstick at this point.
Yep. I think also Meepo's level 3 ultimate isn't up, so that's a decent amount of damage output. He's still just playing around only 3 Meepos, so I think you want to wait for the level 3 ultimate. He can get it very fast because he can farm so many places on the map. And with that, this Aegis doesn't look like it will amount to a high ground push, but what it does do is complete map control, towers all down. Bears are actually smoking up aggressively towards this bottom side of the map. This looks like a pseudo warding smoke as well as potentially a pickoff around the Marana Ags if there is a lone hero down here, but doesn't seem like that's going to be the case.
Yeah. Placement. And I think that Matumba Man pickoff that they had was partially because of the good warding vision that they had, and it looks like they're going to be able to do it again. Adam places down 1 ward back over here to the side, and there's still this other one that they need to keep their eyes out for, but a little bit of a scan on the Radiant, actually able to scout out that the lone druid was there.
Yeah, the Radiant side doesn't have much vision right now, and that definitely has been perhaps one of their weak points throughout at least the 2 games we've seen, is just the warding game from Adam has definitely been better than what we've seen out of Kuro. Kuro has often been maybe pushing a lane farming. He's been getting more farm than Adam. I've seen so many games where Adam's just dying and feeding for his team. Gone out, but he gets wards up. He gets great vision and sets Bears up to succeed. Even though he almost always has less farm than other 5-position supports, he almost plays that old school like PPD style support where he's like the position 6. He goes beyond being a 5-position support. Miracle blinks in bottom.
Oh, are they going to be able to take this one? The Impale turn around. It's still not going to be enough damage to stop this from happening. They're trying to run back out and away. Mind Control finds Fata, pulls him back in, and GH not going to be able to find the crush. Rubik does steal that, trying to TP himself. And there's the Shackle to make sure that at least for now they'll be able to walk out. And
Yapzor should die.
Yeah, no way out for him. So take 2 in the end. there was a moment there at the bottom where Wind Ranger actually power shot Miracle, and I thought that we were going to see a jump forward into Arrow from Mirana, but
I don't think that. Again, like Liquid were already setting up to defend that one, and what effectively happened was you got that fight where Miracle engaged and you could try and burst him down, but he's got 1900 HP, 2000 HP on his main Meepo, and a little bit more on his secondary Meepo, so bursting him down just isn't really all that possible there. So if you go on him, the TPs come in, it quickly backfires. Like, doing 2000 points worth of damage with this Bears draft is actually not that easy.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's no real items coming out that are going to easily change that. Perhaps like the Mirana, like Ethereal Blade type pickup, but yeah, I think again they're going to have to play for the high ground defense. They're going to have defending against a theoretical second Aegis on Meepo as well. They have been able to use their smokes and vision very well to find pickoffs, and that's going to be the continued theme for this Bears draft. Running right into Miracle here.
Oh, they have a DD up on the bear as well. They're going to try and jump through, do as much as they can. Miracle dropping low. Oh, he gets graved though, and they're not going to be able to bring him down. The 3-person crush. They end up hitting the arrow onto GH Adam, trying to turn it back around. They are going to be able to bring down Miracle. Huge kill though, but how much is it going to cost him? GH trying to chase after Firo. It's not going to be able to be a kill. It looks like Farev is going to go down here though, as well. They take down 2 on the other side as they've run down Mind Control. They actually end up getting a 2-for-3 exchange. That's a huge win for Bears.
Oh yeah, that's a great timing. No Aegis, you know, can they get Matu as well? Yapzor. Oh god, the double
Vata looking double Shackle as well. Power shot to boot. They take him down.
What a big kill to get there at the end as well. Matu, a player you can't ignore as well this game, playing the sniper. He's got some decent farm as well to go with the Meepo, and that's a much needed teamfight victory. They found the Meepo, isolate him. They're able to do a lot of damage. Even though he gets kept alive a little bit longer, that Meepo couldn't escape. The Grave just bought time for Liquid to get in there and try and retaliate, but ultimately there was no escape for that Meepo. He couldn't poof it out. He didn't get like a 4-stuff out on it. And the turnaround was not successful for Team Liquid.
No.
Unfortunately, no Roche just... even if Roche had respawned really early there, I don't think Bears have the damage to kill it fast enough with Meepo and Sniper soon to respawn, but they're going to be eyeing that one off for another team fight similar to what we just saw.
It feels like to me they have to get the Nyx Assassin Vendetta damage down. That bonus 400 made pretty much all the difference in that fight.
Yeah.
Like if they didn't get that one, it would have been pretty rough. So I don't know. Perfect initiation. Bears end up taking it. Some signs of life in this. If you're Liquid, how do you respond?
You vision game. That's you know that Bears have been using their smokes to achieve this. Like that's perhaps like the last smoke. They've got one smoke left, perhaps maybe none. Looking around, I don't see any smokes on the Bears side. So securing Roshan should be pretty straightforward if your opponents don't have smokes, and you've got smokes, so you can try and smoke and get the jump. The big thing is here, if Liquid engage with the Meepo, rather than have him get engaged upon, they'll win fights. That fight's purely won because Bears initiate in, they chain stun him, they get him down to basically kill him outside of the Grave. They've just got to wait the Grave to wear off. But this time around, Mind Control's going to be the one initiating. Although they scout the ward being planted with that sentry there, so they know exactly where Liquid are, but it doesn't look like they can easily get out.
Adam, they pull back in Yapzor, but that's a pretty good turnaround. Is it going to be enough, though? They're starting to bring down Miracle. An Impale hit onto absolutely everybody. Frev is still going to drop for that, so 3 die in just under about 4 seconds. And
Blink Crush from GH, catching everyone, so it was like a 3-man crush into a 4-man Carapace Impale from the Nyx, but once you've lost heroes there, the utility's all gone, Mirana wasn't in the fight, and again, Liquid know that, yeah, that last fight went terrible for them, but if they're the ones initiating, fights are going to go well for them. This sets up next Roche, which, unfortunately for them, is max duration respawn, so Bears will actually be alive for it, but it still looks like the case is that Bears have no smokes to actually leave their base with, so Radiant Vision is going to theoretically see any move towards that Roshan pit.
They update the smoke things where you could see them in the shop now, or is that?
I don't think so.
No, it doesn't look like
we can't tell as casters.
Okay. Problem. It's all good. Well, yeah. So we're still gonna wait for that Roshan, like you were talking about, a ways away. They have one ward down. It is, just like about the max time. It does not look like Bears have that same vision. Even if they did, can they really even contest it? Honestly.
No. No smoke, no Roche contest. Although, I mean, you could try it, but I think it's like a suicide type play.
Okay.
More likely than not, if Liquid position right, you get wiped at that Roshan pit, but we'll see. They can use the Spirit Bear to scout, but again, the Spirit Bear likely could just end up being food. You disengage, 4ev. They don't actually have Radiant Sentries, so this becomes a lot more feasible without Sentries, but they kill it so fast. If 4ev somehow got in there, invised up, that could have been a play for him to make, but doesn't end up happening in the end.
Oh. What have you thought about this Wind Ranger pick? Is it felt like, I mean, granted it's in a Meepo game, so it's hard to say, but do you like the skill build at all, the way that he's been playing it?
Yeah, I mean, for a support Wind Ranger, this is like pretty standard stuff. You just being that utility, Blink 4 stuff, you want to hit the shackles, do as much power shot damage as possible in a fight. I think he's done everything right as a support Wind Ranger. I just think the hero, I want to almost say it was meant to be the mid lane of this game until they saw that Meepo pick and they felt Mirana core for the damage output was needed. But even if that's not the case, I feel like the hero is still a little underwhelming. More than anything, they're being Meepo, you know? Like,
yeah.
Very hard to fight this one. Fear at bottom needs to not get caught by the Meepo straggler. He is positioned pretty far back here, but Meepo's left his main Meepo in that bottom lane to try and find this pick off. And Firo will show himself.
Ooh, they found one of the Miracle Meepos up in the top lane with an arrow, but no great answer for that. Yeah. By the way, he's also picked up a Scotty at this point and is level 23, so he's just a monster. He's terrifying.
No Radiant scan, so we can't scout Firo out, but he probably has a pretty good idea that Firo is with his Spirit Bear. Question is who takes the bait first? Will Miracle go out to farm the lane, or will Firo come out to push the lane? It looks like, Firo's coming out to push the lane at the perfect time, though. Miracle's on top.
They brought him. Nice real reaction there, and they're also able to hit a shackle, looking for the arrow, not going to connect. The towers are still going to take a lot of damage. Miracle dropping somewhat low. This would still be the Aegis, but while this is happening, Lone Druid doing what he does best. They're going to be able to lift him up. Mind control. Can they take this fight? A good impale. Connect through. They burn through the Aegis. All right, Miracle's down once. Can they do it again? Arrow on the mark. Back. Nicely played there. They get the Spike Carapace turnaround, and well, Rubik has also stole the Crush. GH is going to get Grave then. It's still a lot of damage to burn through for Miracle. They need to get a good stun off. The land from the Telekinesis was able to get through. The wind run slow as well. Miracle's starting to drop low. They are going to be able to get that fill. Also controlling Matumba Man. The right click starting to go, and they are also going to be able to run down Kuro. A great combination. And they only end up losing from that, I guess, the range barracks? Or range, yeah.
Yeah. That is one of, like, the best high ground defenses I've seen in my life. Like, that was just every small little detail done right. The second Meepo poofs his main Meepo up top, Firo comes out, but pushes the bottom lane. This then tempts the... They're like, we don't want to trade Raxes. Firo with the Spirit Bear and with the Battle Cry up pushes very fast, so that tempted the Batrider TP back. But Batrider, if he TPs back, he cannot let Lone Druid TP himself home, because what ends up happening is Lone Druid got a really nice Savage Roar off on Mind Control, and then Firo was able to TP back top to defend. So it turned into a 5v4 without Batrider up top, and the numbers game favored Bears up there. They took the Aegis very cheap, and then the second life of Meepo, they hit the arrow, they burst him down again. That was just a perfectly played high ground defense. Fantastic stuff.
Oh, they weren't quite able to find the catch there. Mind Control looking for the initiation. Catches 4 of as soon as Spike Carapace is off, but there's the counterplay. Adam goes in, able to find him. GH controlled and brought down. They still have buyback available on both of their heroes that are down, but they are not going to chase this any further. At least for now,
Meepo could TP to the shrine. They need to perhaps get out of here and get out of here soon. Is Meepo going to go for it? Yeah, he is. He's coming in. They need the gem in there for the detection, though. Mind control.
This is the impale. They are going to be able to get the shackle, though, but Meepo, he's going to be coming in from the backside. They're trying to find him. Catches onto Yapsort, but the Moonlight Shadow actually working. He's going to be able to get out and away. They don't find that kill.
Oh my gosh, Bears are playing some insane Dota right now. The fact they defend their melee racks at top, they don't lose anyone there. That looked like a potential, like, 2-3-man kill for Liquid on the Meepo respawn, but they recognize the threat of the Batrider. He's the scouting hero who's going to move out with that gem, find the pickoffs for the Meepo with the detection, but by using the cover of the Moonlight Shadow, killing off the Bat before Meepo could even get into the fight, Meepo had no vision. He couldn't do anything. And Bears somehow still in this game, and that's all you've got to do against a Meepo is hold your high ground and win one big fight against him. And now that Bears have done that, a lot of the Meepo's advantage has been taken away, so this game goes back to a state which is very winnable for Bears.
Fata, to me, has just been playing out of his mind. He's only 3,000 gold behind this Meepo right now and building towards his Lincoln Sphere as well. He's been pushing out the lanes. He's been basically not getting caught. I guess the one thing to talk about a little bit is that Meepo, while he is incredibly hard to deal with when he's at his peak because you're at a relatively low level, he can sort of fall off as the game goes super late. Is that something you'd be worried about if you're Team Liquid at all?
I think soon. Depending on the next Roshan, and depending on
they've got him. He's completely alone.
Yeah.
Miracle gonna go down again in the jungle.
Oh, now you're worried. Now you're very worried. But yeah, the number of times you get picked off after like 25 minutes in is you look at for a Meepo. Dying in the early game doesn't matter, but dying at this stage is where it hits you hard, gives your opponents a lot of gold, and you lose a lot of gold in the process.
They pull back into one, but Forev getting the counterplay.
That was not
very bold move, and they're going to look for more.
GH was just stunning and running. Not sure what the communication was there, but there wasn't communication because GH just wanted to get out. Meanwhile, Batrider followed up the rush with an initiation, which was not the call from the Liquid side, it seemed. Not everyone on the same page, and the result is they're going to have to back off to the high ground, probably lose all these outer towers. I'm not sure if Bears can force out those buybacks. 40 seconds, and with the tier 2 towers still standing, it looks like Liquid will at least be able to hold on to those.
This is insane to me. Again, we talked about it. Not a ton of heroes that were exceptional at dealing with Meepo that you traditionally think about. They've been able to formulate their draft to make it work, and putting on a great display. Bears, I mean, even whatever happens this game, this is a team to watch out for as they jump forward, kill off the creep wave, and starting to assault high ground at least a little bit.
Yep. Respecting the Meepo respawn, and also knowing that Meepo likely going to have a buyback as well. Fortunately for Bears, these couple of good pickoffs on Meepo and fights they've had haven't led to them getting anything like a Roshan. If they get an Aegis and Cheese, that's like, I don't know about game over, but it puts them in a big advantage. Liquid, for their draft to work, they need that third Roshan. They need to get another Aegis on Meepo. Meepo having 2-3 lives is one of the most important things for the hero to scale into the late game, because to go back to your question, like how can Meepo, will he scale or fall off in the late game? It really does depend on Aegises. Meepo's a hero that if you want to burst him and you've got the damage to do so, will die. It's how much you can punish your opposing team for committing everything on Meepo, and the way to do so is to have multiple lives, to have an Aegis and to have a buyback. If you've got 3 lives on Meepo, you can punish Bears for over-committing onto him. So getting this third Aegis is going to influence a lot as to how well Meepo scales late game.
All right, we'll keep our eyes out for that. Fata, in the meantime, building back into a Mjolnir, and he has eclipsed the Meepo in terms of net worth. Still a little bit of ways in terms of the levels, as Meepo is getting close to that level 25, which I'm assuming we go for 400 health in this one, just considering how important it's been. Yeah. Is Poof worth it?
I don't think Poof is ever really worth it, just because 6-second cooldown is fine. Your damage is mostly through right-clicking rather than poofing anyways. Yeah. And the 6-second is fine. As far as mobility goes, you don't need 3-second cool boof.
Oh my god. Really nice initiation. The counterplay there comes out. They're going to be able to control up Yapzor. Miracle on top of him. Matumba Man starting to deal the damage, but they actually have a way to get out. The Ghost Scepter working in spades. Yapzor is going to be brought down, and well, there's the initiation. They come in onto Fata. Blaming Lasso working, and Bears looking good, but it's a scary moment when you get chased down. This is scary. They've already been able to bring down one. The rest of Liquid is coming in from behind, but it looks like GH is not going to go any further as far as being able to find kills.
Everyone. It's really hard to fight now with Haze on all these heroes. So healing up his images, bringing the main army in. They want to force those buybacks. Fata has one, Wind Rangers is not. They were one shackle shot away from winning that fight. If that shackle hits Sniper and one of the heroes behind him, Sniper dies, doesn't get his BKB up, but Matu with the full seconds of BKB, able to do a lot of damage. Fata blinks on him with the Mirana, but the Starstorm didn't hurt him because of that BKB.
Another nice stun comes out there, but they do not have the damage as of yet. Buyback up online for Mirana, 40 seconds away. They're going to go for the glyph. Firo getting initiated on, able to seal Corrosive Haze back away. Berev gets the Impale off, power shot, nice grave, keeping him alive for the moment. Arrow is going to go through, does not connect on anybody. Matumba Man is going to go down. Berev finds him, now looking for more. They're going to be able to chase this in just a second. Can they control Miracle? They throw out the Hex and trying to get out and away. No, but they get the Savage Roar. Miracle is going to go down yet again. 3 heroes dead for Liquid. They did lose the melee racks.
He tried to make a play, sending his secondary Meepos out and sending his main Meepo back in so he could blink away, then poof. Like, he went in with a Hex and an Ensnare on his main Meepo, but couldn't blink fast enough to get out of there on his main Meepo, so that main Meepo did get trapped, and that's Rosh up. This is the much-needed Rosh for Liquid. Getting a melee Rax for Roshan favors Bears at this stage of the game. You're quite happy to play. Oh, Batrider? Caught by the Carapace Impale?
Oh no, Batrider chased down. Trying to bring him in. They are going to get that kill. That's also a gem on the ground. Doesn't look like they care about that, though. It's all about Roshan. So 4 dead. They don't want to buy back on these heroes to secure it. Do you think that this is the right call?
It's a tough one, because if you buy back and Meepo dies again, you've lost the game. But similarly, if you don't buy back and your opponents get Aegis and Cheese, you haven't lost the game, but you're playing, like, rather than playing to win, you're playing, you know, not to lose. And by buying back there, it's like the let's play to win, and let's put the outcome of this game in our own hands by giving yourself the option to engage and contest Roshan. But now you give Bears control of the game for this duration of Aegis. Bears can be the aggressors. They've got an Aegis on Fata to make up for his buyback being on cooldown. This Meepo is definitely not the force that he once was, but defending high ground, you've got Sniper, you've got Corrosive Haze to boost up the Sniper's damage. Got Batrider 2, who's one of the better high ground defenders, but Bat's big issue right now is he doesn't have BKB. Against Nyx, not having a BKB is proving to be very problematic, and there's no real... I mean, he's halfway there, but it doesn't really feel like he's got space or room to farm it right now. I'd almost like say Liquid, like, defend high ground, don't fight, give Mind Control a lane to split push and farm, because this BKB is actually a game-winning type item for the late game, which allows you to get pickoffs without getting punished.
It feels to me like this is also maybe a team mentality decision. Like, let's compose ourselves, make sure that we don't feed into this sort of turnaround that's been going into the favor of Bears. Was now a little bit of a lead in terms of net worth and 10,000 experience lead as well. Maybe you resettle yourself, you realize, you know what, we got this big bad Meepo guy, Sniper's got himself a good bit of farm, and they're able to re-engage again when the time is right. And, well, we'll see how that ends up working out for them, as 19-24... feeling very, very close at this point, because honestly, if Liquid win a huge fight, I mean, they can kind of just run down mid, and they take towers so quickly as well.
I mean, any fight where Bears don't have buybacks on core heroes, and if, like, Mirana, Lone Druid... I mean, Lone Druid has a short respawn time, but he can't defend without the Mirana. And I think the Nyx is also important. If you lose, like, a Mirana or Nyx without buyback, game can just end. Meepo, probably one of the fastest high ground pushing heroes in the game. Maybe more so once he's got this Ethereal Blade, but for now he wants to, of course, hold on to his buyback.
Oh my god, GH just walked into hell. Holy crap. That was scary.
He doesn't have any respawn talent, so that's 50 seconds down, no buyback.
He bought out for his BKB right there, I think.
Yeah, you can still defend high ground pretty well just with Bat and Sniper, though. Bears actually Moonlight Shadow into this Radiant jungle.
Oh, they found Miracle yet again. They're on top of him. Fata's starting to drop low. Needs to leap out just a second, but Earthbind is keeping him there. That is going to be the Aegis down, but they take down Miracle. 90 seconds. They're going to force a buyback.
Yeah, there were pings on the Atom after that. He perhaps could have saved Fata, but he blinked into trees accidentally. He forced Star forward and blinked. He was trying to get there from very far away, so... it looked like he was too far away to save Fata anyways, but if he somehow saved Fata's Aegis, that would have been a big win for them. But they get to force Meepo's buyback. Fata himself doesn't have buyback as well, so both of the big damage-dealing heroes for both teams will be playing without buyback for this upcoming fight, assuming the Meepo uses his to defend, which I think become a necessity. But you want to buy back off of an initiation.
Whoa! The Tumble Man up in the air. They actually pull back in for Ev, though, and GH already down, so that's one going down.
Oh my God.
Mind Control also in trouble. They're doing a ton of damage, Shrine or no Shrine. They need to be careful. Oh my goodness, backing out again. They're going to focus down the barracks, but Firo, the Lone Druid, right-clicks.
God, that Bat surviving on such low HP. They're going to give up the racks for now, preserving that oh-so-important Meepo buyback.
Oh, the arrow forced staff away, though. Oh, good play right there. Kuroki, or rather, excuse me, Mind Control, saving his Sniper, and now turn on. It's still 20 seconds with no Meepo. They have another Spike Carapace, so they can control
defend very well, though. Look how low Firo is. He can't get assassinated because of the Lincolns, though.
All right.
That's all in all. I'm okay with that decision not to Meepo buyback. Being down a lane of racks, but having Meepo buyback is probably the better position to be in than buying back and saving that rack. So good brave call from Liquid. They managed to find the initial picks at the start of the fight using mind control with his lasso initiation, using the BKB of Matu, which is getting shorter and shorter though. That is a concern in itself, but at this point you take what you can get if you're Liquid, you hold on to the Meepo buyback, and now you can look to be the aggressors. They smoke up immediately, knowing that a game-winning fight could come off of a Fata kill if they find it fast, but his buyback is 1 minute and 6 seconds away.
Yep, and well, we'll see if they can hold out for that long. It seems like it should be possible. The Courier Snipe still 2 minutes without that Yule Scepter. That I believe it was Adam who picked it up. So obviously Rubik being able to give him that extra bit of survivability if Meepo does happen to jump on him would be pretty good, or anybody honestly. Yeah, Shrine's about to go down now.
Definitely worth taking those out with potential Roche importance in the late game. They're pinging the other one already, although not necessarily sure if they want to run across the map towards it and themselves in a vulnerable position, but if you can get that one, you make it a whole lot more difficult for Liquid, for Bears to defend that next Roche. For now, they are positioning around that shrine, ready to fight it should Liquid come their way.
Another thing to think about here is Yapsor turning into another core. Aghanim Scepter is going to be online too, and on top of his Maelstrom already. You also have the BKBs that are completed now, also on the Bat Riders, so that problem that they had before going to be slightly mitigated at least.
Yep. And big level 20. Mirana going for the attack speed on the leap, not the multi-shot arrows. I'm a little
waiting.
I like the multi-shot arrows. I've become ever since Weeha did it at ESL, I've become a believer in this. I tried it a few times as well, and it's like, if you just happen to somehow magically arrow 2 heroes in a team fight through all the chaos, like, it pays for itself. You do a lot, like, the leap attack speed is ridiculously high amount of attack speed, so I don't blame him for getting this. It's the more reliable option, like, you're guaranteed to get value out of leap attack speed, whereas multi-arrow, it could be useless, so I don't blame him for getting this one, but I'm definitely a believer in the multi-shot arrow in most games.
There was a game to take multi-shot arrows. It would be when Meepo's in it, though. Like, let's be real about that. Net's down. The bear is going to fall down into the ground.
Not too big a deal. Does have a second one, but is that guaranteed Savage Roar if the Lone Druid himself gets jumped upon? But it does seem like Meepo is just going to play with his illusions on the other side of the map, around the Roshan pit, which no Roche for at least a minute. So both teams knowing that are playing the kind of map control game, like Liquid are playing the map control game. They are the ones pushing out these lanes, keeping Bears honest, keeping them defending their high ground, making it so they can't move out on the map, and the result of this is they're just looking to secure that next Roshan in as safer way as possible.
Definitely.
Meepo's transitioned, he's got his Ethereal Blade, so he's actually doing a decent amount more damage with the extra agi from this item in these upcoming fights.
Yeah, and they're trying to keep this creep wave pressured out consistently. I like what they're doing with Matumba Men down here, just spamming out against the tower. They need to be careful of their wraparound. That's what Mind Control is doing over here as well. GH ends up not getting caught, but Matumba Man does. The power shot follow-up. Are they thinking to go on this? The Impale connects onto 2. Oh no, it all started with an arrow, and it might end up turning back around. Fata takes down Kuro, trying to focus now on a Miracle. He is dropping low, but Fata also is going to end up dropping low. He is going to die. Buyback is there, but they also take down Meepo. Oh no.
Ooh, what an arrow. That is the pickoff you're looking for. From behind is GH. What is he up to here? He's invised up. He's going to find Yapsor. Oh,
they have the amp. Oh my god, Yapsor blink back and away. Ferev spotted him. Great reaction by Yapsor.
He went for the plays. That's GH in a nutshell. If there's an option to make a high-risk play, it's high reward, he'll always go for it. And you got to love that about watching him play, but every now and then the outcome will just make you kind of facepalm a bit, and that was potential easy, just TP home, get out of there, survive, but he goes for the flashy move and gets punished.
The best of plays, the worst of plays. GH,
curious to see what the outcome of this is going to be. There's no Roche for about 30 seconds, so everyone should be roughly alive for that next Roche. Defending high ground against Lone Druid with Bat Rider, Sniper, and Dazzle. Definitely possible, so don't think we'll see any racks claimed off of that. Neither team will have to use buyback, so everything will kind of reset in some weird way. The main difference is Bears actually get to push out their lanes. That bottom lane is now pushed all the way to the Radiant base. They can get wards up around that Roche area. They can look to control the map. This impending Roche.
And you can see only one ward placed currently. It's down here in the bottom lane.
Well, they get the
Team
high ground
Liquid.
ward now.
Yeah, this is a good one. Onto
Fatu.
Matumba, and they
Forced
force
in.
step him out. Great play. They do get the great, but I'm not sure if it's going to end up being enough. And they throw out the flame break. It is going to end up being 1 kill onto Adam. Frev also going to go down, but that
Frev
was
doesn't have
Matumba man dead.
Well, he's got it in 50 seconds here. They want to fight here. They want to go in. They have got the sniper buyback if they want to commit to it.
Oh no, but all they're going to get is the
Just a
bear.
It does
That play.
potentially secure them, Roche. If they head there right away, there's no next buyback. Mind Control will scout it out. These late game fights getting super hype. I am like edge of my seat
Yes,
kind of Dota right now,
definitely.
you know? Just like how well both these teams are playing around their strategies and timings. This time around it will be the Aegis for the Meepo, the much needed Aegis for the Meepo. He has buyback theoretically as well. Doesn't have the money for it right now, but theoretically have 3 lives for the next team fight.
Yeah, Boots
Seeing
of
him
Travel
suddenly
level 2
becomes
as well.
tough.
So if he wants to get in on top of one of these heroes just immediately, it's opportunity to do so. So jumping back in and out of the fights.
Wind Ranger, level 22. You kind of mentioned transitioning well and truly into a core. Yapsor, Ags, Maelstrom, going back for a Bloodthorn next, it looks like. Has those new talents. Goes for the Spell Amp, the extra damage with the Maelstrom, as well as the... I mean, you're not really throwing all too many power shots, but it's still nice to clear creep waves a little bit easier.
Oh yeah.
And I guess you go for the attack range at level 25. So, I mean, definitely as a core... what is now a core Wind Ranger, you go for the attack range.
That's kind of interesting how he's been able to do that. Again, just the power shot, really cool. 420 damage. He's got 9-second cooldown, and consistently he's been able to push out those lanes with it.
Yeah, I think the big item for Liquid to pick up, for Bears to pick up, I keep getting mixed up because I see Fata. I think Liquid is going to be a evasion item, Butterfly, because he's surviving all the. I mean, there isn't much magic damage anymore. There's an MKB coming on Sniper, but Meepo, he seems to be just right-clicking down Fata in most of these fights. Like Fata goes in, he has Lincoln's BKB. The right-click damage kind of overwhelms him, so I think if he gets a Butterfly, it's more agi, but more importantly, evasion against Meepo. It's a big upgrade for him. Could even, I think you replace the Ag Scepter with it. You're kind of at that point where you don't need the AoE magic damage as much. The Butterfly is going to offer you more, or at least move the Ag Scepter over.
Wind Ranger is going for a Solar Crest. I think that's a nice little middle ground as well. I was wondering if that might be something that they would go for.
Yeah, well, put that on the Marana. That's the...
Exactly.
That's, yeah, the subs, like, your Butterfly's too far away, or you think you're slot limited, or you want to have buyback. Because if you want to have buyback and Butterfly, you're looking at, I don't know, another 5, perhaps 10 minutes, depending how things develop. So the potential Solar Crest is maybe the intermediate option. Liquid smoked up right outside.
This is scary time right now.
They've got buybacks.
They're ready
on
to
Meepo
go.
At least.
Mind Control and
Mind
GH
Control's
leading the charge. They find onto Fata. They ain't able to pull him back and away though. Rubik steals amp damage, and that's Fata gonna go down. Buyback is still available. 90 seconds. They're gonna force it.
Yeah, they definitely want to force that one now in this mid lane. They've got the Aegis to force around. Perhaps they wait for the next lasso before they force it. That would be like the cautious play, because then they have the guaranteed pick-off. If you wait BKB lasso, you're very strong. That is... I feel where Liquid have the late game advantage, because BKB lasso late game as initiation is incredible.
Oh, they throw out a shackle, not going to connect on a miracle, and Matumba man just gets eviscerated though. Forev trying to run out back and away, and now it's still a lot of damage coming out from the lone Druid. Miracle Ghost Scepter comes out to keep him alive, just barely able to escape Yapsor. Not quite there in time with the power shot, and now comes back in with the rest of the Meepos, but that is Matumba down.
Died so freaking fast. That was I was wondering if it was like a blade mail or something, but it was just Fira right clicking him down. Eso Mionya. That was overwhelming damage.
GH. Oh, in some trouble now. They've got the Impale to follow it up. Nice BKB to turn it back around. Mind Control is here as well. They're going to try and get Forev out, and they are going to be able to do that, but that is 2 BKBs used.
Yeah, that's... And with Sniper still dead, just use your BKB on your 2 initiators. It's not going to be a Fata Mirana kill that translates into a lane of Rax or anything. They could still go for that Shrine. I feel like they've maybe forgotten about it at this point, because this is kind of where you want to back off and just wait for those BKBs, wait for Sniper. But could have other ideas. They are thinking initiation with Batrider. It's kind of where you don't want to use your Firefly to initiate if you don't have BKB, because otherwise you get hit in the Carapace.
Oh.
And with the Mirana respawn, they want to go in. They recognize
They see
can't get
Firefly's
to
going to be
this
down.
fight? Sniper has no boots of travel. Can't
Oh
get to
my
this
god.
fight.
He's TPing to the tier 3 tower. That's not going to get you there quick enough, man. GH is going to break the smoke. He actually is not going to quite find the initiation, and that's Kuroki down. And, well, another net gets thrown out. They're going to lift him up. Sniper is going to show up to the rest of this one, though. Mind control, trying to get to the high ground, out and away, but not able to escape. 2 down, no Kuro buyback right now.
They hung around way too long there. They didn't respect the Mirana respawn and just the initiation potential, and even losing a Dazzle makes a big difference. That's all that plus armor taken away. Didn't get a weave off, there's no grave save, the Solar Crest, the Guardian Greaves, the 4-staff save, all of those saves taken away from Liquid with a back off, and Liquid go on the back foot. I feel like they should have backed off as soon as that BKB, Batrider, and Slaughter didn't effectively get that kill onto the Nyx Assassin, but now they're going to have to defend high ground. Batrider will have a buyback and will have BKB back up, so they can go for that pickoff play, but no Dazzle for this one.
All right, Aegis
no
now
Aegis.
down,
Ooh.
getting into position. This could be the Bears' time. Miracle maybe going to look for the initiation. Buyback status, he does have it. A lot of boots of travel online as well. There's going to be the leap speed increase. They crush the bear. Arrow going out, not going to connect this time.
That's where you
Still
love
waiting,
that triple arrow.
but
They're going to
it's
give up the
gone.
racks, it looks like.
It's too easy with this damage. The Deso late game is really, really effective. And bottom lane pushed in. They got to keep their eyes on this, though, because Miracle can backdoor so quickly with those boots of travel level 2.
But he can also get punished very easily for backdooring because he's not a BKB carry. Like, he has got no escape if any, like, Nyx, Rubik, Mirana, Wind Ranger, they've all got these disables. If they TP back and catch him before he poofs out, he'll get quickly punished, so he's not going to risk it. They trade it. Again, we see Liquid not commit the buybacks. They're happy to give up a lane of racks if it means holding on to their buybacks. They recognize the situation this game is in and are prioritizing holding buybacks for winning a potential upcoming fight with extra lives that can win them the game. They're not playing to just save a lane of racks and then have the game extend. They're playing to win that big next fight. They're not playing for, like, they're playing for the future rather than the present, and you can find a pick now. It could be perfect for them, but doesn't look like they're going to find all too much. Won't see a Roche for another minute and a half at the earliest, and doesn't affect either team too much being down lanes of racks here with the ease that some of these heroes push out lanes.
Well, I feel like the state of the game, we started off great for Team Liquid, and they got themselves into a great position, and now sort of have been able to fight their way back into it, Bears. And almost
again.
to the point where they're going to be in the lead if Matumba Man or GH gets caught out here right at the start. Arrow for vision. Trying to find it. They're able to find out the one. The initiation comes out. Yapsor taking a ton of damage. He is going to end up going down. No, able to walk away, but he ends up falling in the end to the DOT. Fata turning down, trying to take down another. 3 are already dead. Fata in a lot of trouble now, trying to back out and is going to fall. 4 go down. Liquid with the team fight win.
They were just far enough away from Bears. When Bears came in, their invis were off on the Mirana. They were a little bit too far out of range. They were also disjointed. The Nyx stunned up the Meepo. Meanwhile, the rest of the Liquid team, the Bat and the Slaughter, the 2 frontliners who can be so chaotic, went on the entire Bears team. So Nyx was completely on his own.
All right. Buybacks in mass. Lone Druid
Bear
hanging
doesn't
on
want
to
to use his, yeah.
Matumba Man stunned. They don't want to initiate here. Just buy whatever possible time they can for that Lone Druid.
You'll give up a melee racks if it means Lone Druid can hold on to his buyback at this point. Liquid have buybacks, and this is where suddenly... That's why you don't buy back to defend mid. If you give up that mid racks and hold on to your buybacks, suddenly you win a fight. You haven't won the game, but you're one step away from winning the game. You're one team fight away because you've held your buyback. So Liquid know they just have to reset. They're not in a rush right now. They can even theoretically look to secure next Roshan.
Kuroki?
That's not a position he wants to be in, but...
Yeah, it's not a huge one, but everything important at this stage.
That gives you the info of where your opponents are. That was that the Moonlight Shadow even to initiate out onto them, perhaps? It's on cooldown now, but either way, Liquid press forward. There is no Dazzle buyback. I mean, it's a hero that just you can't really save money in the late game. If you're dying, your economy's taking a hit, but not the biggest deal in the world. As far as heroes to not have a buyback, that's probably the one you'd choose.
We're sort of seeing that thing we were talking about with Meepo, where every additional item, sure, it's great and all, but it's not really giving you the same value that your first ones did. Double Scotty now on top of Blade and Scythe of Ice. He is a monster, but not sure if it's going to end up. I don't know. How do you feel about him in this game at this point? Like, can he initiate still? Is that something that's possible, or does he kind of have to wait to be the follow-up?
It's very reliant on the Slider and the Batrider. He can initiate and get controlled because he's got way more HP than the Bat or the Slider. Like, he's the tankiest of their whole team. So him initiating is still fine because it sets up a good lasso. It can lead to Batrider catching a key target like the Bear or the Wind Ranger or the Nyx. Same for the Slider. He may be able to engage on a better hero because Meepo initiates. So I think it's actually quite a good way to approach a fight with Miracle going in first. The bigger thing rather than items for Miracle is buyback. If he can have 2 lives, even 3 lives with an Aegis, that's where you're in a good spot. But right now, lives favor Liquid because of all those buybacks just now. Wind Ranger and Nyx and Mirana. 3 of the 4 Bears cores, we'll call the Wind Ranger one, without, does set Liquid up to take fights and win the game off of one good fight.
And there's a couple of heroes still missing Boots of Travel as well, so even if he did happen to have a buyback, since on the Apsor, it wouldn't have ended up being able to be back for the fight aggressively.
Same for the Sniper, he's still holding on the Phase Boots. He's going for a Satanic. I like this choice.
Okay.
Whether or not he'll give up his buyback for it, we'll wait and see, but...
Oh, setting up for a big initiation. Adam is going to be there. They do get the stun onto him. So much damage, but Tumbleman gets the BKB off as well. And now Miracle's on top of him, looking for more. They pull back in Firo. He is going to go down. Buyback is available. Rubik trying to... Well, he's already dead, and they get the crush on the Yapsor as well. He's going to drop. Double from a Tumbleman, and that's 2 heroes without buyback. 100 seconds, no Wind Ranger.
Yeah, Fata barely gets himself into the trees to escape there. I think Batrider would have rather found Fata because that's the long respawn. Good news is Lone Druid is a shorter respawn, so he's going to be alive for the high ground defense, but it's still going to be 5v3 high ground push if they can go fast off the Roshan. And that 5, it's not really 5. Meepo is going to have 3 lives. He's the one taking the Aegis, which, yeah, he's more than happy. He'd rather an Aegis than the Scotty. That's how this Meepo hero works. Lives matter more than items in the late game, and they are going to look to break through, win this game. Perhaps just go for the Mega Creeps. The Throne is the riskier option. And just try and use their numbers advantage here. Fata pushing out the bottom lane, but realistically, he's not going to win a Throne race. Could set up the Lone Druid to TP in, though. This may be the play for Bears. Will they go for the base race?
There's definitely a possibility for it, and, well, Lone Druid, they're getting into position. Firo is going to head out. They can also have a great TP canceller there. In the Nyx, they jump forward, crush onto the Bear. If they were going to do it, they got to go now, but it looks like they instead want to try and fight this. Miracle already taking a lot of damage. Firo right-clicking him. GH goes in on top of him, but KP popped the right-clicks coming through. They are going to lose Firo. Buyback immediately. Fata dealing the damage over to the side and trying to take him down. Miracle's so low. They can't kill him off, though, and Kuroki also going to live. Everybody's still left alive. Can they take down this Miracle Meepo? There's the right-clicks. There's the stun, and there is the Aegis. Meanwhile, over to the side, Matumba Man takes down the Nyx as well. What? He was still over here.
Buyback.
Oh,
if they kill Fata, it could be over.
There's the Savage Roar trying to take him down. They do find that kill at the very least. Now, Mind Control lifted up. There's the arrow as well. Connects onto him. So they take down 2.
Oh, but Matu won. Him and Nyx both manned up on each other, and Matu lived on like 100 HP. Nyx barely dying there. The fact Matu can hold on to his buyback makes a world of difference. Having 2 sniper lives for this, what looks to be an all-in push down the mid lane, is going to be a big advantage for Liquid. It looks like they may have to use at least one of these 2 buybacks on Batrider or Meepo. Ideally, you only buyback the Bat, because the Batrider buyback is the BKB initiation. And lasso that can pull heroes into your tier 4s. Oh, Rapier. I like it. Yeah, you kind of got to do this, but it's so hard to push in the Batrider. Lasso, BKB, pull someone into the tier 4s, into the Fountain, pull them into the Sniper, pew, pew, pew. It is so difficult to push.
Yeah, well, they've got the bottom lane pressured out, and it looks like over here to the side, GH ready to pressure in the top lane. And with the Rapier, anything is possible. They are going to drop down some wards. This reveals that, yeah, they've been looking at him the whole time.
I think Batten wants to buy back ASAP.
Look at this.
And Meepo wants to hold on to his, but if you can hold both, that's even better. And with a glyph?
Initiation. They've got him caught there. The arrow not going to end up going out. Fata taking a lot of damage and is actually going to be able to find that kill. Rapier on the ground. Yeah, that's feeling pretty close to bad. Firo going to drop. They kill off another. And that could just be about it. GG is called as well. Liquid,
Damn.
they end up winning the Meepo game. It's going to push us to a game number 3. But Bears, getting spectacular in a game that should have been, in a lot of ways, lost earlier.
Yeah, holy shit, Luke. That was a best game of Dota I've seen in a while. So that was just an incredibly high level of play from both teams, so tense. That high ground defense at top lane by Bears, where they defended their melee racks and forced the Batrider back bottom, and then
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Lone Druid.
Liquid's turn to pick.
Brewmaster. Keeper of the light.
Radiant team pick. Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Crystal Maiden.
Radiant team pick.
War Chief.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Invoker.
Radiant team pick.
Alchemist.
Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Lycan. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
That was great.
Nice. We're into a pause. Classics. The Dota game, you know, the pause is like it's like the christening, you know, it's like you're now a human being. But
Exactly.
One of those things where Bears is just like, well, we just really want to ban these other heroes, let's take that approach, or if they actually forgot about banning it this game because they
Can we go through some of the big changes? To me, the biggest one is Howl giving HP to the rest of your team. There were a couple little changes as well with the Wolves, with the Invis factor that they have now, where they're at level 4 going to have permanent invisibility, and then 3 and 4 they get the cripple. How much do you rate this hero as Firo?
What's happening bottom? Firo, you're getting very close.
Kuro?
Frostbite, he's got it.
They walked back in, Sunstrike. It's going down. First blood GH. Good start.
Yes, this hero first got implemented in 7.00. It was broken as fuck. This hero was just winning every single game imaginable. Howl was like, it was like a short cooldown Chen Hand of God. It was healing everyone and giving them damage. This hero was pushing like crazy. It was insane. It received a lot of nerfs in the 7.01. Toning it back a bit, but it's still very potent. The new Howl is really the biggest change, where you get the bonus health, as well as your Necrobooks get bonus health as well. So it's this big scary push, and at night you get the is it double or whatever? Yeah, double effect during night. So you really want to be pushing and playing around the nighttime, which is a bit counterintuitive with a Keeper of the Light, but it's not really the biggest concern as far as like if you're pushing and have a strong enough army, you don't care that you don't have that Coddle Ags heal, and Coddle may not even have an Ags at that time.
On this ward placed down as well, unlikely to get de-warded, I would imagine, unless they spotted him heading over with the observer ward placed down by Liquid. I guess it's also worth considering, do you feel like this draft from Bears is a little bit greedy at all, considering they have the Alchemist, they've taken the Lone Druid? Do they need to be concerned about the push that's going to come from Liquid?
A little bit, for sure. Alch and Lone Druid together is definitely on the very greedy side of drafts. As far as their deep push and stall goes, it's not the best as well. Spirit Breaker as a support, Rubik with him. Like, this is not the scariest support duo to contest some of those early timings. Kuro, though, will get found. Not going to go down, but does disrupt his jungle, stops him getting level 2 just by leeching that one small creep. And we'll push him back to the tower, selling his clarity. But yeah, the greed factor is definitely a concern with this last pick Lycan.
Mm-hmm. I'm also seeing a little bit of a different build out of the... Actually, you need to hold that thought. GH taking a little bit of damage here, as is Fata, but they'll face him back. We occasionally see the Invokers go for early Ring of Bassi to deal with the Acid Spray spammed out, but looks like Invoker just comfortable last stand against him, and we're not going to be one to question Miracle's Invoker builds, but interesting look.
Yeah, Alka's winning the CS battle so far. Sunstrike, Miracle, he's getting charged, he gets a cold snap off, he's dead!
Oh man, timely charge there by Adam.
Firo, well played. Even without that charge, it looked like that could have been a turnaround. I don't know if Firo gets the kill without the stun, but he wasn't going to die, that's for sure. The Acid Spray was slowly welting away a Miracle. That Sunstrike was very well read by Firo.
Yeah. Heads up play indeed, and well, we're going to have to see if this ends up being a continued thing. If you're going to be going 12-13-0 on Alchemist to start the game and get a kill here, this is really going to be a problem. I guess he only got part of the kill, the assist, and did die once for that first blood, but a nice start nonetheless.
Yep. We'll see what the next moves are going to be. Adam likely wants to hit this level 2 until you get that Greater Bash. You're not the scariest roaming hero as the Spirit Breaker.
This could be the timing, though. Kuroki moves in. They're able to get the Frostbite Sunstrike as well. Firo walks backwards.
Is it going to be enough?
Really well-timed dodge. What?
Miss.
Oh, man. Alchemist a little bit lucky mixed with skill, and they make it work. Bottom lane still gearing up for a little bit of a battle here as they're trying to chase down Yapzor, but not going to happen.
I've seen that a few times now where you know that Invoker is going to slightly place the Sunstrike for your backstep, because the Frostbite duration is not quite enough to guarantee a Sunstrike, so you kind of predict the Alk's movement to retreat post-Frostbite, and instead of retreating, you walk into them. And it's such a great read that he walks forward, guesses where Miracle's placing the Sunstrike, and as a result, he survives once again. That's 2 missed kills in a row on this Alchemist. Firo is playing some good Dota right now.
He clears out the camps as well. At least does a decent amount of damage to the hard one. Going to use the Shrine and then head back into lane also. So being able to go back there topped off. Still a little bit of a problem that he's been missing out a whole wave of CS, but not the end of the world certainly. And if there's a hero that can catch back up, it's definitely Alchemist.
Yeah, I mean, Alka's one of those heroes that we saw like an earlier Alk game. This, I think it was from Bears as well, where Alk had like no CS whatsoever. I think even we saw some Nip Alchemist games, but you just fall back in the jungle with Iron Talon, slowly farm your Armlet. You could have 10 CS right now in Alchemist and you wouldn't be concerned.
Adam, in the meantime, they pop the Howl. Not going to be able to run him down, obviously. He just charges on out of there, and he's been able to get that early rotation in towards mid, but been somewhat quiet since then. What do you feel like the Spirit Breaker's purpose is going to be in this game? Where's the main lane to gank?
Keep the supports preoccupied, less perhaps about kills and just as much about just running at the CM and Coddle. These are 2 very squishy supports, and you can limit what they can do by just having a charge threat. They're Kuros that don't like getting charged upon. Like Kuro, until he has boots, is very easy to chase down. Even if you get Frostbane, you can still chase him down after that. So I think you're less concerned about getting kills and just happy to help your team win the lanes and create space, because you've got such a greedy lineup with Lone Druid and Alchemist. Any space you can create for those 2 heroes is going to go a long way.
Oh. Well, and you can see that ward placed down deep in the jungle was spotting out CM farming, and could go in there if he wanted to, but at least for now, Adam just sort of setting up for mid lane at least. Here to help out if Miracle gets a little bit too testy. Cold Snap, Sunstrike combo. And everything just kind of being status quo.
Howl coming out, but not really a threat onto Centaur 4F's life up top. We are seeing the full Exort Quaz build, at least to start with. He's gone back for a point in Wex at level 6. There's a lot of Wex Exort Invokers we've seen in this tournament where there's just like this pure Alacrity Chaos Media combo, but it seems Miracle wants the Cold Snap Sunstrike duo for the most part, and has now got at least the 1 value Alacrity point.
And you can see the constant pulls over here as well, but GH shows they're going to try and go for it. A couple right clicks going in. They also have the movement slow, going to get pulled back in, and GH also getting the stone on mind control. Can they get the body blocks? They need a bash. They managed to find one, the slow, the turnaround, and well, he should be able to walk away from this one as rest of Bear's back.
Yeah, they'll shrine it up. It looks like Kuro teeping down here, but that shrine will be scattered as Adam is on the low ground, has the observer ward as well, but he'll just happily walk on past. Nice little kill there. Good use of that Stampede. Forev knows he's unlikely he's not going to get any kills up top with it. The main downside is if he gets ganked, he won't have it to escape. But getting a kill for this safe lane, where you've got this lone druid trying to farm, and he's not really a hero that's can really achieve a whole lot on his own. It's a good way to use that first Stampede.
Definitely.
Alka's just TPing around bounty runes, by the way. He is level 4, maxed out Greevil's Greed. Bounty rune, bounty rune, bounty rune all day long.
Oh, bottom lane in the meantime, Yapso are going to get ran upon. They kill him before the Sunstrike hits. But I guess that is one thing. If you are just kind of running around the Alchemist, there's no pressure applied anywhere, really. I mean, not that he would anyways, but they can kind of just roam around with 3 heroes. Do you think this is fine for Firo, though?
Yeah, he's totally fine. He's farming ridiculously well for an Alk considering this game. He's fasting faster than what we've seen some other Alks do, and he may get a kill here.
Oh, Miracle, he's going to get gone upon. They do not have any detection, though, and, well, it felt like maybe there was a moment where they could have lifted, pulled back into the stun, didn't go for it. Now Yapsor just going to get a cold snap and force backing away.
Yeah, they're going for the full efficiency play where they tried to like maximize their damage output, save the lift for later on so they could channel up the Alk stun perhaps a bit longer, but anybody get the kill. Still okay, again, that's not, I mean, that would have set Bears up to be like in a big laning stage advantage, but it's not like they're in a tough spot because they missed that kill. Alchemist is still farming very well, doing a really good job just timing his movements. Like his farming patterns have been very impressive. Whenever there's a rune coming up, he grabs that bottom bounty rune and then TPs to the top shrine to grab the other bounty rune, and then as he's there, he farms the camp, and then by the time he's farmed the camp, he walks back mid to farm the lane. So he's being very efficient with his play.
And you can see there Kuroki as well, trying to run around and snipe away a couple of these camps from him whenever possible. They're bringing in mind control. The charge was chasing, so actually call that off as Adam not wanting to dive for it. A lot of vision in this jungle.
Yeah, they recognize all those heroes there, and it looks like the D-ward from Adam, well, he gets the sentry in the right place, but needs that courier to help him out. There we go, he'll be able to, we'll be able to D-ward it once mind control's out of the way.
Ah, mind control. Claps at him, backing out again.
Annoying, you don't have that flying, you've got to bring the courier out if you want to D-ward that now, and mind control is, this is so obnoxious.
Gonna defend the ward, promise. Meanwhile, Stampede up in the top, trying to take down Matumbaman, but he got the shapeshift off, and now sort of turning his wolves back over onto them.
You're not stampeding him down. 650 movement speed, hello. So, good job staying alive there. Doesn't quite have the money for his Vlads yet, but is level 7. We don't really see the Lycan truly come online until like that 10 to 15 minute stage as far as being able to break towers. It's a slow-paced hero early on with the early levels. I feel like Liquid's draft really hits its peak around that level Fiend Invoker, getting the double Forge Spirits. That push with double Forge Spirits, Vlad's Necrobook on Matu, that's when Liquid are kind of at their scariest.
And
they want to do that before Alk gets too farmed, because he could theoretically have like a Radiance by that point, but you don't want to make sure you start taking all the towers and punishing the Alk pick at around that stage.
I think GH right there just did the little of the push away on the Spirit Breaker who was charging in. They call it off. But again, kind of a weird laning stage, and it feels like Liquid are getting what they want out of it as far as those levels, building towards the items. When's the point where do you need to try and throw a combo breaker in there for Bears, or do you just sort of do the same thing and get that Alchemist up as Radiance?
So they have the blink on Centaur. It's kind of hard to reliably initiate for kills. They've been trying to do it with the Stampede. So they got the first Stampede kill down bottom. The second Stampede kill attempt was up top on the Lycan, which they missed. So that's kind of been their plays. Like they're just going for these small little ganking squads. It was a Centaur and Lone Druid up top. They had 3-man gank on mid. They missed 2 of those kills they went for, which sets them back a little bit, but even failed kill attempts still create space for Firo to farm. So they're hitting their item timings on the Alchemist for the time being. They don't have to be overly concerned until that big push starts coming. They've just given up the 1 tower now at bottom, but that was kind of inevitable with this constant Coddle Brewmaster pressure.
And Yapsor in the mid lane, going to take a good bit of damage. They're going to run in with Matumbaman after the fact. Sunstrike is going to be on the mark, and now chasing Firo a little bit as well. Mind control in the area. Everybody suddenly here. Frostbite gonna break the TP. Fear in a lot of trouble, stampeding, running away. There's the lift up. The Bruce Split was already committed for this, and Brev also in the area. They're trying to break this up, but Chase continues. The right clicks are there. There's the Illuminate for the kill. GH picks it up, throwing up in the air the Centaur as well. This team fight is going terribly for Bears. Miracle is going to get the Ghost Walk out, running out and away. Mind control controlled and going to die. But they're still throwing out more damage. GH lifted up in the air. The stun comes through as well with the charge. And finally, an end of the cacophony. Sunstrike hits him. Ties the kill onto Adam. Miracle, the Magic Man. He's doing it again.
That ward's still there. It gave him the vision. That ward that
oh my god.
Ward, he ends up dying because of it. That dreaded ward. Adam is going to be so angry about that ward right now, but it's a good fight for Liquid considering the Alchemist goes down and they don't lose core hero. I mean, they lose the Matu Brewmaster, but he gets his job done trading his life for the Alchemist. Miracle and Matu stay alive, so definitely a favorable fight for Liquid. But Bears at least salvage things a little bit there towards the end, making sure they get a couple of kills in return. They charge back in, but they still have to be a little bit concerned because they do not want to see Firo going down. His item timings are crucial for the overall Bears game plan.
Yeah, definitely. That's something that they're going to have to make sure they stay up on. I've just been so impressed with Liquid's ability to invade this jungle. They've completely taken it away from the Alchemist and every hero from Bears, pretty much. I feel like this is the way that you've just got to play against an Alchemist. So take notes, everybody. He has been able to still get that farm in spite of it, though. And going now over into the Ancients and should be able to keep his farming up. Already about halfway to that Radiance.
Yeah, I want to say it was the Bears themselves who are in this same position against like an NIP draft where they just had to farm only their secondary jungle. They couldn't even farm their main jungle with the Alchemist. And that's what it feels like now. Although they have regained some control. They've got good vision around their jungle, de-warded most of Liquid's vision, but Liquid can look to play around their smokes. They're going to have a Blink Dagger soon on Brewmaster they can play around. And Mind Control with his ultimate coming back up is once again in this bottom lane looking to apply some serious pressure and force Bears to come back and react to this.
Kuro right under a ward right here, though, and well, they are going to at least scout out as he places one. We'll see where he puts it.
Yeah, this feels like a dangerous place to be now for like given the Radiant vision, but it does seem like they're not aware that Radiant has so much ward coverage in this jungle because they knew they would not be hanging around for too much longer. And there's the ward.
Oh, this is really big. Forev just picked up his Blink Dagger as well, and if they could find a kill onto Mind Control, he does not have his.
He's keeping out.
Okay.
He gets out.
Kuro should die here, maybe?
Matu may be the bigger kill. If you can get Matu, that's big, but where did Brewmaster? He's headed... Oh, he's headed back. He just... Okay. He TP'd and then rejoined with his team, and they're once again grouping up near this bottom lane. This is kind of timing I talked about. You've got a bit earlier, but at least now you've got the levels on Lycan. He's maxed out both Feral Impulse and Summer Wolves. They missed the crush.
Oh, Forev, they're going to be able to get away with that. That really hurts. Man, they needed that
shift.
stun so much.
Here come Liquid, though. They've got a great initiator in the Brewmaster. And even though Yaps has stolen Shapeshift, that may save his life, it's not going to offer too much teamfight presence for him.
Liquid not wanting to take it yet. It looks like they're going to turn and head over towards mid lane, at least for now, and GH going to get charged. They realize what's happening. They're coming in this direction. There's the force back out and away, and looks like they are going to be able to escape. And on the other side, Hero controlled the Kuro ulti. It's going to end up killing him. No, he gets away. The Shrine is there as well. The turnaround. Oh, Kuro. It was so close, but going to be just a little bit too far away, and Firo will live. It does not look like they're going to end up taking down Mind Control, though. Firo stuns himself. TP, not enough mana.
Continuing to juke. You should get found unless they...
Oh my god, what? They didn't find him. Kuro gets out.
That Sentry ward up there, I guess he thought maybe Kuro warded and then TP'd out, so the Sentry won't find anything. Kuro gets out. What a play from Yapser, though. In Dream League, we had a nickname. We were calling him Yappy Hot 4 because he was just making so many plays. He felt like the hottest 4-position player out there at the time, and that was a sick reaction from him. He gets in there, just manages to lift and cancel the freezing field, saving the Alchemist's life at the last second, turns it around with the freezing field. Very well played by him, but somehow no one dies, I guess. That's a thing.
Yeah, right.
That favors Bears, though, like keeping their Alchemist alive. He has his Relic now. He's about to finish the Radiance itself. 16 minutes in. Considering the aggressive lineup of Liquid, at least their mid-game aggression, you're very happy with this.
Oh, all right, and another initiation could be coming. Forev, a chance to redeem himself after that failed stun in the bottom lane, which of course, it happens from time to time, but it would be a big one here if they could pick it up.
Yeah, it's one of those. Matu like slightly stuttered and moved his hero back right as he went in. Caught him by surprise with it. And we'll see the bottom tier 2 tower go down. Bears were positioned around the top side of the map. They had the Alk farming up top. They didn't want to be too far away from him. They also felt like they could age on mid, so they wanted to play on the top side of the map, but Liquid seem aware of that. Kuro's like circling like the entire jungle, like they're somewhere here, guys. Yeah. Here's the information. But I mean, he's spot on. He did circle half the minimap, but he is accurate in his assessment.
They're somewhere up there, absolutely. Well, tier 2 tower ostensibly going to be traded since they took down the bottom one. It looks like Liquid actually want to take this fight.
In. Yeah.
All right. Stampede's still available. They're going to blink out. I think that they do escape from this one. Yapso are not going to get controlled, and Sunstrike is playing out on the mark. But
Good
that's
retreat.
Radiant's timing. 16 minutes.
Yeah, so what's the Lycan timing looking like for his Necro book? He's got Necro 1. Okay, so with Lycan, this is where you're at this point where all it takes is one good team fight and it's Aegis. One good team fight and it's tier 2 towers down, and then another good team fight and you're pushing high ground. So this is the stage of the game where Bears have to be very careful about how they approach team fights, which team fights they choose. If anything, they want to be avoiding any possible fights. Like, you've got this Radiance, but use it to farm. Don't try and fight into Liquid's draft, because this Primal Split can win them fights, and then they've got a draft that will quickly turn a one team fight into towers.
Oh, they throw out the ulti. Tornado is going to connect, though. Sunstrike as well. Why not? See you later, Adam. And now Matumba Man looking to finish this off. A good Savage Roar will keep the rest of Liquid back, but
that's Roche, though. Yeah. So it's not even. It doesn't even have to be a team fight, as Liquid prove. It can be just a single pick off and spells being used. You use a Stampede, we kill your Spirit Breaker, we go into Roche. Whether or not Forev can do anything about this, we'll have to wait and see. He's got a Blink Crush, and Yapster is in the neighborhood, but Alchemist is just not fight ready. Lone Druid is just looking to be a bit too squishy to really try and fight as well, so no contest for Roche.
Yeah. Miracle picks up the Aegis, picks up a Blink Dagger as well, and with GH out there standing guard, it feels like it's just so hard to move up and contest. Blinding Light is there, Illuminate spam, Mana Leak, everything. And now, is this the timing where we start to see them attempt to really just burn down all of these towers? Is it that point in time in the game?
Absolutely. They're going to be the 5-manning Deathball team. Bears are going to be the split-pushing, let's somewhat avoid fights kind of team. They have got smoke, so I mean, outside of split pushing, they can try and smoke for pickoffs, but they don't really want full-on 5v5 engagements when the Primal Split is up. Liquid are the ones who would love those kind of a team fight. Mid lane, Forev needs to. He doesn't have a blink. Okay, looks like Kuro was just out of range of mind control. Was also a bit too far away. But yeah, this is where Liquid will try and barrel down lanes, and Firo will try and split push the side lanes using his boots of travel.
Oh my god, another combo catches out for Rev, the full meteor, and well, can they get the slow? Not going to be there. Croaky would love some form of initiation item, but is sort of that poor Crystal Maiden.
But similar to that last Stampede, it's a defensive Stampede to save lives, and it allows an objective to be taken. Last time it's a Roshan, this time it's a tier 2 tower. They will likely have to back off and wait for another shapeshift to happen, but they may even have a pick. Yeah,
oh my god!
Sniped.
All right,
Great
Miracle, the lift up. Tornado
tried
is
to do
just
the
working.
Firo play and walk forward to dodge it, but it was just not enough time to dodge it, and Al could theoretically... The threat to the high ground is much more to force Bears back, and when they see the hoof stomp and the acid, they may have to retreat here, but all good damage being done by Liquid.
I don't know, they're dealing a good bit of it, definitely, and the spam out the Illuminate, it does look like Liquid are at least going to back for now, and
yeah,
I mean, it is sort of more value now, taking down those tier 3 towers and being able to shut down the shrines. Something to think about a little bit.
Necrobook wears off though, shapeshift in 25 seconds, so they'll change course and head towards top. Miracle will just casually Sunstrike Fata. These are... Oh, that Illuminate didn't land. If that Illuminate hits, he's down to like 200, 300 HP. This just guarantees you push this top lane, because you know this Lone Druid's suddenly half HP. He doesn't really want to fight half HP, but GH taking a too aggressive play in mid lane. There was actually a Radiant Ward scouting him out there.
Wow, and this is a huge steal for Yapster as well. The Illuminate, level 4.
Oh,
this is something that they
nice.
like, that mixed together with Fade Bolt basically stops the push of Liquid every time now.
Yeah. I love watching GH with how aggressive he plays as a support, but sometimes he does it like he overdoes it. In a moment when he doesn't need to, you're playing like a more 5-man deathball lineup. Last game, Team 5, where he needed to be playing that chaotic initiator type role where he put himself in these dangerous positions. But when you're the team that wants to group up, take towers, he doesn't need to be there. He wasn't really achieving a whole lot. He was theoretically dealing with the split push by spamming at mid lane, which is where he'll go once again, but getting picked off like that doesn't feel like a spot he should have been.
Thankfully, he's back there together with team. Oh, maybe in some trouble now, though. Forev finds the initiation on him. Matumba Man, they still have the blinding light to push back the Force Staff away. GH still fine for the moment. Counterplay comes in, though. Miracle is there. Adam trying to run out and away. He is going to drop the Illuminate spam. Goes back the other direction now. The ulti has already been used. Fata's been controlled. He's going to go down as well. Liquid taking no prisoners in this one. And, well, a Sunstrike back over there doesn't quite catch Yapzor.
The doggy is doing Lycan things. He's just going from one objective to the next. You don't need to be all that farmed on a Lycan to get the job done, and we're seeing that for... He's getting heavily out-farmed by an Alchemist, but what Lycan does with the farm he's got is a lot more than what the Alchemist does right at this stage of the game. Bears need to continue to buy time. They need to get that Manta plus Octarine core up before Alchemist is even with those items, I feel like he needs the armor item on top, the Shiver's Guard, before he's totally fight ready. And Liquid again, they take the objectives, they fall back. They'll wait for the shapeshift, wait for the Necrobook cooldown, and this time will be a Necro 3 coming up for their push.
And maybe thinking about going on it when it was the Centaur alone, but...
Vero at top? Oh no, he's actually... Miracle's in the trees here. Will he go in?
GH, this is not the play they want to go for. Kuro stunned, Well, there's going to be a tornado combo. They kill off Adam at the very least, but this is on the stomp. They're not going to be able to take down Miracle.
For guessed wrong. That would have been such a big kill. If they find Miracle there, even though he's got Aegis, that's similar to Game 1 Shadow Fiend, where he has Aegis, but he dies twice. That was a very unfortunate guess from Forev. If he had gone to the south, he knew Miracle blinked in those trees, he just didn't know which spot. That was the big kill that would have suddenly made this game a lot easier to play for Bears.
Right.
The Aegis will be expiring soon, but it would have at least been... I mean, you kill Miracle regardless, whether you have to kill him twice or not.
Oh, and they're not expecting him right there.
Oh.
Just a little bit off the mark. Guy's going to be able to get with the Sunstrike very low. And this is the other thing that's so cool about this lineup. You know, he TPs back home, gets full up, and then Keeper of the Light is able to pull him back in with the recall. So particularly once this Ags comes up and online for Coddle, this game just blows wide open. So I don't even feel like Liquid have yet hit their complete and total peak. They've still got a little bit of room here to grow. And I don't know, Bears, what's the big answer at this stage?
Just stall it out. Like, there's not much more to be said. They can't really initiate too easily into the Liquid. Their Liquid squad, their team fight is just too potent. Blinding Light is really hard to fight into for both Alchemist and Lone Druid. Play around your high ground defense. Potentially you smoke up to try and contest that Roshan using the center initiation, but fighting into the team fight of Brewmaster. And now the Miracle Invoker, getting all his levels. He's got level 18 coming soon. His combo's really starting to heat up. I mean, he is just such a dangerous Invoker player to go up against. He is so good at finding those pickoffs in the team fights. We've seen it time and time again where he just snipes a Spirit Breaker all by himself. He almost got the Lone Druid at the end there. He is one freaking scary Invoker. And there's an Assault Crest as Matu's next item. So this is the item that they'll have possibly around Roche number 2, which will allow them to look to break the high ground and make this Alchemist. This Alchemist is looking fairly squishy against all this right-click damage coming out from the Invoker and the Lycan, not to mention all the nuke damage, like Coddle Illuminate, Invoker Sunstrikes, Chaos Meteor combos. There is damage everywhere.
Fata ends up breaking the smoke there, but a key couple of items. We have Mind Control Aghanims done as well as Coddles, and Miracle's actually all alone up top here. Can they go on
coming.
They're looking for it.
They're hoping he walks in the jungle. If he walks in, he's channeling the stun.
Going for
recall,
initiation. They've got him. There's the initiation. The double but Vero ended up stunning himself. Adam still looking. Tornado save last second. There's going to be the Deafening Blast pushback. And meanwhile, mid lane in some trouble. Sunstrike looking, not going to hit. But they're hitting the tower in the mid lane. Heals coming out from GH as well. Matumba Man.
Recall number 2.
Oh, did they actually break the TP? Did they break that TP of... They don't have the Centaur here for this fight. They broke his TP. Miracle is now in there. Biro trying to get back. They're going to stampede it out, and another Illuminate spam should be able to keep Matumba Man alive if they want to turn it back around. Rooted. Miracle. Still in trouble. They pushed him back up to the high ground. There's
The Savage Roar helps him get stand up.
The stun for forever. They get the follow-up stun. The damage is coming out so much, but Tumba Man able to back out and away very, very low. Can they get the heals? They end up killing him.
Stolen Illuminate.
Apsor. Oh man, that was gorgeous. And in the meantime, they have the ulti that comes out from the Panda, which is going to be able to turn this back around somewhat, but he might end up dying himself. Nice blink out and away. This is going to be a self-stun for Zero.
Yeah, he's got no targets, and Miracle has a combo ready to go. Is he going to be able to kill Pharaoh? The Chemical Rage is on cooldown. Another great Blinding Light, and Spirit Breaker at him in all sorts of trouble.
Savage Roar saved their life right there, but they still managed to take down that Spirit Breaker. Carnage in the middle lane as every freaking person died, pretty much. But another stun on the Miracle. They can't really finish it up, though.
That was the most... That Savage Roar, like, my first thought was like, oh, that's helping Miracle escape the high ground where he was out of position by giving him the bonus movement speed, until 4F hits a 4-man stun into 4-man Illuminate. That AoE damage was absurd, but now that Lycan's back, the instant recall in. Martu is ready to go. Necro 3, he wants this Rax. Problem is, Bears are also back alive as 5.
Yeah, and they do hold. They're holding on to this right now. The Tornado comes out, is not going to connect onto anybody. Necro Book's out as well. Savage Roar, get the hell out of my base.
The heal from the Coddle Illuminate helping all those summons stay nice and healthy, as does the Howl, giving them the bonus HP.
Oh, they tried to get the follow-up there as well. Firo does kill off the Necro Book finally, and Matumba Man shapeshift. They look like they want to go in. A couple right clicks onto Forev.
Don't think they can sustain this push without the Necrobooks. Miracle also very low on mana. They've got sustain in terms of the heals, but as far as like mana goes and their spell usage, it does feel like Liquid should probably backing off now. Roche has respawned. Shrines are also available for the taking, so it does seem like the time to back off and then recall your way back in. Miracle will heal up his mana pool, likely get recalled by the Coddle, and then could theoretically go for this shrine, but you're also in a vulnerable position. This is where if you're Bears, you want to smoke out, try and find some kills, try and stop this Roche, impending Roche from happening. Kuro himself wants to smoke, almost acknowledging that that's exactly what Bears are going to be doing as well. Bears have smoked up, headed towards that Roche pit, but need to do the same.
This is a really scary moment for... Oh, the newly minted Lincolns. Keeps him alive.
Oh
Wowza.
my gosh.
Okay. A little bit of pause.
DC.
Okay.
Yeah, Brew DC. They had a split second of vision of Invoker. They didn't even have a moment to think about his item. So Yapso didn't get to check the Lincoln Sphere on him. Definitely no mistakes there. And Centaur was expecting a lift into a stun, so absolutely no mistake there made by Bears. It was just the item pickup from Miracle, allowing him to not get caught out there. Whether or not he would have died is another matter. Who knows whether the burst damage would have been enough. I imagine if they'd got into stun with a potential charge or unstable concoction follow-up, it would have been a kill onto Miracle, but he survives, and Bears have to back off. They've got no mana on this Centaur. They've used Stampede. This may just be a free Roche for Liquid.
This is huge. They have a shrine available, which they can use.
Oh yeah,
it looks like that's what they're going to go for. But
yeah, if they want to contest Roche, they have to.
It feels to me right now like Liquid have to get this Aegis, whereas Bears, if they don't get it, it's not great, but it's not the end of the world. How much pressure are Liquid under right now? Would you agree, or are you just...
I'm not totally on the same page. I think Liquid is still, like, their timing window is still going to last them another 3 to 5 minutes. They're very strong. There's Assault Crest coming on Martu. The Invoker scales incredibly well to the late game as an Alchemist counter as well. So I feel like there's actually pressure on Bears to stop Roche from happening.
Okay. Well, Savage Roar comes out. They push back GH for the moment. Also worth noting that Spirit Breaker breaking the Lincolns in the bottom lane. We're going to have to keep our eyes on that as well. They have that ability to instantly take it off. Yep. They manage to have vision on Miracle in these extended fights.
That's actually the other really big reason to go this Lincoln's build. Like, when he's pushing up top, he was so close to dying up top lane. If that Alchemist managed to get the concoction off, which he was like maybe 5 range away from getting off, he just managed to get it. Get out of range before the stun wore off. Like, that's a kill on Miracle. But with a Lincoln Sphere, you know when that charge is coming. So the second your Lincolns pops, you just blink out of a lane. You don't show on the map. But when you've got your Lincolns up, you can show anywhere on the map you want, knowing that you're not being charged. The counterplay could be like you charge a creep and try stun your way through Miracle, but that in itself that's very unreliable.
Well, Yapsor, he's also building now back into the next one. Neither side really wanting to take that next step towards moving in, and the big bad man, Mr. Roshan, but they've got the vision in there with the wolves, so should be able to scout that out consistently, Liquid, if they want to try and make that move.
Their play seems to be split push bottom, force Bears to come defend, and then go. Miracle, he gets his Linken's popped, he backs off. His Linken's is back up, he can now push out again, knowing that he can't be charged. So it's this constant pressure from Miracle. He's even using the Chaos Meter just to push faster. Alacrity's up for Forward Spirit. Someone has to come back and defend. It's going to be Alchemist. The second they see Alchemist, they may head into this Roshan pit. They're recalling Miracle. Martu is going to TP. Roche is on the menu for Liquid.
And obviously not having that recall is going to make a pretty big difference. Do they have an idea that this is happening? I'm sure that Bears have to know it, but being able to come and contest is a completely different matter. Forev is there. They're also split pushing though, the top lane. Lone Druid hits pretty hard on buildings, that's what I've heard. Other mana leak onto Forev. Sounds straight. Mind Control on top of him now. They have the Curl ulti as well, able to almost bring him down. Forev is going to fall here. So no Lone Druid.
I think he misclicked. I think he double clicked his TP because he popped his Mjolnir and then TP'd. I thought he was TPing to the fight, but he TP'd to the mountain. Only explanation is he misclicked and double clicked his TP in my mind. So unfortunate mistake for Fata, and Roche secured as well as 2 kills for Liquid. That looked because Fata had 2 plays. He either split pushes top, tries to trade Roche for like the tier 3 tower, or he comes and fights. And it looks like he was taking the second approach. He even popped the Mjolnir before he TP'd.
All right. Yeah, definitely an odd one. So huge moment right there. Ends up being into the favor of Liquid quite heavily. And now Aegis online with Lycan as well as an AC. You've got all of these items up. The only downside is it's not daytime, but...
I mean, that helps the Howl out. It hurts the Coddle Heal. The Coddle Heal is better than the double Howl, so... Or is it? I mean, 200 hero bonus health becomes 400. Minions get 200 health extra too, so... You're okay with it being nighttime.
Definitely. Savage Roar didn't really end up forcing anybody back here. The Alchemist illusions are starting to become a bigger and bigger problem.
Yes.
During core there.
And they've got Radiance too, so it's that mischance on all the summons, on the Lycan himself.
Oh, stun Matubba, man. The tornado to interrupt everything though, and there come the heals.
There's the heal. Gonna get the free Spirit Bear and get the Rax here. Denied by Pythera.
Alright, well, pulling him back in. A couple more right clicks. They're able to get the ulti now. Another stun, but the nice 4-step out and away. A 2-person stun comes in from the Alk, but it should just be able to... A quick exit for Liquid, as I don't think that Bears have the ability to really chase.
It looks like they're just gonna roll their way down bottom lane now. Voka TP's back, picks up his Soul Booster, close to an Octarine Core. Rest of the team are gonna wait around the jungle, perhaps expecting Bears to try and set up, get some vision outside of the base, and just let Miracle solo push the lane for now. The other 4 teammates can quickly and easily recall him back in should they need to, but it's going to just be GH spamming out the pending waves. And now Bears have to find some way to defend the charge on GH. Are they going to look to engage before Miracle's here? That seems like a bold choice, which they're not going to go for.
Yeah. In the meantime,
needs buyback. He's short buyback, so may not see him TP until he gets a bit more gold, which he'll quickly find.
And I mean, you can keep that pressure out as well. Like the other thing is just being able to make sure that they're keeping some pressure on that top lane while this bottom lane is kind of all going wrong. And well, they do start to hit away at this tower. It's tough to figure out what the great answer is. They just don't have the initiation to deal with it or the damage to follow it up.
It does look like Liquid happy to slowly siege and chip away at this one. Just use the Forward Spirits, the Alacrity, them on Miracle. Lycan's not even really committing too much for the high ground. He's happy just to let the summons do most of the damage. Perhaps with this heal backing him up, he will go in with the Howl. But there's the stun, just throwing him down. Nice blinding light. Pushes
out
for
of there. There's the big combination as well. Tornado lift up a hell of a lot of damage. Fata as well as Yapzor going down. Miracle, the Magic Man with a triple kill, looking for a bit more. Can they take down Firo? They're going to throw out the EMP combo. Matumba Man a little bit low. Firo out of mana, out of time. There is the lift up onto the Centaur immediately. He is not able to get the counter initiation play. Forev wanted it badly, and well, Rubik stole split. This might be the way back into it. Able to stun on Matumba Man. Firo looking for a bit more. Another great lining light. GH trying to chase. They are going to be able to find him and get that kill, but Matumba Man's still out and away. Aegis not expired. They're trying to find that kill, but they couldn't quite get him.
They can kill Matu twice.
This would be a big one.
Caught. Yep, that's one death, and Not sure Miracle can save him. He's going to go for it.
Oh, the time Meatball drops down, but it's not quite enough. There is the lift up, so maybe going to be able to get him out of there. The Deafening Blast goes out as well. Miracle Ice Wall not going to be able to get him. Triple kill for Fata, and Miracle just going to be able to get recalled out.
Nice attempt from Miracle. If there's ever any doubt who is the Invoker genius out there, perhaps the best Invoker in the world, although there are maybe some people who would contest that. Miracle making a good claim to that title right there with some of his plays in that team fight. Don't get the racks though, but a lot of buybacks were forced out. The Centaur as well as the Rubik as well as the Lone Droid. He couldn't take advantage of that short respawn time. He's not level 20 yet. Even if he was, he likely would have had to buy back because Liquid were right at the door. Team Bears. So 3 buybacks is what it takes to hold on to the high ground. Alk still has his. Means he can transition to his next item, which is going to be an Ag Scepter. Centaur Ag seems like the best bet here as far as Ags go. Rubik is not bad, but I think this Rubik is just too squishy, as we'll see. Miracle?
Going deep for this one. Expected that he was just going to be able to find it, and, well, that is not the play.
Yeah, Miracle has been cursed. He has no buyback. What just happened?
What?
This is the last time I talk up a player. Yeah, Lyrical. That was insane. That was very questionable.
I feel like GH has been rubbing off on him a little bit.
Put him back down, you know. He thought he had a free kill on the Rubik, and then he could escape, like blink out and get recalled, I guess. But he gets punished and does have. Like, he actually has no buyback right now. Bears don't know that. That is the good thing. Bears don't know the buyback status, but boy, is that a big misplay.
Yeah.
Breathing room, towers. At least one tower going to be claimed.
And particularly a lineup like this
Centaur.
that we've talked about, that it's like it's a lineup that's built around like strong timings, and if not only are you going to be able to like not pressure during this point, but also your team, the enemy team, builds up ground. Really, really rough.
Well, I mean, this is one of those tense games, like those moments. Like sometimes you think you have a play which can open things up for your team, and we saw it top with Fata where he accidentally TPs back to the fountain where he didn't mean to, I can only imagine, and playing this game is in a place where it's still not one for Liquid. That one lane advantage, the late game is still very potent with this Alchemist Lone Druid duo, and the Centaur Ag Scepter is a big game changer. You look at those Invoker combos at bottom lane. If Centaur has an Ag Scepter with a Stampede, damage mitigation makes a big difference as far as keeping the whole Bears team alive.
Yeah, and I think it's a testament to the fact, too, like, you look at these huge items that are up and online now, Octarine Core for Keeper of the Light, you're getting so much farm on these heroes. Like, these games have been going long. You can't stay perfect through all of them, so really, really impressive display from all these players, and waiting to see, I mean, how good is this Octarine Core for Coddle?
Oh, Forev went for the blind blink stomp onto GH, didn't quite get him, but they still see him with the high ground ward. Adam loses that vision, won't go for any kind of a deep dive or charge. I mean, all of Coddle's spells this game are amazing still. Mana Leak, it's like, can cripple the Centaur, take away his mana pool, keep heroes locked in place, Illuminate for the AoE damage, the wave clear. Chakra is probably his weakest spell in the late game, but it's still useful. Blinding Light is incredible. It's going to force out BKB or an MKB on Fata. It looks like he's queued up the BKB. Alchemist himself is not going to have a good answer for the Blinding Light, so it's a very good Octarine just to reduce all those cooldowns.
Yeah. Well, and I think that also, like, the cooldown reduction is kind of unique.
This bottom range racks. There's the Lycan Rat, Dota. Go get the free range racks.
Oh, dirty. I've forgotten about this hero and what it can do to your soul. It's kind of frustrating.
I mean, for one player, he's enjoying it.
Definitely.
To see Lycan had it back into Captain's mode. That was a direct Ice Frog buff to Team Liquid.
Right.
But this game's still not over yet. Ags number 2. This one will be Rubik's. Yapsaw. See what he can do now in these fights. We've seen some big steals from him. A couple nice Illuminates, and then the Primal Split, of course, has been a very nice steal as well throughout this game.
The Invoker, I feel like whenever you go up against him as Rubik, it's just like throwing themselves back at him and can be just as quick. But, well, Kuroki going to get charged here. They do have the Glimmer Cape, realizing that something could be afoot, and we'll back out for the moment. As Firo? Yeah, he's fine.
Yes. Bears playing on the front foot. They want to not allow Liquid to secure that next Roshan. Rosh is actually back up. Not that Bears have the easiest way to get in there and take it, but they feel like they can take out this last outer tower.
On Miracle jumps forward for Ev, hits the stun onto him. Mind control counter initiation comes in. They do have the bruise split that's already been used. Now looks like the Storm Panda going to be looking for another play, but actually walking uphill ends up getting it fogged a little bit, and they are going to be able to pull back for Ev. Nice blinding light.
With blinding light, like seeing how he uses it as a positioning tool throughout this game, the pushing the center in at the bottom lane when they were pushing high ground plays like that. Fully understands what this spell can do. Top lane, Miracle has found the poor Rubik.
Yapsor.
Sphere, not gonna help you.
Well, wanted to make something happen there, but a little bit unfortunate. Miracle spotted him, and then obviously Shiva's guard to get that vision, and now that does pave the way for Roshan. No buybacks right now on Rubik or the Centaur, so they will be able to take this again, and a little bit concerned now for Bears. Their high ground defense, a little bit hurt at this point.
And last time they lost the mid racks, but defended bottom lane. They've got a bit more in terms of items now, but as do Liquid. So this Aegis may be perhaps that bottom melee racks. Ideally, they want to go top since there's still the full tier 3 tower and racks there. So if they can get one lane, top lane's going to be the bigger claim for them. Miracle's going to defend top and then likely get recalled it. Potentially could TP back, but ideally just use the recall cooldown. And now Bears' high ground defense will be tested once again. BKB, not quite enough money for Fata. Similarly, he may be thinking buyback is more important for this high ground defense.
You know what would be really interesting here coming up pretty soon is the Spirit Breaker Aghanims. It feels like that's... I mean, the next one, the Bear Aghanims, isn't really going to be that effective until you get more items.
Yes,
but that
the
AoE...
stun, yeah. I also like a very small thing that I've noticed Fata's doing. He's carrying a Mango. This is like a really cool little small play. It just means if he gets mana leaked and has to run away, he can pop the Mango up when he's on 0 mana to make sure he can still get off something like a Savage Roar or like a Rabbit to give him the extra movement speed. So very small thing, but like for the small price point, if you've got an item slot, it's worth carrying.
Definitely. Maybe a little bit unfortunate for the team that he does have that extra item slot at this point, but...
yeah, you'd rather he's 6-slotted.
Work with what you got. Well, jumping forward, mind control, hitting away onto these barracks, or tower rather. Yapsor gets the pullback in. Firo gonna follow it up. Mind control eats the cheese. Oh, he is gonna be able to live through this one, at least for the moment. Has the bruise split still if he wants to use it. And meanwhile, bottom lane, they're getting split push here. Matumba Man making it work, and they're pulling them back and forth across the map. Such a frustrating game to play right now. Sparta forced down their bottom, and now they're going to turn forward. They've been able to stun up Firo for the moment and trying to look for more. Oh, Forev, he couldn't get it off. He is in trouble now, and well,
Bottom's
with the bruise split going, they're gone bottom, they're gone top. Matumba Man is going to end up dropping for this, but that's just the Aegis, and now up here in the top lane, Firo left completely alone. He is going to end up going for the stun in just a second. Miracle able to get out and away, and able to pop the BKB before the stun hits him. Looking for Miracle. Fata on top of him. The right click's coming through. They have the death stun as well. Ice Wall going to be able to keep him, but now the charge comes through from the Spirit Breaker. Yapsor looking for more Stolen Stampede. They lift up onto Kuro to break that ulti, and oh my god, he cold snaps and blinks back away. Adam in some trouble. They're going to take him down. Oh no, and now everything goes out. GG gets called. They can't hold Liquid. They end up taking it in the end.
Jeez, every single game of this series was fantastic. That's what's impressed me most. Like I look at that, like the first best of 3 we had today, 3 games, but very draft driven. Like game 1, I felt like all 3 games were slide out drafts. Game 2 was a heavily out draft for Secret with the TA over the Zeus. None of these 3 games felt like it was a big out draft. Maybe game 2 with the Meepo last pick was like a Liquid favored draft, but it didn't feel like they won single-handedly because of the draft. These were games that came down to execution, big team plays, and really big individual plays. GH got on his coddle, had some really nice blinding light pushbacks. Miracles Invoker showed up big time every stage of this game. The early to mid game Sunstrike from Tornado combos, he was getting kills all over. The late game teamfight presence, and even Bears themselves did such a good job holding on, buying time for the Alchemist to get farmed. They just got pulled apart in the end by that Liquid.
Liquid's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to pick.
Slada.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Rubik.
Dire team pick.
Dark Seer.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Keeper of the Light.
Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Chief.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Weaver.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Juggernaut.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Invoker.
Dire team back. Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Spirit Breaker.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Luna. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Up with the kind of aggression that Liquid has with this Slardar, Sunstrike Invoker, and Spirit Breaker combination.
At the same time, Bear's lineup does look a little bit more snowballier, right? Because Weaver is a slower carry, I think, because in part sometimes you need Lincolns or BKB, and then you can start getting some damage items. You don't have a very good farming mechanism to keep up with the Luna, so you're naturally going to be a bit far behind. Invoker's a little bit slower as well. The real fast heroes they have is Mind Control, Slardar, and Spirit Breaker, but those aren't necessarily going to win you the team fights when Bears do take it to you.
That's true, and I think part of the justification for this 5th pick Spirit Breaker is that the 2 cores that Liquid has of the Invoker and the Weaver actually are able to take a bigger backseat, because last series we saw how active a one-position Lifestealer was. He was creating space for his mid-Invoker, and he was just going around ganking, even though he had the safe lane pretty much free farm. This game, I don't really think that Liquid needs to be as aggressive with their cores, but rather just let the Slardar and the Spirit Breaker create space. If they die a few times, whatever, at least our cores are getting well informed.
Now, do you feel that this is a Lincoln's game for the Weaver, or maybe a BKB? Do you feel like that defensive item is needed, or can you go for the Ring of Aquila Dragonlance, more of a stats-focused build, and go for a faster Desolator, because it doesn't need that?
Yeah, I would definitely go for stats, because Centaur's Stomp is going to be the primary form of initiation, and then Rubik isn't going to get a blink anytime soon. And so by the time Weaver does complete a Lincoln's, as it is, he doesn't really want to have to participate in fights, and the only initiation he does have to fear is something that can't be blocked by Lincolns anyway. But if he goes up in stats, then he can just survive the initiation, because there are no silences really, and the hardest form of crowd control you need to be concerned about is the telekinesis, and that's after a Stomp really cracks open the Weaver's defenses.
And we've also seen, besides a Desolator, we've also seen a Diffuser Blade builds. Do you think there is much need for it here? It doesn't dispel the Stampede, but it does deal with the Surge and Ion Shell that Rev is going to be giving.
Yeah, it's... I don't know, actually. That's a interesting question, because Weaver is very versatile these days, not only in terms of role, like we said, with support being a very viable thing these days, which I wouldn't be surprised if we see Ag at some point on this game, even though he is a core, but yeah, it depends on how early you want to start taking fights and how confident you are in the rest of your team making space for you. I think a Diffusal Blade would be a better pickup if he thinks that Mind Control and Kuro with the Starter Spirit Breaker aren't being able to create enough chaos for bears, so it would be the safer bet. And I think Desolator would be probably the ideal thing that he's going for, especially he's got Corrosive Haze to combine with it, so really strong armor strategies, but we'll see if Matu can get away with that.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like, I like the way you put that the Desolator is the more ideal pickup if they can get their good timings right. Mind Control has this blink, Corrosive Haze to be able to jump on the Luna, and it does feel like the Desolator is going to be the bigger threat. No matter what his items are, it's definitely going to be Liquid playing around I think those Weaver and somewhat the Invoker timings quite heavily. They need these two cores. They're not going to be too much of a threatening power early on, maybe with Sun Strikes and the occasional gank or something like that, they can do some power, but I do feel like when it comes to a 5-man death ball that is going to be coming in from Bears with all this pushing power, with the sustain of the mech, it does feel like the Weaver's very focused single target damage against the Luna, against the Juggernaut, that kind of threatening power against those cores is going to be what Liquid have to play around, and when they don't have that, they have to pick and choose their battles very carefully. They have to try and give up some of these towers in exchange for just farming time, and let Bears take some map control, because if you stumble into these team fights and you are not ready, you don't have the prerequisite of the items necessary to be able to beat Bears, Bears could just snowball into you very heavily and place a healing ward, take a team fight, beat you in it, and then turn that into pushing power with very healthy hero.
That's why I think it's important that GH on this Coddle also manages to get some levels in farm. From what I see, the game plan is Miracle and Invoker and Weaver are just going to be in their lanes the whole time. Invoker's going to be tossing out Sun Strikes every once in a while to help with Mind Control, Slardar, and the Spirit Breaker, because GH needs to get levels, otherwise this 5-man, like you said, of Bears is going to be very intimidating, and they don't want to have to give up map control, because for a Spirit Breaker, every single tower is so valuable that if you manage to lose one, the ganking power of going to that lane just diminishes so greatly. So if they manage to get a high level in Illuminate on GH, then, even Healing Ward can only heal so much early on, and you're not going to be able to keep your creep wave on the tower.
Yeah, controlling these towers also means better Roshan control, right? Which is something that Liquid can sneak in pretty quickly with the Corrosive Haze, and the Swarm also being an excellent tool to...
In terms of...
Spirit Breaker twofold. Holy shit. Playing to help Fada.
This is going to be a thing, it doesn't happen, and then the Invoker's just like, nah, I'm just going to...
Is going to be pretty key important, and also there is a bit of lack of damage and the potential for the right kind of initiation in the first couple of team fights. If they can defend their towers with the right meatball, right, the right meteor blast that comes down, that is going to give them the damage that is somewhat lacking on the side of Liquid early on.
Yeah, especially if they can combine that with an Illuminate, Bears needs to just leave that fight.
Yeah, so we're standing strong against the attempted incursion of the Matumba Man Weaver as he tries to get the wards down. Yeah, so there's a bit too quick for him, so no aggressive wards going to be placed out by Liquid yet. GH is going to grab those wards from Matu as he heads on back for a full heal. Fred is going to be our offlaner. Of course, we already talked about that as the offlane Darkseer and a 4-position Centaur, but what I was kind of curious is whether or not Yapster would be spending much time in the bottom lane with him. The Darkseer Slardar combination is quite strong, but a little bit of it has to be the fact that you have that sprint and you're able to close distances with the sprint, allow that Ion Shell to do its work. Yapster seems to, at least for now, be starting off in the top lane to help Fada and zone away that offlaner and the mind control Slardar.
Sprint is great, but thankfully Darkseer provides a handy-dandy surge, so if you do manage to bring Centaur to this offlane, then if you get a good Sentry Ward or Dust, this Weaver is not nearly tanky enough to eat a few seconds of Ion Shell under stun and then a double edge, so I think Yapstor is going to get a few levels elsewhere, but once he's maybe level 4, I wouldn't be surprised if he ventures onto this bot lane.
Yeah, Yapster, I think he's just here to counter the Keeper of the Light. They know the strategy, right? The Keeper of the Light, time and time again, they go up to the dual lane, they sit in these side areas, and they spam out Illuminate Blast over and over and over again. You can see, not just this ward, but also Yasuo's surprise positioning here is going to be able to catch GH out. Now, they've already got the stun onto the Luna, so they're not going to be able to get that extra help, but it looks like with Yasuo and the body blocks, and the very, very squishy HP of the Coddle, they will manage to get that first blood. Mind Control's trying to get some damage on Adam in return, but the damage has already been done. They've got that first blood for Adam. He's going to be able to pick up some fast boots, and they'll fare a lot better against this aggro dual lane.
Yeah, he has telekinesis up, but YapzOr does not have the mana for a second stomp yet. He's not sipping on his clarity, but I mean, it's not easy to get a kill on the Slardar. Just getting the kill on the Coddle was important enough that, well, actually, they might go for it again. Oh boy.
DH, he laid the counter ward down in lane, but he's still being scattered out, so he's going to be caught once again. The telekinesis into the stomp. They do have a new coming out from the Luna as well. He's holding on to it. It looks like YapzOr is going to be the one to claim the kill. I think they really wanted to give it to YapzOr. The way that YapzOr was playing that out, maybe he really feels like he needs the fast tranquil boots to be more effective as a roamer.
That would definitely make sense. It's a risky gambit, but it's working really well so far. And I mean, even Mind Control was kind of like, what do I do here? Spirit Breaker charged up, but that was just mainly just to get out of the bot lane. Now he's gonna go back over to the secret shop. I don't really know what Kuro's gonna do right now then, because Slardar's not having a good time, so this safe lane is basically won for Bears in my eyes.
Yeah, it seems like it, and the off lane for Bears is going pretty well too. Darkseer early on is able to actually put a decent amount of pressure onto Weaver. Of course, Weaver still one of the better safe lane cores to deal with this 1v1, and it'll just get better over time.
Invis Kuro has the rune, but Furo salves up, so he's back to full, and it is actually going to be a QE Joker, so...
Okay, well, see a small stun on the Furo. Kuro just trying to make use of this double damage. No, that's not a double.
No,
Jesus, that's just cosmetic.
immoral.
Jesus Christ, that's confusing. Holy shit. Alright, well... Still, I mean, I'm surprised he hasn't stuck around to pick up level 2 somewhere. He finally does, but those first charges, they aren't really threatening at all without having the bash leveled up.
Yeah, no, I like how he went for the right click out of the invis, and I was like, oh man, if he gets a first bash, then I'm like, wait, he's still level 1. And Miracle actually did not invoke Cold Snap during that entire thing, but I mean, I guess there was no way you're going to get a kill attempt anyway, so might as well conserve your mana for when you finally can get a kill attempt.
Yeah, what is with that? Because I thought the Wexford build was better versus the Juggernaut because Jug can spin out, but I guess he's been threatening enough with Cold Snap that he feels like he can just burn through the mana of Furo.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, just forcing out the healing wards. Furo is maxing out the Blade Spin, so it's going to be an issue, especially if YapzOr can get a stomp, but he's not fast enough, even though... Oh no, yeah, he doesn't have his Tranquils completed yet. He has the money for it, though.
So if he wants to head back to base to use the next courier round, he'll get those tranquil boots, and that'll be a big upgrade for him. Move around the map a lot quicker, and maybe be able to close that distance well enough to be able to get successful ganks. JH is still here in the top lane. He did manage to pick up his level 2, but it feels like Mind Control is not feeling this lane so much anymore. Picks up the 4-minute rune, dealt with the neutrals, but not going to spawn again. So they'll have to try and make this work. Adam and YapzOr continue to zone out these heroes. This laning ward has done so much for them. Fada's gonna run into Mind Control here. The sprint does allow him to phase through Fada. Fortunately, he got through him before the sprint actually wore out there.
And now Adam and YapzOr might even be confident they're gonna leave this Luna alone as they go for smoke on the mid lane.
The ping comes out from GH though. He's pinging on the cliff. I think he's saying, hey, they're rotating up here.
Stand.
And there's a successful scan, so... Miracle shouldn't be caught out by this one.
Forev. All swarmed up.
And he's dead. There it is. Matsu picks up the kill. Thank you, Kuro, for the assistance. Adam actually managed to get all the way behind Miracle, so even though they got the scan, they made the read, the supports are coming, and all that, he may still manage to get this one because of a very deep board. Like, you ping that one out there, and a full rotation on the right-hand side. Miracle's playing on the right-hand side because he's expecting the rotation to come over here. And now caught by the telekinesis. Here comes the spin. Nice cold snap. That's going to stop the hook on. YapzOr can't close it, but the placement is still good enough. Miracle responded the best way he could, as well as the rest of Liquid. All instant TPing like that was nice. Kuro barely managed to get away from the Darkseer bottom lane. Almost ends up dying to that Ion shot.
Little Firo needs to be careful here, though. His Blade Fury is down, he didn't have the mana for it. He's...
Sunstrike! A miracle. Gets the revenge on Firo.
Thank you for putting that anime touch to it. It really added to the epicness of it.
I'm sure it did. I know Miracle likes his anime.
Of course.
That's for him. That's for him, not for you.
You gotta know your demographic.
It did rotate Matu out of that lane, so Fred is actually getting quite a bit. Despite dying once, he is, he's not totally top of the order. 32 and 0, tied up with 32 and 15 Fada.
Yeah, but it's a hell of a lot than this what this Slar is getting, that's for sure. Slar is sitting on 13 and 0, and I mean he's only level 5, whereas the Darkseer is level 6 and a quarter, so really the offlane is going much healthier for Bears, which is to be expected. Darkseer is a more Crush, Illuminate, a lot of damage on Fada, but Darkseer is a much better offlaner than Sagar, especially in a 1v1 situation.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I was actually just trying to figure out whether or not Fred was super far ahead, but then I remembered, hey, Fada's had a total 3 lane. He's probably picked up almost every single CSM lane, so it's not surprising that Fada is even with Fred, who is oftentimes going to be picking not just the laning phase creeps, but also some neutrals as the bonus as well. So you're used to kind of seeing this 1v1 Darkseer be way ahead in CS over everybody, but it is really just showing the strength of this defensive tri-lane that Fada is actually ahead of him in CS. Firo is the one who's lacking a little bit. He's the only core who's a bit behind, but we've kind of explained that one away with some of the rotations of the Spirit Breaker as well as this Quas Egg Store build from Miracle. Did get the early CS advantage over Chuck.
And Mind Control finds some recovery as well. There's a stacked camp here that they're taking along with the Keeper of the Light, so that helps out because really Mind Control's blink timing is going to be very important, and he's getting really low to these noodles. With Fairy Flowers.
Be good. Heads on back to base with his bottle. It's not the norm. Pick up. A lot of people figure crafted the bottles are going to be picked up a lot more on 4 and 3 positions, but I can't say I've seen too many Slardar bottles here.
Yeah, where Shrine's not a thing, perhaps, which Shrines may be important now, is Rubik and Centaur venturing deep. And
nice ward placement there. Make sure they catch GH. We'll manage to get that one kill, but they are being charged. They're going to be punished for their aggression here. Let's see if one or both of them is going to be able to make it out alive. And one of them is definitely
they line up.
The Stormer gets hit by the charge. Adam also, who Kuro was charging through, attempts the TP as the charge. Oh my god.
Ooh.
He barely got out. I can't believe that. With a bug on him, I thought for sure he was going to die to the physical damage.
Yeah, I'd be sweating. Adam is very happy he got out. He is level 5 on this Rubik, actually, which is exceptional. He's actually out-leveling his Centaur, and so these rotations, these smoke rotations, even though that one was kind of a trade, still working out in the benefit of Bears by quite a bit, because the whole time, Luna is free-farming unless she gets gone in on.
Eclipse, she's definitely dead, and she won't be able to get the counter kill. They just burst her down too quickly. Only got, like, I think 1 Eclipse being out there, so Kuro did manage to survive through that. Some early rotations from Weaver. I like this, especially since he got the 1v1, has the high levels of the Swarm. This ability is so toxic to deal with early on. Even high armor heroes like Luna just melt.
Yeah, here I was claiming that the Weaver was going to be playing more conservatively, and I mean, this one didn't even need a Sunstrike combination, but I mean, the best way to farm is by farming heroes. Who cares about the wave? Weaver is level 9 right now, so he is perfectly okay with leaving Lina alone for a little bit. This bot lane is getting kind of low. Darkseer is cutting the wave, and it's probably going to go down eventually. Who cares if Weaver's getting such a good start? Mid lane, Firo, oh no.
Firo, right click down. He does have the Omni. Nice ghost walk there. That was perfectly timed. It would have been even better if Omni Slash had been used, but still, Miracle managing to beat out Firo pretty handedly now in that 1v1 mid lane.
Yeah, that was anime. That was definitely anime.
Miracle. All according to plan for him. We hit our 10-minute marker now. I do like that Matu. I think he had to get aggressive early, because you don't want to let the Bears in a relaxed state get to their timing, which is going to be the mech onto the Darkseer. You gotta start getting aggressive on them before that.
Rubik, top lane.
Sunstrike coming in, nails him. Miracle.
Sunstrike. At least GH might have some issues with Frev on the bottom though. Vacuum back, wall used.
Frev's gonna try and run him down here. GH can't really do much about that, so he's just
surges up again.
Should be.
He's blocking himself.
Oh no! GH is too fast. Frev is not going to be able to get that kill. Centaur's coming over to try and help him out, but mind control with the corrosive haze. Sunstrike coming in. It's close. Frev with the surge out. He is not going to be able to get What? That was so much damage from that last hit from mind control. Nice pullback there. Adam gets the telekinesis and a stolen crush on a crow right in front of the tower, but the TPs are not going to be fast enough. So 7-4 now. Liquid taking an early lead.
Though I would, if I were Liquid, I'd be just fine with that because it was a keeper of the white for a solo farming Darkseer who's level 9. So yeah, I'd be just fine with that. Even though it did force out a lot of rotations, but I mean, Matumba Man does not need any help. He's bullying this Helm of the Dominator Fata Luna just by himself, and Luna does opt for an armor creep. So hopefully the swarm will not be as irritating as it was before.
Helped out a lot now. Has 19 armor. Even the swarm is going to have a hard time cutting through that. While the rest of the bears are going to smoke up. The Hamadam creep will pull the creeps off.
They didn't smoke up under this ward, did they?
This mid tower? No.
No. Sorry, this ward in the bot
lane.
No,
I don't think so. No, I think they're far enough back that they didn't get scouted. But it might just be. All this aggressive vision does at least say there's no heroes on the map. Like. We see Jug mid, we don't see Luna, we don't see the other 3 heroes, so you can see all Liquid are kind of playing back and defensively right now.
All of them are hanging around this mid lane, but Miracle has evacuated a long time ago, has completed that first item, Midas, and is going for the Aghanim's second item, as per the usual in this patch. Let's see if Mind Control might tank the gank mid, as Adam is eagerly waiting to telekinesis and then Slitherine Crush with his stolen spell.
This is a nice play. He's eating through the trees to get the surprise initiation. He may not have a blink dagger, but it may be of the same effect. If bears don't react fast enough, here comes the entrance. Gets this done on a fly immediately. Omni splash down. Fearo's not able to finish him off though. He goes a little bit deeper, but the sprint he's already away. Now the bump back from Fearo, and Fearo is stuck underneath that tower. Nice turnaround with a vacuum wall, but that's unlikely to stop Liquid from getting aggressive. Oh, the turnaround, nice tornado. Blast with a tornado over the top on a 3. It halts the stampede for a second, but Kuro still ends up dying there. They end up trading still. Kuro for Fearo, well worth it in the end again for Liquid.
I like how Kuro basically like the equivalent of ripping his shirt off after he got hit by that wall. He just charges out of all the illusions, but unfortunately didn't get much nice, I guess, reactionary play by the Rubik to immediately lift up the Spearbreaker. And while all that did go down and the Juggernaut did die, the flip side is that Rubik has Shikuchi, which is going in on this Miracle, but man, Miracle's so tanky. This dude has 1600 HP right now at 14 minutes in the game. This is not an easy target to kill. I mean, even Omni/Fearo was barely able to just bring the Slardar down to critical levels, and that Slardar is not nearly as tanky as this Invoker.
Yeah, you can see, even if they did hit that host stop, I don't think an additional Darkseer Ion Shell is going to let them kill this mid Invoker, especially with the high levels of Quas. You can even just regen back up to full. They really want to keep these outer towers alive. They do not want to let bears get that snowball rolling. But we are going to have another entrance here from Adam with the Shikuchi. Spots out. Oh, he's going to be on top of Matu here. Does get away with the Shikuchi. That's going to be a wasted swarm as well. Good deny for Miracle.
These pushes are not working out. This Illuminate is level 3, level 4 Chakra.
Trying to get Matu, but they're not going to be fast enough. A little bit of mini stun. The Stampede comes out, but it's a bit too late. Ooh. Adam maybe jumps in. Oh, Fata, he's too far forward. Now the Sunstrike's gonna be able to finish him off. The last right click coming out from Matumba Man without that eclipse.
Nice charge cancel.
That charge, it stops Fearo's spin TP out. He's also gonna be able to maybe get more. They get Fearo. Looks like he was dancing with some of the backline heroes. It's gonna be Frev, who's caught the early blink dagger of mind control. Eliminates him 11-5. Liquid have indeed halted any progression when it comes to taking towers. They denied the mid lane tower, all their outer towers, the other ones are still up, and Liquid have resoundingly defeated Bears in team fight after team fight. They're even trying to sneak in Roshan now.
I don't know why Fata felt the need to show up to that fight on his Luna. This Luna is not like, it's not farmed enough to show up to this fight. All it has is a Helm of the Dominator and an Ogre Club Blitz going into a Dragonlance. That's not nearly enough to go up against what Liquid has right now. Matumba Man has... actually, he's only sitting on the Dragonlance, but, I mean, just the hero himself is so high level that the Luna can't stand, so... like, Eclipse wasn't even used because he got lifted immediately, and then Cold Snap afterwards, and then it just all fell apart. I'm surprised that Bears wanted to take a fight after that tower got denied.
I forgot about this third item build. Weaver is going to have the Maelstrom. I like that actually because it helps push up these waves quite a bit, and it gives you some magic damage to lay into the Luna, their high armor, so... yeah, so it looks like a large part of this. Bears may just have to wait until they have the Blink Dagger. Nice Tornado EMP combination. Hero actually just tanks it instead of using his Blade Dance, but they actually take a Illuminate as well. Sunstrike coming in, but they're all healed up by the Healing Ward. So, Liquid, as much as they can defend towers, I don't think they can actually take tier 1s just yet.
It's only going to get harder for them, but they're banking on getting a pick-off. Right now, like, I guess only now has Matumba Man decided to go farm for, like, the first time in 10 minutes. He's been just showing up to all the fights, which is the opposite of what Fada has been doing, so it's coming down to the game style that Liquid was trying to encourage. They have... I mean, it's not even the Spirit Breaker that's getting all these kills. It's all 5 heroes of Liquid are like, yeah, we see a fight opening, let's go take it. What the hell is Bears gonna do right now? They don't have a Blink Dagger on their Centaur, but we have a Blink Dagger on our Slardar. How are they gonna initiate? How are they gonna counter-initiate?
Yeah, Bears may have to take some time to farm up that item. The Blink there, the Dragon Lance finished up on Fada. They need some extra stats. Just because it seems like the damage is a bit too much from Liquid right now, but this poses another problem because they're also going to get split pushed out to hell. Not only are we going to have this Maelstrom to pick up on the Weaver, we also have GH, who we didn't really talk about, but this recall ability is going to allow Miracle to push out certain waves and still be there when they need the 5-man at the right times. Liquid are trying to surprise Bears right now with a 4-man smoke up the top lane after showing Miracle bottom, but Bears are not taking the bait.
Yeah, why bother split pushing if you can just send all 5 of your heroes? They're smoked up, but Liquid's not going to find anything with this smoke, but they should be able to just push this tower basically uncontested, because I don't really know, like, Bears is not in position to rotate now, and they can use a glyph if they want, but I don't really think they're going to go for the defense. They're just going to stall as they take a tier 1 bot in return.
This is a very stark contrast. Look at the Miracles build. He has the 30% experience gain as opposed to the extra Forge Spirit to push, despite having an Exort build. Whereas we saw Firo actually not leveling talents at all and just trying to get the maxed out orbs. I've actually talked to, I've got a friend, Modib, who plays in NA, plays a lot of Invoker. He said the 30% experience is actually a pretty big buff. If you're talking about levels, you can get your level 20 by the time you would normally be 18, 19 area, and you get your 25 by the time you would be level 20, 21. So it is a significant timing difference, and you're able to get to those, especially that last talent, a lot faster if you choose this 15 rounds.
Yeah, I've really never understood why so many Invokers have been skipping talents recently, because if you get a Midas, the Midas gets boosted by the experience gain talent. So if you want to level up all your orbs, I don't know why you'd skip out on spending 2 skill points on 2 talents. I mean, it's not the level 10 talent, but I mean, whatever, it's no big deal. Kuro charging bot, though.
Doesn't actually manage to snag anybody there. Bears will retreat pretty freely. They've lost a lot of their outer towers now because the Liquid are just gotten so big. But I think Bears, just like we talked about before, they seem to have a pretty good read on timings and such. They missed their first time, and they know that too. So they can't fight Liquid. They're not trying to. They're trying to reach some of their mid-game items and go again with their 5-man later on into the game.
Yeah, and I mean, they're not hitting their timings in terms of objectives because, like we said, early push would be great for Bears, the way that their team is developed. And I mean, they have a mech completed on Darkseer, but the time for, oh man, charge up on Firo, he has no protection.
That really doesn't. What is he going to do? Try and spin? He doesn't even have the TP up. They have Crow's ultimate as well.
Oh, no.
I'm back. Oh, okay, that's a little unfortunate, but it doesn't matter. The physical damage is easily going to be able to deal with that one. Miracle does kick Khan bottom lane, though. If they can kill him again, it's going to be a little difficult with the tornado, but they might just be able to do it. He throws out the tornado immediately, but they get the telekinesis off first with the eclipse over the top. They do manage to kill him. So Bears are very happily going to make that exchange. They took an Aegis and a very high experience and high net worth hero down in return.
It was split amongst 5 Dire heroes, so not as big of a boost as it would have been if it was just one pickoff. Oh man, GH, you need to be careful here.
Trying to push out aggressively, but is going to be caught.
Oh, that was a stolen Sunstrike.
Yeah, wait. Miracle's dead. What the hell? Adam stole the
I mean, I know
earlier.
he's good, but he's not that good.
Sunstrike from the dead.
Alright, well, they're getting some pickoffs, and like you said, it's on high experience targets. This Keeper of the Light is getting really close to his ag, or at least he was. I think he's about like 2,000 gold away, but he's been getting a lot of levels as well. And so all these pickoffs are very important because unfortunately it's not Juggernaut participating in them, but Luna is still a very important core, and she's working on a Manta style right now, which means that we haven't seen the extent of Bear's pushing power yet, but it is substantial.
I do feel like we see the best of Bears when they're behind. It just seems to be this repetitive thing where they do know how to play when they're dramatically behind. They've lost the early game. Of course, you would rather not lose the early game in the first place, but it's kind of almost like the opposite of Cloud9, who were known for taking early game advantages with their 5-man and then stalling out. Bears seem to know how to take disadvantages, play conservatively, find the right kind of pickoffs to turn the game back into their favor again.
Yeah, I think one of the most impressive thing about Bears is that they always they're very adaptive. Like, depending on how the game is going, not only in terms of play style, but the way that they'll itemize, it's all up for grabs. They don't walk into a game being like, this is the way it's going to go, and we're going to keep bashing our head against the wall until it finally works out. Tornado.
Miracle, oh, vacuum back with the Stampede. They don't have counter vision. No, Bears! You've missed out on a huge kill. They could have gotten Miracle again. They're not going to find him. Oh, they drop a ward. Adam's going to be bumped back by Crow Ultimate, and that will be his death. Actually, does hit the Sunstrike, so Crow's a little bit low. That's here though. Miracle's trying to catch him over with the Tornado. Bears do manage to dodge it and sit back. So as much as Bears, we praise them, hey, they know how to play conservatively. They do realize some of these timings and such. Let's not forget that Liquid are very far ahead. Just because they got a pick off and took away an Aegis does not mean they're anywhere close to being able to attain control of this game again. And Liquid also know how to adapt, right? They know, okay, this seems like conservatively and stuff, and they will occasionally push out for these picks. Let's go ahead and 5-man a bit more and secure our 10,000 gold lead and 10,000 experience. If Bears want to try and take that away from us, they're going to have to meet us 5v5.
And now maybe Liquid's a little bit more scared. Yapzor has completed his Blink Dagger on Centaur, and so what was the original issue of a severe lack of initiation on Bears' part has been somewhat mitigated. They would have really liked to use that on the Invoker kill top after Rubik found out, but unfortunately Stampede was used earlier, and just a Blink Dagger will not be enough to bring a Centaur into position. But I mean, he's working on his Ag next item, and that's going to be the real important item, assuming that Centaur is allowed to finish it.
Yeah, we'll see if he can, though. That item build that we talked about for Red, he does go for just that. The mech, Arcane Boots doesn't finish off the Greaves, probably because they were behind and they needed that Blink Dagger. But they do reach that Blink Dagger timing around the same. They do have this opportunity. They do have some potential for really good team fight initiation if they can get the right vacuum stomp turned into the Eclipse. That can just straight up, those 3 abilities can win them the fight and get them multiple kills. But it doesn't seem like Liquid is giving them at least too much quarter for those opportunities. They're actually just split pushing right now, staying relatively grouped up, but pushing out the lanes that Bears are not in. Does mean Bears will get a tier 1 tower, traded for the tier 1 at bottom lane.
Yeah, see, even Invoker or Keeper, they're not confident in going for counter pushes anymore. At least Keeper won't be until he gets his Ag completed, which should be coming now. So he has his Ag now. So now he's just fine. Now he is perfectly okay with going for pushes, which I hope they defend this top tier 2 instead of trading, because I think a trade is in Bears' favor, not Liquid's favor. But actually, Bears back off.
Maybe not feeling comfortable with potentially Liquid fighting them at that tier 2. I don't think they had a whole lot of vision of what Liquid were up to, just the Weaver pushing bottom. They see him now, thanks to this sword, as Liquid do start getting a little bit closer to Matu, but I think they're a little bit scared of like maybe a smoke wraparound or something with Weaver TPing in, because there is still that shrine behind them if they push for tier 2. That'd be a very dangerous fighting style, right? Liquid, especially with the Weaver, want to be able to make more chaotic team fights, while Bears need the clumped up, very uniform, hey, there's 3 heroes grouped up here, we hit the vacuum and host on.
Oh, GH recalling in Miracle. They have a bunch of vision. And Bears has no vision, but they know that there's a lot to be scared of.
Yeah, they don't seem to feel comfortable. I don't know. They do have a smoke, but...
Oh man, I don't think they should go for this.
I don't think so either, but they're gonna try for it. They start streaming forward, they have a surge out, attempted vacuum on the side, and he had the right idea, but he didn't know exactly where Miracle was. They tried to hit the stomp, they do hit it on a Miracle, but he does have that fresh up. Lincoln blocks a lot of the damage, but Man's tearing Adam apart, and Microsoft's 1v1ing for Red pretty easily. It's all up to Firo now to try and get as much damage on a Miracle, but they can't do it. They're stuck inside the trees. Firo's gonna have to TP out. Cold Snap stops him. He's done for, and Fada, he's left against 5 heroes all by himself. Fada has no chance in hell of getting out of here. A big fight for Bear, or excuse me, a big fight for Liquid as they take down all 5 man of Bears on a tier 2, which means they can go straight for the high ground push.
Okay, let's go inside the mind of a Bear. You have a pretty underfarmed Juggernaut, basically leading a smoke that he wasn't even smoked under. The tower is already dead, so you don't even have tower damage to help you out. I guess Eclipse can somewhat mitigate the Ag Coddle, but not really. The Centaur didn't get a good blink. What was the best case scenario for Bears?
I think they're just desperate. I think they knew, they at least had the right idea that there were heroes aside here, and they're hoping that they would just get the right kind of vacuum stomp to turn the fight. The telekinesis is not going to do a whole lot there. Firo tries to get the Omni Slash, but now it's going to be countered. He's done for. Melee racks also gonna fall here. Liquid have taken 2 lanes of racks by 27.5 minutes.
It's daytime. Even if you're this desperate, you can't be just like foolish about it. And I mean, I've never seen a Deafening Blast take off that much damage from a Juggernaut, just the spell itself. But Miracle is level 22 with this experience gain thing. It's gone for like a pure aggression build, aside from the Lincolns, but the Blink Dagger BOTs, he's not concerned about stats, he's just concerned about making room for Matumba Man. And the other thing about that tier 2 bot is that they knew that Matumba Man had a freshly completed BKB as well, so even if they do manage to get initiation, they have to deal with a time lapse and a BKB. So I don't know why they just didn't hold that for high ground, but I guess I can't keep harping on it as Roche goes down.
That'll be an Aegis for Matumba Man, who's got the completed Mjolnir alongside that BKB. Fishing Sunstrikes, not sure where it landed, but Adam. Let's have the Shikuchi potential for initiation. Matumba Man's actually almost entirely out of mana. That has enough for a time lapse. Nice vacuum wall combination, though. That's going to be big with the hook stop. They're going to be able to take out 2 almost immediately. Maybe Bears can actually win this fight. Matumba Man without mana and without a time lapse.
He has BKB, though.
He does have BKB for this next engagement, so they might just be able to fight this out if Miracle hits the right kind of combinations. First Tornado and EMP is not too much of a hit, but it will separate Firo enough for them to be able to right-click him down. Fada pursues out for GH, does find a Manta off that one. Oh, nice stun on the Matumba. Maybe he can finish Moth a little bit more, but he gets away. Fada, he does mana up against GH God, but Miracle is too much for him to handle. They do pick up, thanks to the bouncing blades, the kill on GH, but the other kill that they really wanted, Matu, he does manage to get away.
Man, that is super impressive. I thought that Bears was basically just like, whatever, man, let's just get this game over with. Let's take a fight outside of our towers. But, I mean, it makes sense. If you fight at your high ground, you're basically saying, like, yeah, we're going to lose the game. We're just stalling. Miracle finds the Centaur, but Centaur blinks out. So I am surprised that Liquid was not able to withstand that. I mean, really the first casualties were the Slardar Spearbreaker. They were caught out of position, got vacuum walled, and then just got blown up. But taking down the Aegis, taking out another BKB charge of the Weaver, I mean, this is important stuff. I don't think it'll be enough, but every little bit helps.
Invoker rapidly closing in on that level 25. That last stretch has the Octarine core as well, so the damage is coming out over and over again. I'm still Octarine core with the tornado reduction, that buff that
It's
they
super
received.
low.
Maybe he'll go for it here. Burns out Yasuo, all of his mana is gone. Gonna be charged up by Kuro, has the ultimate ready to go. Nice vacuum interception there, but it's not gonna be enough to save Yasuo. Unfortunately, they need that progression into the Aghanim step here. Bears hope to make a desperate comeback here, but it just seems to never happen. Liquid are closing in on taking that last Rax.
One step forward, 2 steps back. Thankfully, they get a leak onto Fada, but he purges it off. Yeah, I mean, like, Fada has not been able to participate in a majority of this game. He got that Eclipse off to finish off the Slardar and the Spearbreaker after that vac wall, but that was just 2 targets, and it wasn't any of the cores. And even if it was a core, Matumba Man has still an 8-second BKB, which he might just use now.
Telekinesis? But they needed more follow-up, more stunts to be able to come out. BKBs all around from Liquid, so they're just ignoring all this Eclipse. But is left just physical damage, and that'll never be enough. So Liquid are able to take game number 1 against Bears pretty handedly, too. I have to say, the Weaver, Slardar did manage, like Weaver especially getting aggressive early did a lot for them. I think that Bears just, it was that mid lane defense. I think that actually just broke Bears in many ways. It just started them off in such a bad way. And around that 15-minute mark, when they tried to push into that mid-tier 1 tower, and were not able to finish it off, I think part of that is just a decent laning phase showing from Liquid that turns into a strong defense.
Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team back.